in her office.
All right, so let's move to a new subject a little bit. Okay. We talked about how you competed on Dancing with the Stars and came in ahead of Chad Hooker-Pinkham. But there came a point where Dancing with the Stars asked you to become the host along with Tom Bergeron, correct?
Yes.
Or the host that-
Yes.
About when did that happen?
I think, again, I can give you a sports. It was after my Richard Sherman interview. It was after Seattle beat. It was when the year Seattle won the Super Bowl, when Seattle beat San Francisco in the NFC Championship. So 4 seasons ago, potentially 2 years. We do 2 shows in a year. Sorry.
Okay, that's okay. I know what the Richard Sherman interview was, and some of the people on the jury do, but some don't. Was this after a game where he had a really good game, and he was a tremendous defensive back, and you were doing the sideline interview, and he kind of was like, boom, and you were like, boom? Is that the interview you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, I know that boom doesn't say very much, but it sort of expresses the whole thing, right?
Legion of Boom, but yes.
Okay. All right, so they contact you, and did you become the co-host of Dancing with the Stars?
I did.
And are you doing that still today?
I am.
So now, your career, you've been continuing to work the sports side, and you also got to the Dancing with the Stars, right?
Yes.
You know, many of the people on the jury and in the community would have seen you on TV at various events, all dressed up and looking really glamorous and interviewing people on the red carpet. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Is that part of the work that you do in your career, to be glamorous and beautiful like that?
I was told not to roll my eyes on the stand, but whenever somebody says I'm glamorous, it's like, come on, really? Sorry, Bruce. But I just, for me, it's part of the job. I mean, let's be honest. We go to promote our show, Dancing with the Stars. We're up against some pretty heavy competition on Monday night, so they want us to go to these events. Sometimes, who doesn't want to come to Nashville and do the CMTs? Absolutely. I love country music. Those guys love college football. I want to be around them. It's work, and sometimes it's really fun, but it's just, honestly, it's part of the job. That's why when you say glamorous and red carpet, it's funny. It's work to me.
Okay, understood. So, the red carpet, that's where you're like interviewing people that are coming through as they go to an event?
I've worked the red carpet for Good Morning America at the Oscars, and then I've done interviews and posed on the red carpet, half the time rolling my eyes and being like, can we just go? But yes, I have.
Okay. And in fact, if we roll back the sands of time again to the week before you became aware of this video in July of 2009, had you actually worked the red carpet that week?
I worked the red carpet the night before I found the video for the ESPYs, yes, which is the sports award show by ESPN.
What do you understand the plan of treatment is going forward now for you? What do you understand in your state of mind, what you're going to be doing to do your best to deal with this?
I feel like for me, because I've been someone that, it's twofold. I feel like I can do it. I'm fine. Let's go work 3 football games a week. Let's try to take care of this. I know I'm not fine. And that is something I struggle with because I've always been the independent woman in the male-dominated industry. I'm Teflon. Nothing affects me. I can do this. My understanding for me is I'll always have to go get treatment for this. I'll always go need to talk to somebody about this because this will always be on the internet. This will always be there. There will always be a reminder every single day. And it was really sad because I was remembering yesterday we were talking about the tweets I get of the still images and the nasty comments that people make. It's not even the nasty comments. Remember the first time, and you've obviously seen the bond I have with my dad. Remember the first time a dad came up to me and said, I want my daughter to be like you. I want her to like sports. I want my daughter to be able to talk about me like you do with your dad. How do I do that? And I just said, I don't know, introduce her to the sports teams, have her sit on the couch with you. And he's like, you're a mentor, you're a role model to little girls. And I thought, don't say that, I'm not that old. But whenever dads say that to me, that really hits home. But I think the thing that's really hit home for me and hurts me the worst is when girls, high school, college, they tweet me and they say, I want to be Erin Andrews except for the Marriott stalker thing. And I can't control that. And that's every day. That doesn't get better.
I'm going to try to lighten it up for you.
Please. Yes.
You plan in the face of getting up every morning. Well, let me ask you, when you get up every morning, do you think about the fact that people are looking at you on the internet naked?
I think about it every day. I can't tell you if it's in the morning, but every day. One of the worst thoughts I have is when I walk around a stadium. Obviously, you can tell I am jacked up to be at a stadium. Sometimes officials have to pull me off. Like, I'm on the field, and they're like, back up, back up. This is my comfort zone. I love it there. But then there's a time that, Tony Romo breaks his collarbone, Dallas Cowboys quarterback. I have to run over to the other side and check out, is he okay? What's he saying to the trainer? And there's always that thought as I walk right by the fans, and you're as close to me as they are to me, and I think, my God, everyone in this stadium has seen that video. I'm like, all right, let's think about Tony Romo now. Let's get back to Tony Romo. How's his collarbone?
So in the face of thinking about this every day, and as you said yesterday, having an impairment to your daily life every day from this, are you going to keep working your career as hard as you can?
I have to.
One little piece of information. You mentioned, I think, yesterday, all of the activity on social media about this that's ongoing for you, about the Marriott video. For those who don't know, can you explain what social media is and how that works and why you are on it? Go ahead.
So social media obviously is driven, gosh, I don't even know what my definition could be. In my mind, it's all the things Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, Facebook. I have an Instagram, I have a Twitter account. I have a public Facebook account. I don't even work that. I wouldn't even understand how to. So I have a Twitter account and I have an Instagram account, and they're public. You could follow me. Anyone could follow me. There are also people that have private accounts. It is very encouraged in my line of work and with everybody else that works on Fox and ESPN and anywhere to have an account, to connect to your fans. We want to get viewers to watch our game. We want to remind people. I have a sit down with Cam Newton at 1 o'clock on the pregame show check it out. You know, I just sat down with Mike McCarthy, and he's telling us what he's going to do against the Detroit Lions. It's a way to reach out with the fans. It's also fun sometimes, you know, if you see a little girl's tweeting you and she has a question, what do I need to worry about? What classes do I need to take in college? Reach back out, you know. Don't take the meat we eat. That's not going to help you. So it's a way to engage with fans. It's also a way to show fans, you know, what you're up to. And in my mind, I guess that's what social media is for me in my life.
And so on social media, are there often comments about the Nashville Marriott video?
There are comments every single day on my Instagram account. I'll be I'll do a flashback Friday of my outfit that I wore on Dancing with the Stars when I competed with Max. And it's like, well, how could you be so sad if you wore this on Dancing with the Stars? I'm not allowed to go have a life and compete on a show and have a good time and forget for 2 seconds that I wasn't called by a hotel for a person to come stay next to me. I'm not allowed to go live my life. And yet I still am not sad and suffering over this because I'm in my samba costume. Yes, every single day there are comments. Oh, you really look sad. Or, hey, I saw you doing this in a hotel room. You should pay the Marriott. You should pay Barrett. Every single day.
So then, have you tried to live your life the best you can?
Yes.
Have you gone on vacation?
Yes.
Do you go to get-togethers with friends?
Yes.
Do you try to laugh and enjoy the social life?
Yes.
Do you have a boyfriend?
I do.
Okay. Let's talk about rolling back sands of time again, back to when this happened. Initially, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you felt about dating.
Embarrassed, humiliated, mortified. Lauren Comstock mentioned I always have this baggage. I don't want to put speculation out there, but I feel like a lot of men say they just want an easy girl. They want a girl that they don't have a lot of drama. I have drama. And I don't want to talk about it, you know? I just want to act like I'm fine. Everybody's, everything's good. And I feel bad because I always wonder, before I met my boyfriend, is this something that, go on a first date? God, has he seen the video? Has his friend seen the video? He said, I'm taking Erin Andrews out on the date. Did they say, oh yeah, see what happened during the Marriott? It's just all these obsessive thoughts, and that's what I was going through.
Okay, so at some point you met Jared, correct?
Yes.
All right. Summarize that situation for the ladies and gentlemen.
What would you like me to summarize?
Well, let's see. He became your boyfriend, correct?
Yes.
And he's a pretty well-known hockey player, correct?
Speculation. Yes.
Okay. So, how did you meet him? When? You can relate it to some sporting event if you want to. And how did it develop?
Michael Strahan, who is a Hall of Famer, New York Giant, works on Michael and Kelly, and also our Fox pregame show is a family member of mine. I like to say that. He's a big brother to me. And good friend. I look up to Michael Strahan a lot. He has done what he's done in the sports world, and now he's doing what he's doing in the entertainment world, and he's flawless about it. He doesn't have much sleep doing it. And I love talking to, as I call him, Stray. His big brother. And I was working the World Series, Tigers, Giants, and Stray said, I have a guy I'd like to take you out to dinner. What, would you mind? And I looked him up, and I said, nah, I'm not interested. I don't really need that in my life right now. And finally talked me into it, and I met him, and here we are.
So, and do you all live together?
Yes.
Did you initially live together in Los Angeles?
Yes.
And you still live in Los Angeles, correct?
Yes.
But do you spend some time in Minnesota too?
Yes, he was with the Los Angeles Kings for several years, 8 years. And we are now with the Minnesota Wild. He is with the Minnesota Wild.
Has what happened at that Marriott had any negative effect on any aspects of your relationship with him?
Yes.
All right, explain.
I feel really guilty. He didn't know me before this happened. And to try to explain to someone that has questions about why I have trust issues, why I'm insecure, why I'm humiliated, why I'm embarrassed, why I am obsessive about checking the internet, he doesn't understand. And he's an athlete. He's just like, you got to move on. You got to go to the next game. You got to leave it alone. Who cares what people think? And it's just not that simple. I feel sad because I think he would have loved the girl more that was there before this happened, and I feel very guilty about that. I don't like to talk to him about this. I want to be the easy breezy girl. I want to be the cool sports reporter Dancing with the Stars host that he's so proud of. I don't want him to see this.
Okay, well, let me move to another subject.
Please.
I mean, let's put it this way. The good outweighs the bad in that relationship, right?
Yes,
And y'all are hanging in there together, right?
we are.
And he's very supportive of you,
He is.
and you're happy to have that relationship.
Very happy.
So, if you're 37 now the whole world knows it,
Thanks.
how old were you when this happened?
29. Really bad math.
So, do you ever consider the prospect of having children?
Yes.
And do you have any concerns about that?
Oh, I wouldn't be human if I didn't have those concerns.
Would you explain your concerns to the ladies and gentlemen?
Oh, I'm 37, but like everything else, I feel like I can do it. And you know what? I'll tackle this. I'll do it.
And what about talking with those children as they grow up?
I think that was always my problem with starting a new relationship. And I said that to my mom and dad when I knew Jarrett and I were going to start having a serious relationship. What he doesn't think about, but I do, is what happens when my kids come home from school and they're like, Mom, kids are saying you're naked on the internet. That's something that's always in my mind. And I'll always have to tell my kid, Mommy didn't do anything wrong. This is why this happened. This is who let her. This is who is accountable for this. And this is why it happened. And then the worst part is the other day, I think someone mentioned, is this still going to be an issue when you're 60? Who's going to explain it to my grandkids? Yes.
So, I want to lighten things up again a little bit, okay?
Please.
To the extent that this is light, I want to go back to that issue of medication.
Okay.
At the beginning of your career, long before this Marriott video thing happened, at the beginning of your career, was there a point where you took some medication for something?
I did.
Okay, explain it to the ladies first.
Lauren Comstock, in her testimony that you saw a couple days ago, said it was with ESPN. I reread my deposition, and I had first stated it was ESPN, and then I came back later. It wasn't when I was with ESPN, and I said that in my deposition. When I went from the Tampa Bay Lightning, my very first job out of college, I then was hired by Turner Sports. They had picked up college football, and they were going to try college football. And I was assigned to a couple games, and I was actually assigned to the football package. And I was excited. I was pumped. This was national television. And I would call my parents before the games in the morning I remember a couple games, stomach was just a little uneasy. And I had said something to my mom about it, and she said, you know, you go see your gynecologist, maybe just mention it to her. And I had mentioned when I went to the gynecologist that I just said my stomach's a little off. And she had mentioned, well, if you need something to calm you down, here's Lexapro. I took it for 2 games. I wasn't into it. I got more confident and realized it was just my first time being on national television doing sidelines. I got it. I'm fine.
So that would have been around 2001, 2002, something like that?
Yes.
Probably.
Sure.
Okay. And so how many times did you take that Lexapro?
I think 1 or 2 games.
And did it help your stomach?
No.
Okay. Another light positive subject was when you moved from ESPN to Fox.
Yes.
Okay, so this happened a few years after this Marriott video came out, correct?
Correct.
And could you tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that switch meant and why it made you excited?
I had been at ESPN for 8 years, wonderful years. They groomed me and I really believe made me into the reporter that I turned out to be. But there were other things I wanted to try. I'd worked a ton of college national championship games.
Alright guys, it's unclear why we lost the feed. I'm going to go ahead and work to get that back for you. In the meantime, I want to go ahead and take you guys to Texas Live where Ted Cruz is about to cast his ballot in the primary.
Llegaron las viejas, querido. Mira, boludo, que ya vienen llegando las viejas.
I see them. I hear their voices every once in a while. I'm sure they. Good day.
What is that?
I think that's true for everyone. I learned the lesson yesterday from my army.
Oh, I saw you last night.
Yeah. I'm like, you know what?
Well, you win the award for biggest microphone.
Yeah. Trying to avoid that.
So you're going to keep doing this? Your job? Is that really the same ever? Even for special Olympics?
Señor Garcia.
Lifetime award? All right. Whatever you say. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Maybe at lunchtime.
Moved from the room I was pre-booked in. I want to be moved. I also say if someone is asked to be next to me, they need to call me. I also ask for there not to be any phone calls placed to my room. I also tell them that I have a gentleman traveling with me, and I put a name of a man traveling with me. I then go to my room alone. I will not allow anyone to bring bags up to my room at all. I will not allow them to put them in my room at all. I instantly cover the peephole, and then I do a check of the room. I look everywhere. I look for lights, I look for red lights, I look to see if there's cameras. I check the bed, I check the alarm clock, I check the phone. I booby trap my room. I also will not stay in an adjoining room at all. And if a room is adjoining, I ask to be taken out. I'll walk back down there. Also, if it's very far, I'll walk back down as well. I'm trying to think what else. Do not disturb, even room service. I do not let them bring it in my room. I grab it. And then when I'm in bed, I just try to I look at the air conditioning grate. I make sure there's no lights. I try to see if there's any cameras. The bathrooms I look over pretty good just to make sure there's nothing, any sort of camera there.
When you say you booby trap the room?
Sorry.
Explain, that's okay.
I put a piece of paper down by the door, so when I leave, if someone comes into the room, I can tell. Just put something by it, so if somebody walks in, I can just tell.
Did you ever consent to being filmed like this?
No.
Did you ever consent to the hotel's actions that you've heard about in this courtroom?
No.
Did you expect the hotel, when you went in there, to protect your privacy?
Yes.
Did you expect the hotel to provide you security?
Yes.
You started to mention yesterday what the FBI told you about what they had discovered about what had happened at the hotel. What did they tell you?
Yes, Your Honor, hearsay. We have a plea agreement that has already been registered.
I'll reframe, Your Honor.
Approved.
Did what the FBI told you verbally affect your mental state and your view of this whole situation?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us what they told you that affected your mental state?
Objection, Your Honor. Same question. The plea agreement has already been introduced. Overruled.
You heard my dad talk about the night. First of all, let me tell you, when there's an FBI investigation, never had one in my life, you don't know what's going on. And I was already working college football, so I'm going away every weekend. Well, I did 2 games a week, and I have no idea what's happening. I'm traveling, and I'm trying to worry about, Auburn, Tennessee, and I have no idea what's happening. We got a call the weekend that he was arrested, and they just said, just get ready. I don't know what that means. So it's Friday night. I think I had a noon or 1 o'clock game in Tennessee, and we got a call, and it was the U.S. attorney and a member of the FBI, and they said, we've got him. He's in custody. Okay. They said, we're just letting you know we're releasing an FBI report in a matter of minutes. It will be public record, so everybody will see this. Okay. How's Tennessee doing this season? Who's their quarterback? Oh, the FBI report's coming out. Okay. So we start looking at it. My dad and mom are on the phone. We start talking about it. The U.S. Attorney, the FBI, they can't stay on the phone. Obviously, they're busy. We start seeing what happened. What I learned from the FBI and what was in the FBI report is that he would call the hotel, Nashville Marriott, and say, "Is she there?"
Okay. I'll suspend objection to this.
Okay.
I understood you. Thank you. Okay, just a couple of more things. If the hotel had called you on September 3 or September 4 of 2008 and said there is a man named Michael Barrett who wants a room next to you, would you have done the same thing you told us about yesterday, call the police and leave the hotel?
Yes.
Do you believe you will ever get over this?
No.
Take a 10, 15 minute recess.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, guys, while we wait for that feed to come back, let's go ahead and go live now to Texas, where I believe Ted Cruz is about to cast his ballot. Stay tuned, guys. Super Tuesday, Ted Cruz coming up, about to cast his ballot in Texas.
long chance. I think it's right.
When is that? Now, did y'all move from Houston to McAllen? You like it? One of our lawyers on the campaign is from McAllen. Her dad's a doctor.
Snow day. Raining too hard. Too high.
But your wife and kids, they're in Utah? They're in McAllen.
Yeah, I rented it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, this one's down.
You should just have
We're not buying it.
I hate the anticipation.
That's what we did for like 2 years, and we ended up moving back. So, not that I could have bought a house or anything. Yeah. Okay. All right. We'll cover the election.
We're all in this together.
Where's that stuff
I just
like
like when I have
The left one's right there. Okay. Very good to see you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We'll get your schedule in place.
I did see that.
So, yeah. It's a nice big night, though. Okay. I haven't done one, so I would like to talk about it. I have no concept of it right now. Can you text me?
Shouldn't that be red?
It will be me and Gilbert. This is my team right here. Gilbert. Catherine. This is the Ted Cruz campaign. So, this is
Yeah, it's on.
right here. So the two of us work probably together everywhere. Rowan, where you want?
25.
Let us know if there's a chance to get up here. I think it is that outreach.
That's a great picture of it. I like it. Good bright colors.
I'll turn it off right now.
See you in a second.
Morning. Douglas, ¿te quieres venir?
We could have an update.
Dale la vuelta, dale la vuelta.
I just had to bring it up, okay?
Kristen.
Sí, te gusta el reggaetón, mami.
Should have endorsed Jeff.
Pero yo creo que esto va a pasar muy tarde. Hola, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás?
¿Cómo te va, mujer? ¿Ahí te bien? ¿Tu teléfono?
¿Qué tal todo?
¿Quieres verte? ¿Todo bien?
Todo bien, todo tranquilo. Ya regresamos. Desde que te vimos, estuvimos en Oklahoma, en Atlanta.
Muy bien. Yo fui y vine también, ya estaban en la frontera y comencé ahora.
Yo creo que ya después del jueves ya nos vamos a casa a descansar y...
¿Estás en Chicago?
Sí.
Yo quería ir a Detroit, pero no lo veo. Estoy aprobado, pero no.
Ah, Viviana, claro, que está más cerca. Claro, y todo así, la gente se sorprendió mucho por eso, su picture course que había 50
It's right there.
Aquí va a ver.
So I was asking why is it done?
Ella los va entrevistando al hombre del Trump.
Al Trump, sí, le entrevistaba. Eso es muy lamentable, pero...
Please, this is the five. This is the five. Oh, God. Come on, man.
No, yo creo que ya no hay manera de parar. Yo creo que ya están muy esperanzados, pueden ganar esto y lo otro, matemáticamente. Yo creo que básicamente que le dé un patatón y que no sea viable. Nada, y es que a la gente no le interesa, le encanta lo que hay, si contrató indocumentados o si defraudó a no sé quién.
Which is going to go because the small one with the power right now,
Porque si todos los 15 vamos a seleccionar uno para y vamos a hacer campaña por uno y era matemáticamente porque de alguna forma los votos suman más de los votos ya es que nadie lo quiere. Hijo de la contienda, porque él sabe que al irse queda fuera del sistema. Él nadie lo pone en ningún lugar.
Pero ven acá.
Rubio se va y se va. Este sí, este se queda. Ya cuando pasa ya.
¿Cuál, papi? ¿Cuál?
Are you coming down today?
yeah, they're stretched.
Ahí sí, una compañera. Network.
So, are you taking the buyout? We figured.
Oye, que son chavales. Mi mujer está en Mascala y yo nunca la veo un día.
Ya, porque tú usualmente ¿de dónde trabajas?
Yo trabajo en todas partes. Yo en Mascala nada más llego a ver a la familia, dejar el equipo, volverlo a guardar y vamos para el avión.
Claro.
Ella me estaba preguntando cómo estaban las cosas en Magallanes.
No sé.
Ya el fin de semana que viene me voy a tomar 2 días libres porque voy por acá porque
Yo también, yo me voy el jueves a Phoenix, que dice a mi resta necesito ver a mi marido. Yo tengo
puro de entrada. Igual que yo. Yo a veces, mira, cuando llego a la no cocino nada, vamos a comer, a ver la película, vamos al parque, vamos a la tienda, porque ¿cómo te fue? Me encuentras a mí en mi casa doblando ropa en mi casa. Yo no te preocupes, yo hago eso.
Sí, claro. Ella también es venezolana. Por eso no soportan esta vida de viajeros, porque mi marido también es súper americano, súper independiente, entonces no le importa si todo yo no estoy, o lo que sea. Ay, mira que el niño pasita y ella también. Felicidades, linda familia.
Me llevé a los niños el domingo, tenés que ir a los...
All right, guys, we're going to go back to the trial now. The Erin Andrews trial.
Testimony on direct that the internet video could never be removed, that it will forever be up there. In support of our motion, we've attached the initial disclosure, a supplemental disclosure, and Dr. Jansen's testimony. Nowhere contained in any of those three documents is there any opinion offered regarding the ability of one to remove any video, much less the specific video from the internet. There's absolutely no qualification or foundation laid for that. Dr. Jansen in his testimony here, although having never previously informed us of that opinion, laid no foundation for that. More specifically, in his deposition, he was asked several times what the exact opinions he intended to offer at trial. And his response was verbatim each time, that he had been asked to address one question and one question only, and that question being how many people had seen the video. Just to be sure. Another time it was asked, so you are not offering any other opinions regarding damages. His response was, I am only offering opinion about how many people viewed the video. That is a specific number. That is what the entirety of his 60 some odd pages of reports covered. Nowhere contained therein or in his deposition did he ever offer an expert opinion that this video could not be removed or would, in his words, forever be out there on the internet. That was offered for the first time. Now, counsel, we made timely objection. Counsel asked the question 3 different ways, 3 different times. The first time, objection, withdrawn. Second time, objection, withdrawn. Went off to a topic for 3 questions, came back, asked it again, objection outside the scope. The court overruled it, and Mr. Jansen testified. That's why we were not able to anticipate Mr. Jansen's testimony until he actually tried to give it right at the tail end here before the court, based on our pleadings and what has been disclosed to us under Rule 26 in the scheduling order of this court. We'd ask you to strike that testimony from the record.
I read counsel's brief, and unfortunately there are some misstatements in the brief. The sequence of questions, answers, and objections and withdrawals of questions is significantly different than what is in counsel's brief and what counsel has just explained to the court. Fortunately, we have a daily of the testimony. I don't know if the court has the benefit of the daily, but I will be happy to recite what actually happened according to the record. The question was asked by me, last area, teach us, if you would, about getting this sort of thing off the internet. Keep it simple. Now, by the way, that question was a natural flow from the fact that it's still going on, and his supplemental report talked about it still going on, and it's a natural flow of, can you get it off? But whether it's a natural flow or not, Your Honor, there was no objection to that question. None. Contrary to what counsel just told you. The record reflects that the witness then answered, well, there's a saying that once it's on the internet, it's on the internet, and I know of no way to get it off. Just in doing continued research, people are still posting the video online a year ago, 6 months ago, a month ago, last night. So many people have individual copies out there. I don't know of any way, I can't think of any way sitting here to get it off. That was the answer to my first question. The question was not objected to. There was no effort to stop the answer. Nothing. The record is clear that it's a question and an answer. Then, counsel just said that I asked this question 3 times and they objected every time. Well, clearly, that was the first time and they didn't object. The second time, the question was, will it basically, in your opinion, be on there for the rest of her life? Question mark. Objection, speculation. The court overruled the objection. The only objection was speculation, not anything about Rule 26. In fact, Rule 26 wasn't mentioned at all in the record with regard to any of these questions. But in any event, the court overruled the objection to speculation. Notwithstanding that, the record reflects that I said, I'll withdraw and ask a different question. So there was not an answer given to that question, which was the second question I asked, to which the only objection was speculation. So we go to the third question. My question was, will she have any way of getting it all off the internet? That was the question. Mr. Usury said, Your Honor, may we approach? And I said, you know what, Your Honor, I'll withdraw the question and ask my final question. And then my next question was about the fact that it's in other parts of the world as well. So here's the point. There was no objection to the first question at all. The testimony came in without objection. There was an objection to my second question of speculation only, and that was overruled, and nonetheless I withdrew the question. And then there was a may we approach about my third question, and I withdrew the question. So there's nothing that was done improperly here. All the proceedings were appropriate. The court's rulings and decisions were appropriate, and they just want to make me look bad. And that's not fair.
Your Honor, I have the transcript here. I've highlighted it for my own purposes. And as is the case in several instances, Mr. Boylett simply stopped reading where he wanted to stop reading. But let me start at the beginning. The question he asked that started this whole issue at the end of Dr. Jansen's testimony was, last area, teach us, if you would, about getting this sort of thing off the internet. Keep it simple. Now, the question was, can you get it off the internet? It implies a present indication. Nothing about the question indicates that this is for time infinite or for the next 50 years. The question was simply, can you get it off the internet right now? And he provides the answer as Mr. Boylett indicated. That's not the first question. The first question is what followed. Will it basically, in your opinion, be there for the rest of her life? Objection, speculation. Overruled, withdrawn. Next question. Will she have any way of getting it all off the internet? Your Honor, may we approach? At this point, I am asking to approach the bench to talk about how this is not contained within any of the expert disclosures or his deposition. That's the second question, not the third. It is immediately withdrawn. That is not the last question that Mr. Boylett asked Dr. Jansen. Quite the contrary, the deposition or the transcript goes on for another page about other areas, and then at the very end, and in your opinion, will it ever come down off the internet? Objection, Your Honor, this is outside the scope. Did I say Rule 26? No. But is Mr. Broylette indicating that he didn't understand what outside the scope was when he knew full well what his expert had disclosed in 2 supplemental reports in a deposition? The key is this was never contained within any disclosures or the deposition. The very purpose of disclosures and the deposition provided of an expert is for us to be able to be aware of the opinions. This is not an instant. I know I've said this previous to the court. A disclosure is that, a disclosure. It is not on us to pull from him, the expert, what his opinions are going to be. They are required to be disclosed to us. This opinion was not disclosed prior to the very end of his testimony. Objections were laid to all 3 questions that brought in this permanency that the plaintiffs are trying to backdoor in through Dr. Jansen. Proper objections were laid at the speculation point. He had not laid a proper foundation for it. At the second time I asked to approach to address these very issues, the question was withdrawn before we could approach. On the third time, I brought up the scope of Mr. Jansen's testimony, and the court overruled it. Having gone back and read the transcript and having gone back and gone through the 2 reports and his deposition, we hereby file this motion asking the court to strike that testimony as it was not contained with any expert disclosure.
The court will deny the motion to strike the testimony of Dr. Jensen. This is a reasonable extrapolation or extension of his Rule 26, regardless of the motion during the question period where there was objections. So let's move on with the trial. See?
Good morning. Yes.
Okay, let's talk about that. A lawsuit would agree you've made claims against my client, Mr. Barrett, correct?
Yes.
And you're seeking money for those claims, right?
Yes.
My clients dispute that they're liable to you, right?
Yes.
So you would agree with me that we have a disagreement?
Yes.
So we're going to talk through and see what we agree on and what we disagree on. But what I'm going to do is break it down, because you've got the lawsuit against my 2 clients, but there's also one against Mr. Barrett, who's invisible in here. So we're going to break it down. We're going to talk about both of them. I'm saying this so you don't think I'm trying to trick you. We're going to start with Mr. Barrett. We will go later to my client. You got plenty of time to talk about that before. Starting with Mr. Barrett. Are you a victim of a crime?
Yes.
Do you agree on that? Is what Mr. Barrett did to you a crime?
Yes.
We agree on that too. Why do you think there are criminals in this world?
I don't know.
Would you agree with me that criminals are people that want to hurt people or to take things from people? Do we agree on that?
I'm not at liberty to say. I don't know.
Well, there may be other reasons, but can we agree on that much?
Can you repeat your question, please?
That criminals are people that want to hurt people or take things away from people.
Yes.
On September 4th of 2008, could you ever envision someone like Mr. Barrett doing to you something like what he did to you?
No.
Do you think that there is anybody in this courtroom on this planet that thinks less of you because of what Mr. Barrett did to you?
Yes.
Who do you think thinks less of you?
Names, I don't know, but I read about it every day.
That people think less of you?
Yes.
Do you think there are people around this world who think more of you because of what happened to you?
I think people are brave, think I'm brave for standing up to the Marriott.
For standing up to the Marriott. What is the Marriott?
They gave my information to Mr. Barrett and put him next to me.
Wouldn't it go to that in just a second? I'm sorry, Your Honor. Go ahead.
What was your question?
Asked who the Marriott was, and you answered they gave your information.
The Nashville Marriott put him in a room next to me and never called and asked me if that was okay.
Okay. And we're going to get to Marriott in just a second. I told you you'd have all the time in the world to talk about that. But staying with Mr. Barrett, do you agree that there are people that think better and more highly of you because of what Mr. Barrett did to you?
No.
You don't think there's anybody that thinks higher of you because of what he did to you?
No.
The girls that you talked about in your direct testimony that say they want to grow up and be like you don't think they think higher of you?
Because I'm a victim of a crime?
And what you've been through?
I didn't understand that's how you asked it.
Well, given that we've now had this clarification, would you agree with me that people think higher of you?
Can you re-ask the question?
Sure. Don't you think there are people in this world that actually think higher of you because of the way that you have handled this, what Mr. Barrett did to you?
The way I've handled all of this, yes.
All right, so we agree on Mr. Barrett. He committed a crime. He is a criminal. In fact, you saw his guilty plea. You were there for that. You testified to it.
Yes.
Actually, can you see that? I apologize for my name.
I can.
Can you read my line?
Yes.
Okay, more important question. All right, you just talked about what the Vanderbilt Marriott did to you, that they released information about you and put him in the room next to you, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about that. You talked about with Ms. Brolette on the direct testimony, what all the people have testified over the last week said about what happened, right?
Yes.
You saw testimony from Mr. Barrett. He said that he never said your name to anybody at the Vanderbilt Marriott. Did you see that?
I didn't. I left the room.
That's right. I'm sorry. Do you agree, if he said that that's the truth?
No.
if there is a woman at the Vanderbilt Marriott who's going to come in here and testify, who worked at that front desk, who testifies that he never said your name to her, would you say that's untruthful?
Yes.
You did sit through the testimony of Renee Bonacontri, right?
I did.
She's the vice president of Marriott for reservations at the time.
Yes.
Ms. Bonacontri testified that it's possible that Mr. Barrett contacted Marriott International to inquire whether you had a hotel at the Vanderbilt Marriott, right? Remember that?
I don't remember if she said Marriott International, no.
If she did testify to that, do you think that was untruthful?
No.
So you agree it's possible he called called the Marriott International to confirm whether you were staying at the Vanderbilt Marriott on that day?
I know what I was told by the FBI.
Well, the question is, are you saying what she said under oath in this courtroom is untruthful? If you don't know, that's fine.
I don't know.
You heard her testify that you called, there was a second call, put a perspective for you. I'm really not trying to trick and track, trying to find out where we agree and disagree, because there's certainly agreements and disagreements. Got that?
I got it.
Okay. There was a second call, right, that she testified to? Ms. Bonacontri?
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Did Ms. Bonacontri testify that he called Marriott International to reserve a room, and that Marriott International took that call? Do you have a reason to dispute that?
No.
If she testified that in that call, Mr. Barrett said, I request room next to Erin Andrews, and that request was made of Marriott International, do you have a reason to dispute that?
No.
If Ms. Bonacontri testified that the woman that worked for Marriott International, Takima Baker, you heard her testimony.
I did.
If Ms. Bonacontri testified that Takima Baker, one, worked for Marriott International, do we dispute that? Is there any reason I don't dispute that?
I'm so lost with your question. I'm sorry. Can you
Sure,
repeat
you
it?
can do that anytime.
Okay.
Please, and I'm being sincere. Please have me rephrase that.
Okay.
I'll do that. If Ms. Bonacontri testified under oath that Takima Baker worked for Marriott International, do you dispute that?
No.
If Ms. Bonacontri testified under oath that Takima Baker took that reservation that Mr. Barrett made, do you dispute that?
No.
If Ms. Bonacontri testified that Takima Baker took that reservation, put it in the Marriott International system, but put it in the wrong field, the information field, instead of the S field, would you disagree with that?
No.
If Ms. Bonacontri testified that by putting that in the I field, that the local franchise hotel could not see that, would you disagree with that?
I do disagree with that.
Tell me why.
Because we heard in court that the local Marriott has access to the Marcia in the back of the office. This is what we heard, and they could have gone and looked to see that I was there.
Okay. If it's in the I field, as Ms. Bonacontri testified, and that the I field would only show up in the Marriott International system, do you disagree with that?
I don't even know what an I field is. Sorry.
So then you do or don't have a reason to disagree with that?
I don't even understand the question.
If Ms. Bonacontri testified that it went into a field that was for information purposes only within Marriott International, are you saying that her testimony was truthful or untruthful?
I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. You heard Mr. Strachan testify?
I did.
And Mr. Strachan was then the head of housekeeping for the local franchise hotel, right?
Yes.
He became the director of operations, right?
Yes.
And now he testified that he is the general manager at a Holiday Inn here, right?
Yes.
Remember that? If Mr. Strachan testified, do you remember looking at the screen with the information? I don't remember the exhibit number now. Do you remember looking at that up on the screen when Mr. Strachan was testifying?
Yes.
If Mr. Strachan testified that what was on that information that went to that Marriott front desk from Marriott International was a reservation request by Mr. Barrett, would you disagree with that?
I'm already lost with the question. I'm sorry. I don't know the computer systems or any of that.
If Mr. Strachan testified that what was presented here in this court is a copy of what Mr. Barrett's reservation request was that went through Marriott International and sent to the Marriott franchise here, would you disagree or do you dispute that?
I agree.
Mr. Strachan testified that on that request, Mr. Barrett asked for a king room, right? Remember that?
I don't, sorry.
If Mr. Strachan testified that that request by Mr. Barrett was for a king room, do you dispute that?
I don't remember. I just remember the adjoining and connecting room.
If Mr. Strachan testified that the room next to you was 2 double beds, do you dispute that?
I remember him saying that.
If Mr. Strachan testified that that local franchise hotel would not have put Mr. Barrett in a 2 double bed room when he had a king request, do you dispute that?
I do.
Why is that?
I don't think he cared what bed he was in. I think he wanted to be in the room next to me and they let him do it.
Okay, we'll get to that in just a second. What
Okay.
I'm saying is that before Mr. Barrett, we're going to walk through this slowly.
Okay.
Before Mr. Barrett got there, and on that reservation request was a king bed request room. And Mr. Strachan testified that the local franchise would not have put him in a double bedroom based upon that request. Do you dispute what Mr. Strachan said?
Didn't we also hear, though, if you're a silver in the Marriott's reward system, you already get a king? That's what I remember. I don't remember him, but I remember that in his testimony.
Well, what he testified to, he had a guaranteed king, right?
Right. I remember that.
And based on him having a guaranteed king bedroom, they would not have assigned him a double bedroom next to you. Do you remember that?
I remember him saying that.
Are you saying he's not being truthful with that?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, I don't think it mattered what kind of bed he was in. I know he just wanted to be next to me. They told him I was there, and they put him next to me.
So that gets me back to the other question. If Mr. Barrett testified that he never used your name, are you saying that he wasn't being truthful?
Yes.
If Mr. Barrett has testified that, from his opinion, obviously the jury will ultimately decide this case. So I'm not taking that away from the jury. But if Mr. Barrett testified that no one was responsible for this other than him, you disagree with that too?
Yes.
But you do agree Mr. Barrett is responsible?
Yes.
I think the record is clear on this, but just to make sure, you know that Mr. Barrett stalked you at another hotel before one Marriott franchise, right?
Yes.
In fact, he stalked you at 2 prior hotels before the Vanderbilt Marriott, right?
Yes.
And he filmed you at another hotel prior to the Vanderbilt Marriott, right?
Yes.
And he filmed you at it was the Blackwell Hotel, right?
Yes.
And he filmed you at the Blackwell Hotel in February of 2008. a basketball game? Do you happen to recall that at all?
I covered a lot of Ohio State basketball games.
In the context of what happened in this terrible case of Mr. Barrett?
I don't try to focus on dates that this happened to me.
But the incident, would you agree with me, the incident at the Marriott, at the Blackwell Hotel in Ohio was before the incident at the Marriott here in Nashville?
Yes.
And Mr. Barrett has testified in this case there were some 10 to 15 other women that he also stalked and obtained video from. You're aware of that?
I didn't read his testimony or watch it.
So you've not heard that?
I have heard some figures, yes.
Were those the approximate figures you've heard?
I heard 14.
In a lawsuit, let's see, again, it goes back into context. In a lawsuit, you have a party who's a plaintiff who sues a defendant, right? Or defendants, like in this case, right? We agree on that?
Yes.
Would you agree with me also that the plaintiff sues the defendants and proves that they're liable, that they did something wrong? We take the liable off. Plaintiff sues defendants and shows that the defendants did something wrong, correct?
Yes.
And then also sues for money, or in law we call it damages, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to switch now away from the liability. I got to give you context. Right? We're switching to the damages, right?
Yes.
And so in the damages, so the jury will have to determine is what compensates you for the damages. And you've talked about a lot of things with the jury over the last couple of days. So there's a few more things I do want to bring up with you. You get out here for the jury so they can make a fair and impartial decision. In this case, you found out in July of 2009 that you had been stalked, and right?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett was arrested in October of 2009, which I know, but also this circuit should have to be amended. Testimony.
Yes.
Right. Between September of 2009 and October of 2009, before he was arrested, give you context, based on what you testified to, you were doing terrible.
Yes.
You had talked about the media and what the media was doing during that time period and questioning whether it was legitimate or not legitimate.
Yes.
In this case, and your counsel brought up TMZ, and you talked about TMZ. There's a question about TMZ.
I don't remember, but okay.
That's fine, that's fine.
Okay.
In this case, did you find out that TMZ actually knew about this in 2009?
I didn't know the date that they found out about it.
But they knew about it before July 2009.
I didn't know the date that they found out.
Do you know whether it was before July 2009?
I do know.
And it was before July 2009, right?
Yes.
Have you since found out that TMZ, after July of 2009, waited until late September, early October 2009 to give the FBI Mr. Barrett's IP address?
I heard that.
What do you think about that?
What's your question?
What do you think about that? Does that upset you?
To be honest with you, the only thing I think about is the fact that they were able to give the IP to the FBI, and that's how we found Barrett, and that's how we found the Nashville Marriott. That's all I think about.
Hadn't you, maybe I wrote this down, I thought that you had already identified, based on the jeans that you were wearing, that was at the Marriott Hotel.
That's where, you're correct, yes.
All right, so Marriott Hotel had already been identified before October 2000.
In my mind, and then that's when they found him and they went to the Marriott and they got his record and they saw he was next to me.
And to your knowledge, are you aware that the local franchise worked with the FBI to find out what happened? You're aware of that? Right?
No.
You testified about the media and what the media did during that time period. You mentioned the New York Post and how terrible that made you feel with the cover of the New York Post.
Yes.
Did you ever contact them to ask them why they did that?
No.
And then you had talked about Fox News and what they did. What did Fox News do?
They played the video on their broadcast.
It was modified. I hope it wasn't.
There were bars over my body parts.
And then we had taken your deposition some months ago out in Malibu. Remember that?
Santa Monica?
Santa Monica, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Santa Monica. And you had talked about Bill O'Reilly particularly upsetting you on something he had done. Is that right?
Yes.
What was it he did?
This was all the media saying she's just doing this for attention.
And is that what he said?
I don't remember what he said, sir.
Did Marriott ever put out a story about you during that time period?
I wasn't.
About Marriott franchise here.
I wasn't paying attention to what the Marriott was doing.
Now, Mr. Barrett was caught in October 2009, correct?
Yes.
And he pleaded guilty in July of 2009, correct?
Yes. Wait, pled guilty in July?
Did I say July?
Yes.
December, I'm so sorry. Thank you for getting, do that again. If I do that, you'll correct me. December of 2009.
Okay.
So
Yes.
he was caught in October of 2009, right?
Yes.
He didn't plead guilty before he got caught. But caught in October 2009, pleaded guilty in December of 2009, right?
I don't even remember the dates.
Does that sound about right?
Sure. Yes.
You were there, though.
I was.
And then you had talked about Ms. Comstock that you went to see. You went to see her the first time in probably March of 2012, right?
If that's what the records are, my dates are awful.
Does that sound about right?
Yes.
If she testified to that, you wouldn't dispute
I trust her.
And if she testified that you last saw her in April of 2013, you wouldn't dispute that, right?
No, that's correct.
So, the first lawsuit that you filed against my clients here in Tennessee was in July 10, correct?
If that's what you have.
And that one was dismissed by you. You elected to dismiss it, right? Which is right under the law. There's no problem.
Objection, Your Honor. That implies something that the court knows is not accurate.
No, Your Honor, I'm not trying to imply anything. It's her right under the law to do that.
So far, legit.
That's as far as I'm going.
Over.
And then that was dismissed in December of 2010, right? You recall?
I don't recall any of this. In my mind, I was just working, and if this is what was said, sure. Let's just worry about football.
Then you refiled this suit that we're in here for now in December of 2011, right?
Yes.
And then you saw Ms. Comstock in March of 2012, right?
Yes.
And so you talked about that you waited, that's almost 3 years from the discovery of Mr. Barrett until you saw Ms. Comstock, right?
Yes.
And about the reason for that, right?
Yes.
You've talked about the stresses that you've had. And again, I want the jury to have all the information for the jury to make its deliberation. So I'm going to add a few more things. You've talked about the stress that this has created for you. I want to talk about a few more things if I could. There were death threats made against you since this happened with Mr. Barrett being arrested and convicted, right?
They weren't on the Dan Patrick show, no.
To the Dan Patrick show.
We had heard about letters sent.
And you saw your counselor for that, right?
No, I was doing Dancing with the Stars.
No, you talked to your counselor about the death threats that were made to the Dan Patrick show, right?
Yes.
There had also been a Twitter feed with a death threat against you since then also, right?
Yes.
And you talked about your boyfriend, Mr. Stoll. He'd gotten injured and had surgery. That upset you a great deal. You talked to your counselor about that, right?
Yes.
And then also Mr. Stoll got arrested for drugs in Las Vegas. And you talked to your counselor about that, right?
Yes.
That was very upsetting to you.
Yes.
And all those things have happened since the lawsuit was filed, right?
Yes. Not compared to what happened at the
That's
Marriott.
fine.
But yes.
And with respect to your career, when this happened in July of 2009, you were working for ESPN. I'm sorry, when you found out about this in July of 2009, you were working for ESPN, right?
Yes.
After that, you got a second contract with ESPN, right?
Yes.
It was a better contract than you had the first time, right?
Yes.
After that, you got a contract with Fox Sports, right?
Yes.
And that was a better contract than you had in your second contract with ESPN, right?
Yes.
Since July of 2009, you've also done endorsements, right?
Yes.
Done endorsements for True Biotics, right?
Yes.
I saw those. Very good.
What?
I said, I saw those ads. They were very good. I really compliment.
Oh.
You also got an endorsement for Reebok.
Yes.
You also got an endorsement for Degree Antiperspirant.
Yes.
You also got an endorsement for Diet Mountain Dew.
Yes.
You also got an endorsement for Florida Orange Juice.
Yes.
You also got an endorsement for Physique 57. You also got an endorsement for SK Energy Shots.
Yes.
You also got recent endorsement for Victoria's Secret.
No.
It's not recent?
It's not an endorsement.
Oh, just in a commercial?
Yes. I was playing a head coach.
I'm sorry. I saw the commercial. I didn't know whether it was an endorsement or not.
No.
Do you have an endorsement for Gillette Shave Gel?
No.
What is that?
I didn't have one
Did you
for
appear?
No. Oh, yes. For men's shaving, yes.
And then you were the host of the 2015 CMT Awards.
I was.
And you worked the red carpet at the Oscars you talked about.
Yes.
You were on the PayPal Twitter contest during the Super Bowl 50.
I was.
And also Ladies Night Out at Super Bowl 50.
Yes.
Your income has gone up substantially since this occurred. Is that correct?
Sustained.
Now, may we approach?
I've already ruled on that. I've already ruled on it. Sustained. I've ruled on it before. Continue.
May I approach into inquire with the board question?
Shaving, yes.
And then you were the host of the 2015 CMT Awards.
I was.
And you worked the red carpet at the Oscars you talked about.
Yes.
You were on the PayPal Twitter contest during the Super Bowl 50.
I was.
And also Ladies Night Out at Super Bowl 50.
Yes.
Your income has gone up substantially since this occurred. Is that correct?
Sustained. I've already ruled on that. I'm not moving it. I've already ruled on it. Sustained it. I ruled on it before. Continue.
May I throw this into the Department of Work question?
All right, guys, we are going to cut out of this Erin Andrews trial and instead go to Ohio, where Donald Trump is about to hold a rally.
So this all began on June 16th, standing in New York City at Trump Tower and standing with my wife, who did a beautiful job last night on Anderson Cooper, I have to tell you. She did a great job. And standing there. Oh, we're going to build the wall. Don't worry about it. Oh, we'll build the wall. That wall is getting taller with every interview these ex-Mexican presidents do. Getting taller, taller. It's getting up there, I'll tell you what. Did you ever see such anger? The ex-Mexican president. Oh, I like my plane better than that, right? Did you ever see such anger? You know, it's very interesting. I have to, let's get to this for 1 second, because the anger of Vicente Fox, the ex-president of Mexico, was unbelievable. And to think that, and he used a horrible word. Can you imagine if I would have used that word? Oh, front page headlines. Nobody even talks about the word he used. I keep saying, what about his foul language? What about, they don't write it. Boy, would they write it if I said that word. I won't repeat the word because they'll make a big deal out of it. But he used horrible language. But more importantly, he was so angry. And the reason he was angry wasn't the wall that you bring up. The reason he was angry is that nobody ever speaks to these countries with authority. We're like the whipping post where everyone takes. And essentially he's saying, how dare you speak to Mexico like this? Now, just so you understand, I love the Hispanic people. I just won in Nevada, as you know. We won all of them, but I just won in Nevada, and they did a poll of the Hispanics, and I won by a lot over second place, by a lot. We're going to win the Hispanic vote. We're going to do great, because I'm going to bring jobs back from China. I'm going to bring jobs back from Japan. We're bringing our jobs back, folks. We're bringing our jobs back. But the anger of ex-President Fox, it's almost like, how dare you? They've got to get used to it. They've got to get used to it, folks, because we're going to reverse the tables. And you know what? The interesting thing, we will have a better relationship with Mexico than we have now. We don't have a good relationship. Remember Sergeant Tamburisi, who was in, and he was in jail. We couldn't get him out. I helped him along after he got out. I helped him a lot, actually. But we couldn't get him out. All right, that looks nice. Don't we love it? It's always nice. We couldn't get him out of jail, and we had a president that I don't think he made one phone call. I don't think he made a phone call, and he was in there for a long, long period of time. So we're going to get the respect of other nations. We lose, as an example, with Mexico, $58 billion a year on trade. So we have a trade deficit. We have a trade deficit of $58 billion. And when they say the wall, these politicians come up to me and they say, Donald, you don't really mean Mexico's going to pay for the wall. I said, you don't understand. 100%. They go, no way you're going to get them to pay. They used to say, no way you're going to build the wall. Now, the other day, I hear this Rubio, I call him, correct. I call him Little Marco. He said I had small hands. Actually, I'm 6'3", not 6'2", but he said I had small hands. They're not small, are they? I never heard that one before. I've always had people say, Donald, you have the most beautiful hands. Right? No, I never heard that one. But that's politicians. They do this stuff. And he wanted to be Don Rickles, and it hasn't worked because he's gone down. He's gone down. But I see this guy, and he's doing a thing. We will build a wall. I said, where did this come from all of a sudden? And the same thing with Ted Cruz. I call him Lion Ted. We will build a wall, he says. Lion Ted, we will build a wall. Anything you do, you take a position, and then you see him on television when he's not around you, and he says exactly the opposite of what your position is. The only advantage I have is that we have a big, big speaker out there. We have a lot of people, so we can call people when they lie. But these politicians are bad. I mean, they lie, and we're going to get it straightened out, folks. We don't have to lie. We don't have to lie. We don't have to lie. So it all began on June 16th, the famous escalator ride. And I said to my wife, we got to do it. Oh, good. They're friends. Thank you. Thank you. I was hoping it was a protester so the cameras would show what a big crowd we have. Oh, so many horrible, so many false stories. So many. The only way they show our crowds is when there's a protester. And sometimes I'm going to have to start doing this. Would anybody like to play protester today? I'd like to put them right in the corner of that room, right in the corner. You know, for a long time I said, oh, the cameras are very modern, they don't move. Because my wife would always say, you never show the crowd. And then one day we had a protester, and those cameras, they bend like a pretzel. Believe me, they move. Because it's negative. Because I'll tell you what, the media is the most dishonest. These are worse than politicians. They are the most, true. They are the most dishonest people that you'll deal with. They know what's going on. A story was written last night from a failed paper in Iowa. Can you believe it? And a failed paper in Iowa. And it was a story about having people evicted from one of my rallies. And I was in the airplane. I have nothing to do with it. I show up. I didn't even know anything happened. And they wrote this vicious story, and it gets picked up by everybody. And this is a paper that's an enemy of ours with a writer who is horrible. And they pick it up all over the place. And they said Donald Trump ordered him out. I was in my plane. I was traveling. I didn't even know these people. They are such liars. They are disgusting people, I'm telling you, most of them. No, you have about 20% of them that are good. 10%, by the way, I have to say, 10% are actually great. 20% are good, but for the most part, the worst. So here's some good news. This just came out. I have to tell you before we get to the escalator. CNN, Trump, 49. Lightweight Senator Marco Rubio, 16. Lion Ted Cruz, 15. Good guy, he is a good guy. Ben Carson, 10%. Ever hear Kasich? I won't. We'll save that for after tonight. We'll be back. We'll be saving it for after tonight. Because I'll tell you what, we really want to win Ohio. We're going to win Ohio. And we're up. You know, the beauty is we're up quite a bit against him. He's your sitting governor. And I always say, and I say it respectfully, and I like him, but it helps when your state happens to hit oil. Do you agree? Doesn't that help? It does help. You hit oil. Fracking is a great thing. What's happened with fracking, what's happened with energy, and what's going on with energy is a great thing. Now, in Florida, I think I'm like 21 points up on a senator that never shows up. He hasn't shown up to vote. He's got the worst voting record in the United States Senate. And I'll tell you, honestly, he's defrauded the state of Florida because he got elected and he doesn't vote. He doesn't do anything. He's passed nothing. Ted has passed nothing. Ted will filibuster, but you got to do more than filibuster. You got to get people to do something. You got to get bills passed. You got to get other people to go in and pass good legislation that's going to be positive, not just stand up there, talk. 99 guys are watching him. And they're saying, when is this guy going to get the hell so we can get back? You got to get people somehow to work together. Our country is so unbelievably divided. It's divided politically. It's divided among white and black. It's divided in so many ways. We're going to bring our country together, folks. We're going to bring it together. We have to bring it together. And people don't know that about me. I bring people together. You know, when I say that sometimes, I'll get a snicker from the wise guys in the press. It can't get worse than it is right now. You have African-American youth, 59% unemployment. You have African-Americans in their prime, just so badly treated in terms of unemployment. We're going to bring this country of ours, we're going to bring it together. You know, our theme is Make America Great Again, right? Well, honestly, we want to make it great for everybody. We want to make it great for everybody, and we're going to do it. We're going to bring it together. So when I came down, I said to my wife, and let me tell you, it takes guts. I'm not a politician. I never did. I've employed tens of thousands of people over the years. I've employed thousands and thousands of Hispanics. That's why I'm doing well with Hispanics. They understand what's going on. But, and I'll give you an example. The United States government has a job that they're putting out to bid. They put it out 2 years ago. Oh, I hear a noise. Hello. Hello. Is that a friendly noise or an unfriendly noise? All right. Goodbye, darling. Never ends. Never ends. Never ends. That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. Goodbye. By the way, do we love our police? They do such a great job. They do such a great job. They are so underappreciated. And do we love our vets? We're going to take care of our vets, folks. And we're going to rebuild our military. It's totally depleted. We're going to rebuild our military. Bigger, better, stronger. And nobody's going to mess with us again, folks. Nobody. 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 Thank you. Thank you. Do we love each other in this room? It's love. It's love. Hey, a friend of mine comes to see me, and he's a very, very successful guy. And I was speaking in front of a crowd of 21,000 people. The other night in Alabama, we had 35,000 people in a football field. And he was there. It was awesome, right? And he's a really successful guy, somebody that you all sort of would have heard of from a business success. And he said, how do you do that? He said, if I have to speak in front of 10 people, I can't sleep at night. I said, let me tell you something. There is such love in those rooms and those stadiums and those areas that I speak. It's actually easy. There's love. It's like a family. It's love. It really is, too. It really is. It's love. So when I came down that escalator, I said, you know what? Let's just do it. And I took a deep breath. I went, whoa. And I came down with Melania, and I looked at what was going on. Horrible, horrible, horrible Iran deal. You look at that horrible deal. We give $150 billion. We get nothing. We get nothing. And you look at our trade deals. They're the worst ever, ever, ever. And we can't go on like this. We cannot continue to lose hundreds of billions of dollars with various countries, China being the worst abuser. And I like China. I have the biggest bank in the world from China, my tenant. I sell millions of dollars worth of condos to Chinese people. I get along great with China. I mean, they're killing us. Their leaders are too smart for our leaders. In Mexico, their leaders are too smart for our leaders. Which is this group here. Get them out of here. Get them out. Out, 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 out. Is the Trump rally the most fun? Seriously. Right? You know, I had two yesterday. We went to Virginia. We went to Georgia. We had two great rallies, big rallies, lots of people, thousands and thousands of people. The first one had quite a few protesters. We had to stop about 3 or 4 times. The second one had none. The second speech I made was better. But you know what? It was more boring. I like the first one more. I love my protesters. We love our protesters, right? So anyway. So what's happening is China this year we're going to have a trade imbalance. We're going to have disruptive. I call it disruptive because that's what it is. But we're going to have a trade deficit of $500 billion, folks. It's not happening anymore. Not going to happen anymore. They've taken our jobs. They've taken our money. They've taken our manufacturing. They've taken our base. Not going to happen anymore. And then I have these guys. I'm a free trader. But free trade has to be smart trade. It has to be equal trade. We can't let these people, these so-called eggheads, and by the way, I guarantee you, my IQ is much higher than theirs, all right? You know, somebody said the other day, yes, well, the intellectuals. I said, what's intellectual? I'm smarter than they are. Many of the people in this audience are smarter than they are. The intellectuals, you know, like they're smart people. These are the same people, the pundits, the pundits. I could tell you every one of them. I mean, I know them so well. I hate to mention their names because you give them credit. But no matter what you do, it's never like up to them. The pundits. So they're saying, Trump will never run. Then I run. Then they say, oh, this is terrible. Then they say, Trump will never sign Form A. That's where you sign your entire life away. I signed Form A. Then they say, well, Trump will never put in his financials because maybe he's not as successful as people think. And then I put in almost 100 pages on time. I didn't even ask. They said he'll ask for delays. I put them in. I had accountants working almost 100, working around the clock. And the numbers turned out to be far, far, far bigger, better assets. I have the best assets in the world, very little debt, tremendous cash flow. And I don't say that in a bragging way. I say it because that's the kind of thinking that our country needs. We need that kind of thinking. So I built a great company, an incredible company, and then I built so much. And then we had The Apprentice. I mean, one of the most successful shows in decades on television. Tremendous show, tremendous success. By the way, NBC renewed me there for many, many episodes because we did great last year. After 14 seasons, it was doing great. And I said, I can't do it. Steve Burke of Comcast came up, a great guy, the boss. He said, Donald, we want to renew you. I said, no, Steve, I'm running for president. I can't do it. You know, you're not allowed to do it because of equal time laws. I said, Steve, I still love it. I said, Steve, I'm running for president. He said, no, you're not. No, you're not. And they renewed it. I said, Steve, I'm not doing it. He said, I don't think you're going to run. Everybody said, I don't think you're going to run. And then I ran. And we picked Arnold Schwarzenegger to be the guy. How will Arnold do compared to Trump? I don't know. You got to be very quick. You got to be, look at the people in the back of the room. Look at that. We can't, the people are still pouring in. Do you think they'll write that? They'll never write that. They'll say, Donald Trump came to Ohio today and he spoke in front of a gathering. There's no gathering. This is one hell of a big hangar. And this place is packed. This place is packed. So I give up a lot. I mean, I give up a 2-hour primetime show. I give up deals. I give up a lot of things. I've written many books, bestsellers, many bestsellers. The Art of the Deal is the #1 selling business book of all time. And by the way, Barack Obama did not read it. John Kerry did not read it, believe me. They did not read it. So I came down the escalator and I said a little thing about trade. And I said, this is going to be about trade. And then during the speech, I said illegal immigration. I started talking about it. Believe me, folks, illegal immigration has turned out to be one of the really big factors in this entire campaign. You wouldn't even be talking about it, you wouldn't be hearing about it if I didn't take all that heat and mention that in my first speech. You wouldn't even be talking about it. And then it turned out that illegal immigration is a much bigger deal than people understood. The crime is incredible. And then you see Kate, beautiful Kate in San Francisco, get shot in the back by a guy that's been here 5 different times he came over, and probably a lot more than that. And then you see other things. Jamil, whose father is an incredible guy who I got to know. He became a friend of mine. Jamil, going to have a football scholarship, great quarterback, great student, going to get a scholarship to the best colleges. And he's a young boy, and he gets shot in the face, 3 or 4 times in the face, going home to see his father, walking on the sidewalk, not touching anybody, not talking to anybody. And you see the veteran, a female, 65 years old, raped, sodomized, and killed in Los Angeles. And you know what? And you say, and that's 3. There are hundreds. It's out of control. And then you see what happens with the economy, and you see what's going on with drugs pouring through our system. And drugs in New Hampshire, you know, I won New Hampshire, and I made a commitment to the people of New Hampshire. I said, I'm going to stop heroin from coming in. It's coming in right through. We're going to stop it. We're going to stop it all over the country. But I made a commitment. I tell you what, New Hampshire, incredible people, because they sort of got me started. We go to New Hampshire. I wasn't favored to win. We won in a landslide. Then we go to, right? Then we go to South Carolina, where the evangelicals are unbelievable people. Unbelievable people. We go to, right? We go to South Carolina, and what happens? I win in a landslide. What happened? And I won with every single group, every single state I won. I won with every. Then we go to Nevada, same thing. We won with the rich. We won with the less than rich. We won with the highly educated. We won with the less than educated. And I always say, I love those people. I love them. I do love them. And we won with everything. We won with men. We won with women. We won with evangelicals. We won with the military. We won with the vets. We won with everybody. And there's a movement going on. There really is. There's a movement going on. 3 weeks ago, Time magazine did the cover story on this movement. They say, in the history of American politics, the history of the United States, there has never been anything like this that's happened. There's never. And I've been watching this Nikki Haley, and so from South Carolina, she's up and she's saying, if you remember her little speech, where she goes and said, well, you know, she was referring to me, so I can practically use the name. But he said, there's great anger, essentially, on behalf of Donald Trump and the people that are with Donald Trump. And by the way, we have the most loyal people in the world. These people are incredible. Every poll shows I can do practically anything, maybe even anything, and nobody's going to leave. Leave me if I do something bad, though. That's okay, don't worry, but I won't. But they say they're the most loyal, where we have this incredible percentage of people. In fact, they said the other night on television, those people will never leave. Whereas other people, they'll leave like if you sneezed incorrectly, they'll leave. They're gone. They're gone. But Nikki Haley said, there's great anger, great anger. And I said to myself, that's interesting. I think she's referring to me. And she's referring to the people, of which I think we have a majority, big by far, in the country. And so what I did is during the debate, 2 debates ago, they said, Mr. Trump, are you angry? Now, I was supposed to say, oh, no, I'm not angry. I'm thrilled with the way the country is being run. Isn't it brilliant? Isn't it brilliant? We get nothing, right? We have bad trade deals. We have bad everything, bad prisoner swaps. How about our famous prisoner swap? 5 for 1, right? 5 for 1. We get a dirty, rotten traitor. They get 5 people that they want desperately. And remember this, 5 people at least were killed going after this guy. We have a real unemployment rate well into the 20s. You know, it's a phony number. That number was developed, this number of 5%. That number to get there was developed by politicians to make them look good. Out like this if we didn't have tremendous unemployment. Our economy stinks. China and everyone else is stealing our jobs. Mexico just took Carrier. You know all about Carrier, right? I see it on television 2 weeks ago. Wonderful people. They could be us. Wonderful people, 1,400 being told by some executive, we're moving to Mexico. Sorry, folks, you're laid off. The devastation of those people, good product. The devastation of those people was horrible to watch it. And I said to people, you know, I'm a free trader, and to be conservative, you're supposed to be a free trader. But you got to be a smart trader. I don't want to say I'm highly anything anymore. I say I am a common sense conservative. Is that okay? Because these so-called conservatives, these, you know, hardline, Donald Trump is calling for a tax on goods coming into our country. Well, if China taxes us, which they do big league and nobody even talks about it, then I'm going to tax them the same amount, okay? All right? Now, what I'm going to do, and I'll tell you, we're losing a lot of our businesses. Pfizer is leaving. Massive Pfizer, the big pharmaceutical company, they're moving. You heard about it. They're leaving our country. Thousands and thousands of jobs. They're moving to Ireland. We're going to stop all of it. But here's the story. Here's the story. Take Carrier, nice and simple. And by the way, United Technologies, part of Carrier, the whole thing is a disaster. They're moving people. So many people moving to Mexico. We got to stop it. We're not going to have any jobs left. Mexico is the new China. Remember this. I love the Mexican people. I love the Hispanic people, but their leaders are too smart for our leaders. Our leaders don't have a clue. Frankly, our leaders are stupid, folks. They're stupid. So here's what we're going to do. And somebody will say, he is not conservative, because there's only one way to stop it. We're going to, and I know it doesn't sound presidential, and I can pick one of my killer negotiators because I know the greatest in the world. Carl Icahn, the great businessman, just endorsed me. I have many other business people endorsing me. They say I'm the only one that knows what I'm talking about, which is true, because I deal with Rubio. I deal with Cruz. These guys don't know anything. They have no clue what's going on, I'm telling you. So I have the big business leaders, the great business leaders, the people that made billions. They don't want money. We have political hacks doing our negotiation. Here's what we're going to do. I'd like to do it myself. I know it's not presidential. They're going to say, that is not presidential. I know I'm the president of the United States, and I call up the head of Carrier. And I start talking to him about 1,400 jobs. The president's not supposed to be doing that, but I'll do it anyway, okay? All right, you mind? You know what? It's too easy. I don't want to give it. We're going to have the greatest negotiators in the world. I know them all. I know the good ones. I know the bad ones. I know the underrated ones that are better than everybody and nobody knows who they are. I know the ones that are highly overrated, that you think are good and no good or not great. Everybody's better than what we have. You know, these are the biggest deals in the world. These are bigger than any company deals. These are deals in the trillions and trillions. Trans-Pacific Partnership, a disaster. It's a disaster. We're giving our country away. That's going to be a disaster. So here's what I'm going to do. The president, sir, is calling you. The president of what? The president of the United States. Oh, he's calling me. Now, here's the head of Carrier. Yes, Mr. President. Whatever your name is, here's the story. You just left 1,400 great people who've worked for you for many years. They've done a great job. They built up your brand. They've done a great job. And you can negotiate with them for wages and all that stuff. You can even move to another part of our country if you have to. But let me tell you something. If you don't move back, we're going to have to talk. And they're going to say, we cannot do that, sir. Okay, good. Here's the story. We are going to charge you a 35% tax on every air conditioning unit that you send across the border to the United States. Every single one. And I'll tell you what's going to happen. If you have one of these lightweight guys, they're brokers, essentially. I call them brokers. But they're lobbyists or they're special interest guys, a lot of power. You see that in the debates where the whole room was filled up with special interests. And I'm self-funding. I'm not getting anything from these people. So I'm the only guy. I had my wife and a few of my kids in the room, and I heard them clapping like crazy. But we have a room loaded up with special interests and lobbyists. So here's what's going to happen. With them, they'll say, and they know it's a bad deal, but with them, they're going to get a call, and that's the end of it. Carrier moves, Carrier bills, Carrier does fine, that's the end, and we take the brunt of it. But here's what's going to happen with me. They're going to call me, people are going to call me friends. I didn't take any of their money. I owe nobody nothing, folks, nothing. You know, N-U-T-T-I-N. Nothing, nothing, nothing. So here's the story. They're going to call me, and I'm going to say, I'm sorry. They're going to have people call me. I'm going to say, hey, I'm sorry. Not going to happen, folks. Not going to happen. And within 24 hours, I will get a call back, probably from the head of Carrier. And he's going to say, Mr. President, I'd like to inform you that we are not going to move out of the United States. We're going to stay where we are, or move to Ohio, or move to someplace else. We'll move to Michigan. We'll move to New York. We'll move to someplace. As long as it's in the United States, folks. And that's what's going to happen, as sure as you're sitting there. Ford Motor Company is building a $2.5 billion plant. I've been speaking about this for over a year. $2.5 billion. You know what that is on a one-story building? Do you have any idea how big $2.5 billion is in Mexico? They're building a massive plant to build cars, trucks, and parts. They're going to sell them all over, but they're selling a lot of them into the United States. Now, how does it help us for Ford to build a plant, close up factories in Michigan and other places, and have this massive plant? It doesn't, okay? The only way, and I'm very good at this stuff, I went to the great Wharton School of Finance, which really is the best school in the world for this, but that's okay. Most people agree. Hardest school to get into, I can tell you, but it's one of the great, great places. But you don't have to. If you didn't go to college, if you didn't go to high school, you're all smart. It's a horrible deal for us. So with Ford, I'd do the same thing. I'd say, if you want to move, that's okay, but you got to pay a 35% tax. And you know, honestly, folks, they're not going to even think about it. Now, I'll be criticized. They'll say, isn't that disgusting? He's not a free trader. Folks, we're losing our ass. We're getting killed. We're getting killed. We're getting killed. Our companies are just, we're like the bully that just gets beat up by everybody. We are losing millions of jobs, millions, not thousands, millions and millions of jobs. We're going to stop. We're going to bring our jobs back from China. We're going to bring our jobs back from Japan, where they sell us cars by the millions, and we give them practically nothing. You want to see a trade imbalance? Take a look at what we take from Japan and what we give them back. It's a joke, okay? So what a lot of people don't understand, and what I understand better than anybody, we have the cards. We have the cards. Because without us, they would have a depression the likes of which you've never seen. We have to a certain extent, untie ourselves with some of these horrible deals we've made. We've got to make better deals, stronger deals, smarter deals. And you know what? China, and I do a lot of business with China, I've made a lot of money dealing against China, not with them, against them, against them. But China doesn't respect us. They make a fortune. We have rebuilt China. It's the greatest theft in the history of the world, what they've done to us. They've taken everything, our money, our jobs, our manufacturing. Boeing is now building massive plants in China. Then they're going to devalue their currency, and all of a sudden, in South Carolina and in Seattle and in the different places, all of a sudden they're going to say, well, we're not making too many planes. They're going to make them in China. I know exactly what's going to happen. And they wouldn't have done the plant except when they made a big order from China. China said, we're going to order these 300 planes, but we want you to build a massive plant. And I know what's going to happen. Once the plant is built, they're going to devalue their currency more. It's going to be impossible for the American people to compete with that, and we're going to lose all those jobs. Not going to happen, folks. We're not going to let it happen, okay? We're not going to let it happen. So nobody knows this stuff better than me, and believe me, we're going to stop the outflow of our companies. We're really losing a lot. We have corporate inversions where companies are going out to get cash. You know, we have $2.5 trillion at least. I think it's double that number. That's a government number, and the government has no idea about numbers. We have $2.5 trillion at least outside of this country. The Democrats agree we should bring it immediately back. The Republicans agree that we should bring, everybody agrees. It's not like a health care where they don't agree or something. Everybody agrees, corporate inversion. Everybody agrees we should bring the money back. For years, they can't get an agreement. You know why? We don't have a leader. We don't have a president. I could make that deal in 10 minutes. I get the Republicans, I get the Democrats, without having to sign an executive order, by the way, okay? Which is not the way it's supposed to work. So what we need is leadership. So coming down, I said, I'm going to be so great on trade. I will be the greatest jobs president that God ever created. I will be. I will. But then, I'm very focused on our security. And I really started much more so with the borders. But then after the Paris attack, which was horrendous, and after the attack in Los Angeles and the attack, all of these attacks, but after the attack in California where the 14 people were killed by two radicalized people, they became radicalized. She radicalized him. Whatever the hell happened, they ended up killing their coworkers, and plenty of people right now in the hospital that are going to be in bad shape for the rest of their lives because these two horrendous animals did that, okay? Animals. Now, what happened with Paris, the toughest gun laws in the world, Paris, the toughest. You don't have a gun in Paris unless you're a bad guy, then you have a gun. You put a gun in your pocket, nobody's going to do it. You can't have a gun in Paris. You can't have a gun in France. The toughest laws, they say, in the world. So what happens is these thugs walk in that they press called the mastermind. And I said, stop calling him the mastermind. He's a dirty rut. I called him the guy with the dirty hat, right? The white hat. I said, stop calling. And you know, they really have. Because the big complaint is they're taking our youth over the internet. When you start calling people masterminds, our kids come up and they say, Dad, the mastermind. Oh, the mastermind. He's a brilliant guy, mastermind. He's a moron, this guy. I guarantee you this. And I said, don't do it. And you know, the press has stopped using the term mastermind now. But they said the mastermind, he's the leader. And they build him up like Robin Hood, right? Oh, this great. What's with it? They send in people to the various places in Paris. There are no guns on the other side. And they go, bum, bum, you get over here, bum, you get over here, bum. 130 people killed. Many, many people right now in the hospital, gravely, gravely wounded. So badly wounded that their lives can never be the same. Other people will be dying from the wounds. It was a horrific scene. And since then, it's not that I've pivoted, you've pivoted me. And every poll that comes out, they like Trump best on the military. They like Trump best with ISIS. They like Trump best on border security. And I think the reason is because right from the beginning, nobody questioned the fact that I was the best on the borders. Nobody questioned. And basically, what is this? It's an extension of the borders. Now, as you know, Sheriff Joe Arpaio from Arizona endorsed me last week. We don't get tougher on the border than Sheriff Joe, right? And he endorsed me. And Sarah Palin endorsed me last week. And Jeff Sessions, the great senator, who's an incredible guy, he endorsed me. And there's nobody better on the borders than Jeff. I mean, everybody's endorsing, and it's been incredible. I will say Jerry Falwell Jr. has had so much to do with my success with the evangelicals. And we're going to work hard because I will tell you, the Second Amendment is being chipped away. And I tell you this, if there were guns in Paris or guns in California on the other side where bullets went in the other direction, you wouldn't have had those people killed. It would have been very minor by comparison. And we're going to save our Second Amendment. It's being chipped away at it. Chip, chip, chip. We're going to save it. And I'll tell you the other thing. Christianity is being chipped away at. Very rapidly chipped away at. And we're going to save it. And I've gotten such incredible support from the pastors and the ministers. And I had a meeting, and the meeting was amazing. I said, how many Christians do you think we have in this country? And it was sort of determined like 260 million. That's more than we have women, and it's more than we have men. So it's the biggest group. And yet, they're afraid to act. And I had it with them. Because their tax-exempt status will be taken away. Because during Lyndon Johnson's regime, or whatever you want to call it, during his tenure, they passed legislation where the churches can't get political. And I think it's unfair. Why shouldn't they be allowed to? And I said to some of the really great pastors that have been so incredible and so supportive, Pastor Jeffers has been incredible, all of them. Pastor Paula White, she's been incredible, so many of them. I said to him, I said, you know, in a way you have less power than a person walking down the street because you're afraid to do anything. And you can't really fight for Christianity and all it stands for because of some law that they take away your tax-exempt status. We're going to change that. We're going to get rid of that legislation that was passed by President Johnson. We're going to take care of it. And believe me, I will be doing it. And just a little thing, but it's to me very important. At Christmas time, we're going to walk into stores and we're going to be saying Merry Christmas again. Remember that. Just remember that. So, just to finish up, it's so important that on the 15th you get out. Today's such a big day. And I shouldn't be here because I shouldn't be thinking about this. I should be thinking about tonight. But Ohio is so important to me, especially the great relationship that I've had, you know, being here and staying here and being here for summers, and I loved it. It's special. But I'm here because it is so important. I'm going to be back. I'll be back. We have a 2-week period. But Winning Ohio is so important. It's going to send a signal like nothing else. Winning Ohio is so, so important. So we have to get it. But let me just tell you, Hillary Clinton does not have the strength or the stamina to become president. I'm telling you that. It's true. Do you ever notice she goes to a meeting and then you don't see her for 5 days, and then she goes to another and everything's set up? They interview the people before they ask the questions. We aren't doing that. But she doesn't have the strength or the stamina to be president. She doesn't have the strength or the stamina to negotiate with the Chinese great trade deals. It won't happen. She doesn't have the strength or the stamina to deal with Mexico. How about when Joe Biden apologizes to Mexico? Hey, we love Mexico. We love Mexico, but they're killing us on trade and they're killing us at the border. And you know what? They should do something about it, because frankly, they could stop illegal immigration without even building a wall, but we're building the wall anyway just in case. But I'm going to get them to stop it without even building a wall. And then we have a president, a vice president, go out and apologize to a guy that used the worst word you can use, and he's apologizing. He's apologizing. And he's apologizing because he was angry at the United States when he's been ripping off the United States for years. It's not going to happen anymore, folks. It's not going to happen. So Hillary Clinton cannot do the job, number one. Number two, she shouldn't be allowed to do the job, because what she did was a criminal act. She shouldn't be allowed to run, okay? She shouldn't be allowed to run. Now, polls are showing that I'm beating Hillary Clinton. Numerous polls have come out. And in all fairness, I haven't even started on that yet. I only did 4 weeks ago. You remember, she made a statement about me. She said, Donald Trump is sexist. And did I hit her? And believe me, I guarantee you, her husband said, don't ever do that again. That was they had a rough weekend. That was a rough weekend. But look, let me just tell you. We're doing great. USA Today poll, the Q poll, a lot of polls. One of the Fox polls just came out, and I'm beating Hillary. But I haven't even started on Hillary yet. Hillary cannot make America great. She was talking about something yesterday, making America whole. Whole. No, I don't want whole. I want great again. I want great again. I don't want whole. I think I'll use that as a commercial. We'll make a split screen. She'll be saying, we're going to make America whole, whatever that means. I don't think she knows what it means. We're going to make America whole, and I'll be saying, we're going to make America great again. I think we will. So, again, I love you people. I love you people, special people. I love the people of this country. That's why I'm doing this. I didn't need this. I didn't need to do this, okay? Forget the money. I don't care about the money. This is a lot of work, believe me. Somebody said, you have the greatest energy of any human being I've ever seen. But this is a lot of work. But I do it because this country has been so good to me. We're going to bring back our country. We're going to start winning again. We're going to win, win, win. We're going to win so much. I jokingly say, we're going to win here. We're going to win with trade. We're going to win with the military. We're going to win with Obamacare. We're getting rid of it. We're repealing it, replacing it. We're going to win with Common Core. We're replacing it. We're getting rid of it. And we're bringing our education back. We're going to win at our borders. They're not longer going to be Swiss cheese. We're going to win, win, win. You're going to win so much, you're going to call and say, please, Mr. President, we're so tired of winning. We're so bored. Please, can't we lose a little bit? And I'm going to say, no way, no way. We're going to make America great again. I love you. I love you, folks. Thank you. Thank you, and thank you to Chris Christie. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I love you.
Well, come caucus for me tonight. Let's start the process right here in Minnesota.
There it is.
Thank you so much. Hey, how are you?
Hi, I'm Dan. Nice to meet you.
Dan, how's it going today?
Pretty good. Second year student at the school. I'm very excited.
Where's my fiat?
Oops, sorry.
There we go.
Glad to meet you here.
Thank you very much.
Hope you
Good
come
luck.
caucus tonight.
Governor's got no stop the rest
Thank you. Well, I hope you'll come caucus for me.
Okay, great.
Okay, great. Here we go. Of course. Absolutely. We got it.
Awesome.
There you go.
Thanks so much.
Really
Good luck.
appreciate you. Thanks. Hi, how are you today?
I wanted to ask you a question. Sure. In the Somali community right now.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you.
Oops, sorry.
Are you similar to your Somali youth are being stigmatized and criminalized, or do you have the chance to get acquainted or systems get acquainted with being American? So I wanted to ask you, would you support this? Have you changed?
Well, first of all, that comment was made one time, and I've always been in favor of young people giving more opportunities. The first speech I gave was in justice reform, ending profiling, banning the box, doing things that I think
How
would
do we
be
know that
very
you're going to
helpful.
be accountable for black communities now?
I think, you can look at my history. I always have been, and you can look at the people
Think that's true. If you pay your history, it's not what happened.
Well, you know what? You got a little fun with it, and I'm happy to give you more information. And the reason that so many black people across America support me is because they know me, they know what I've done, and they know that I mean what I say. And I will have a very comprehensive agenda to deal with a lot of the problems. And I'm very proud to have met with the Somali American community and have a lot of support in the Somali American community. A lot of people, including, the young councilman who's here. You know what, dear? You have a different opinion. She is a Somali American elected to the city council. I'm really proud of that. So, well, then why don't you go run for something then?
Oh, I'm working for a
Good.
Somali American.
Well, good. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Hi, come on up. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Excellent. Thank you. Do you want to get a picture?
I would love to get a picture, yes. For an inspiration to me and my daughter.
Here you go.
Thank you. And the reason I went into public service.
Good. What are you doing?
Yeah, I work in the governor's office with the children's cabinet.
That is, that children's cabinet is such a great idea.
It's a great idea.
That's a great
It's
idea.
fabulous. It's working well. We're very proud of it.
Good. You're doing a great job.
Yes, thank you.
I think it's an idea I'm going to steal from you.
Absolutely.
I like it so much. Thank you. I need you to caucus tonight.
I will be there. Don't you worry.
Good, good.
Yep.
Sure, she will.
Here, I'll take it for you.
Thank you.
We'll get it. I'm going to have to get parking in the stand.
There you go. That's
Excellent.
perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to head to the market.
Yep, all the market. We're going to go this way. Right this way.
Okay. I'm going to grab my coat. It's a little chilly up there.
Yes.
Okay, can you hold that for me just a second? I know all these Minnesota people don't need coats, but sure.
Ian's got it. Okay.
Good with
Pros on me. Oh yeah, with that in the back. Perfect.
Here we go. Just press in the middle.
Got it. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
I hope you'll come caucus for me.
We should. I will. We should probably load up because we're gonna go right out here and be on this. So you guys should load or you're
One more
gonna.
photo with the owner here. With the.
Dan.
All right, Rose, you want to have this with you? Yeah, he's a Somali girl acting.
stay out of the frame for now. They're going to do a function.
Oh, they don't want me.
Right. Yeah. You can put your mic. They'll let me know when they're ready for you to step.
I'm sorry. What?
They'll let me know when they're ready for you to step in the frame.
Okay.
Early voting.
All right, everybody. Welcome to Fox 10 News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We are looking at a live polling place for Super Tuesday Campaign 2016 underway. And back out to Ohio, where Donald Trump just wrapped up a rally there. All right, everybody, welcome to Fox 10 News Now, part of fox10phoenix.com. It is 11:35 here in Arizona. Now we are going to we just saw Donald Trump wrap up a rally in Ohio. Now we are going to be going to Burlington, Vermont, where you get a chance to see a polling place there for Super Tuesday access. We'll be giving you guys updates throughout the day, and then you better watch this evening because we're going to have a full live results show of Super Tuesday and everything around it, from returns to full results. You're not going to want to miss it. So that's coming up a little bit later today, but first we're going to go to Burlington, Vermont, where you can see some people are filing in to vote. All right, so we just gave you a little insight there of a polling place in Burlington, Vermont. Now we are going to go to a Senate hearing that I'm thinking that you guys are all going to want to pay close attention to. It's the Apple case where, we all been hearing about how the government wants to try to get access to Apple's security code so they can go into one of the alleged terrorists from San Bernardino, their cell phones, and this is the Senate hearing taking place right now.
I thank the director, and I yield back any unused time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Shabbat, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a statement from the Application Developers Alliance here that I'd like to have included in the record.
Without objection, it will be made a part of the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Director Comey, like yourself, I happen to be a graduate of the College of William and Mary, so I'm going to start off with a tough question. Anything nice you'd like to say about the College of William and Mary?
I could tell there was a glow coming from your seat. That's explained by your being a member of the tribe. Best thing ever happened to me besides, I actually met my wife there. That's the best thing ever happened to me. Second best is that I was there.
Excellent. Yeah, it's a great place to go. There's two members currently. Ms. Titus of Nevada is also a graduate. Now, this hearing is about electronic data security, or as you described.
The chair is happy to extend additional time to the gentleman for recognizing an important Virginia educational institution.
I appreciate the chairman. And as is already indicated, this is about electronic data security, or as you described it, keeping our stuff online private. So I'd like to ask you this, and it may seem a little off topic, but I don't think it is. A few weeks back, the FBI's General Counsel, James Baker, acknowledged that the FBI is, quote, working on matters related to former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton's use of a private email server, unquote. And then the White House Press Secretary, Josh Earnest, stated that, quote, some officials over there, referring to the FBI, had said that Hillary Clinton is not a target of this investigation and that it's not trending in that direction, unquote. And the president then weighed in, even though he apparently had never been briefed on the matter, commenting that he didn't see any national security implications in Hillary's emails, and obviously this is a matter of considerable import. Is there anything that you can tell us as to when this matter might be wrapped up one way or the other?
I can't. Congressman, as you know, we don't talk about our investigations. What I can assure you is that I am very close personally to that investigation to ensure that we have the resources we need, including people and technology, and that it's done the way the FBI tries to do all of its work, independently, competently, and promptly. That's our goal, and I'm confident it's being done that way, but I can't give you any more details beyond that.
I certainly understand, and I appreciate it. I thought you might say that, but you can't blame me for trying. let me move on. If Apple chose to comply with the government's demand, maybe it does have the technical expertise and time and finances to create such a vulnerability so we can get in and get that information. But let me ask you, what about a small business? I happen to be the chairman of the House Small Business Committee. Wouldn't such a mandate to, say, a small company, a startup, say with 4, 5, 6 employees, wouldn't that be a huge burden on a small business to have to comply with this sort of thing?
I think it might be, and that's one of the factors, as I understand it, courts consider in passing on an all writs act request, the burden to the private actor. How much would it cost them? How much time and effort? And I think Apple's argument in this case is it would take us a ton of effort, time, and money to do it, and so that's one of the reasons we shouldn't be compelled to do it. So it's a consideration built into the judicial interpretations of the act.
Thank you. As chair of the committee, we'd ask you certainly to consider how this could affect 7 out of 10 new jobs created in the economy are small business folks. Half of the people employed in this country in the private sector are small businesses, and I think we should always consider them. Let me move on to something else. In his testimony from our December 2015 hearing about H.R. 699, the Email Privacy Act, Richard Littlehale, the Assistant Special Agent in charge of Criminal Investigation Division of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, voiced a frustration with the increasing technological capabilities of both criminals and non-criminals. Rather than trying to arguably infringe on the Fourth Amendment rights of all Americans, would it be possible to better train our law enforcement officers and equip them to keep up with this changing world that we're discussing today?
Well, there's no doubt that we have to continue to invest in training so that all of our folks are digitally literate and able to investigate in that way. The problem we face here is all of our lives are on these devices, which is why it's so important that they be private. But that also means all of criminals and pedophiles and terrorists' lives are on these devices. And if they're warrant proof, even a judge can't order access to a device, that is a big problem. I don't care how good the cop is, I don't care how good the agent is, that is a big problem. So that we can't quite train our way around.
Thank you very much. I'm almost out of time, so let me conclude with Go Tribe. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Thank you. Since we've gone a little far afield here, let me do so again very briefly to point out that, among others, Thomas Jefferson, who among his minor accomplishments was the founder of the Democratic Party, was also a graduate of William and Mary. Mr. Comey, Director Comey, the attack, well, we're all certainly very condemning of the terrorist attack in San Bernardino, and we all, our hearts go out to the families of the victims, and I commend the FBI for everything you have done to investigate this matter. Now, the 2 terrorists are dead and another co-conspirator, the neighbor, is in jail. You've used the USA Freedom Act to track their phone calls and investigate, which this committee wrote last year, to track their phone calls and investigate everyone they ever spoke to on that phone. The FBI has done a great job already. Now let me ask a few questions. It's my understanding that we have found that the attack in San Bernardino was not in any way planned or coordinated by ISIS. Is that correct? It may have been inspired by, but not directed or planned by ISIS.
Right, so far as we know, correct.
And have you eliminated any connection between the 2 suspects and any overseas terrorist organization?
Eliminated any? We have not.
Have you seen any evidence of any? It's a better way of putting it.
We have not seen any evidence of that.
Okay. Now, given those facts, so there's no evidence of any coordination with anybody else. It's the 2 homegrown, self-motivated, perhaps inspired by ISIS terrorists. Now, the investigators seized the iPhone in question on December 3rd. The FBI reached out to Apple for assistance on December 5th. Apple started providing the FBI with information, with account information I gathered the same day. But then the next day, on December 6th, at the instruction of the FBI, San Bernardino County changed the password to the iCloud account associated with that device. They did so without consulting Apple, at the instruction or suggestion of the FBI, and changing that password foreclosed the possibility of an automatic backup that would have allowed Apple to provide you with this information without bypassing its own security, and thus necessitated in the first place the application to the court that you made and that we're discussing today. In other words, if the FBI hadn't instructed San Bernardino County to change the password to the iCloud account, all this wouldn't have been would have been unnecessary, and you would have had that information. So my question is, why did the FBI do that?
I have to, first of all, I want to choose my words very, very carefully. I said there is no evidence of direction from overseas terrorist organizations. This is a live investigation. I can't say much more beyond that. This investigation is not over. And I worried that embedded in your question was and that you understood me to be saying that. Second, I do think, as I understand from the experts, there was a mistake made in that 24 hours after the attack, where the county, at the FBI's request, took steps that made it impossible later to cause the phone to back up again to the iCloud. The experts have told me I'd still be sitting here. I was going to say unfortunately, not unfortunately, fortunately. I'm glad I'm here, but we would still be in litigation because the experts tell me there's no way we would have gotten everything off the phone from a backup. I have to take them at their word, but that part of your premise of your question is accurate.
Okay, so the second part of my question, excuse me, the second part of my question is, it wasn't until almost 50 days later, on January 22nd, when you served the warrant, given the allegedly critical nature of this information, why did it take the FBI 50 days to go to court?
I think there were a whole lot of conversations going on in that interim with companies, with other parts of the government, with other resources to figure out if there was a way to do it, short of having to go to court.
Okay, thank you. Now, getting off this specific case, because I do think we all understand that it's not just a specific case, it will have widespread implications in law. And however the courts resolve this, which is essentially a statutory interpretation case, the buck is going to stop here at some point. We're going to be asked to change the law. So encryption software is free, open source, and widely available. If Congress were to pass a law forcing U.S. companies to provide law enforcement with access to encrypted systems, would that law stop bad actors from using their own encryption?
It would not.
It would not. So the bad actors would just get around it.
Sure. Encryption's always been available to bad actors, nation states.
So if we were to pass a law saying that Apple and whoever else had to put back doors or whatever you want to call them into their systems, the bad actors that were and with all the appropriate, with all the not appropriate, all the concomitant surrenders of privacy, et cetera, the bad actors could easily get around that by making their own encryption systems.
The reason I'm hesitating is I think we're mixing together two things, data in motion and data at rest. The bad guys couldn't make their own phones, but the bad guys could always try and find a device that was strongly encrypted. The big change here happened in the fall of 2014 when the companies flipped from available encryption to default. And that's the shadow going dark.
But couldn't foreign companies and bad actors generally do that, whatever we said?
Sure, potentially people could say, I love this American device, but because I worry about a judge ordering access to it, I'm going to buy this phone from a Nordic country that's different in some way. That could happen. I have a hard time seeing it happen a lot, but it could happen.
Thank you. My time has expired. Thank you.
Chairman, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent some documents be placed in the record at this time. I'd like to ask unanimous consent that patent number 0240732, patent
without objection.
Thank you. Additionally, 27353, another patent. Additionally, a copy of the USA Today that entitled ex-NSA Chief Backs Apple on iPhone. Additionally, from Science and Technology, an article that says Department of Homeland Security awards $2.2 million to Malibu, California company for mobile security research, and in other words, an encryption-proof, unbreakable phone. Additionally, and lastly, the article in Politico today on the New York judge's ruling in favor of Apple.
Without objection, they will all be made a part of the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Justice Scalia said, it's best, said best what I'm going to quote, almost 30 years ago in Arizona v. Hicks, in which he said, there is nothing new in the realization that the Constitution sometimes insulates the criminality of a few in order to protect the privacy of all of us. I think that stands as a viewpoint that I have to balance when asking you questions. As I understand the case, and there's a lot of very brilliant lawyers and experienced people that know about all writs act, but what I understand is that you, in the case of Apple in California, are demanding through a court order that Apple invent something. Fair to say that they have to create something. And if that's true, then my first question to you is, the FBI is the premier law enforcement organization with laboratories that are second to none in the world. Are you testifying today that you and or contractors that you employ could not achieve this without demanding an unwilling partner do it?
Correct.
And you do so because you have researched this extensively?
Yes, we've worked very, very hard on this. We're never going to give up, but we've worked.
Did you receive the source code from Apple? Did you demand the source code?
Did we ask Apple for their source code? Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so you couldn't actually hand a software person the source code and say, can you modify this to do what we want, if you didn't have the source code. So who did you go to, if you can tell us, that you consider an expert on writing source code changes that you want Apple to do for you? You want them to invent it, but who did you go to?
Not sure I'm following the question.
Well, you know, I'm going to assume that the burden of Apple is X. But before you get to the burden of Apple doing something it doesn't want to do, because it's not in its economic best interest, and they've said that they have real ethical beliefs that you're asking them to do something wrong, sort of their moral fiber, but you are asking them to do something, and there's a burden. No question at all. There's a burden. They have to invent it. And I'm asking you, have you fully viewed the burden to the government? We spend $4.2 trillion every year. You have a multi-billion-dollar budget. Is the burden so high on you that you could not defeat this product either through getting the source code and changing it or some other means? Are you testifying that?
I see. We wouldn't be litigating if we could. We have engaged all parts of the U.S. government to see, does anybody have a way, short of asking Apple to do it, with a 5C running iOS 9 to do this, and we do not.
Okay, well, let's go through the 5C running iOS 9. Does the 5C have a non-volatile memory in which all of the encrypted data and the selection switches for the phone settings are all located in that encrypted data?
I don't know.
Well, it does. Okay. And take my word for it for now. So that means that you can, in fact, remove from the phone all of its memory, all of its non-volatile memory, its disk drive, if you will, and set it over here and have a true copy of it that you could conduct infinite number of attacks on. Let's assume that you can make an infinite number of copies once you make one copy, right?
I have no idea.
Well, let's go through what you asked. And I'm doing this because I came out of the security business, and this befuddles me that you haven't looked at the source code and you don't really understand the disk drive, at least to answer my rather, dumb questions, if you will. If there's only a memory, and that memory, that non-volatile memory sits here, and there's a chip, and the chip does have an encryption code that was burned into it, and you can make 10,000 copies of this chip, this non-volatile memory hard drive, then you can perform as many attacks as you want on it. Now, you've asked specifically Apple to defeat the finger code so you can attack it automatically, so you don't have to punch in codes. You've asked them to eliminate the 10 and destroy. But you haven't, as far as I know, asked them, okay, if we make 1,000 copies or 2,000 copies of this, and we put it with the chip, and we run 5 tries, 00 through 04, and then throw that image away and put another one in, and do that 2,000 times, won't we have tried with a non-changing chip and an encryption code that is duplicated 2,000 times, won't we have tried all 10,000 possible combinations in a matter of hours? If you haven't asked that question, the question is, how can you come before this committee and before a federal judge and demand that somebody else invent something if you can't answer the questions that your people have tried this?
First, I'm the director of the FBI. If I could answer that question, there'd be something dysfunctional in my leadership.
Now, I only asked if your people had done these things. I didn't ask you if that would work. I don't know if that would work. I asked you, who did you go to? Did you get the source code? Have you asked these questions? Because you're expecting somebody to obey an order to do something they don't want to do, and you haven't even figured out whether you could do it yourself. You've just told us, well, we can't do it, but you didn't ask for the source code, and you didn't ask the questions I asked here today, and I'm just a guy that
The time of the gentleman has
absence.
expired, and the director is permitted to answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do so.
I did not ask the questions you're asking me here today, and I'm not sure I fully even understand the questions. I have reasonable confidence, in fact, I have high confidence, that all elements of the U.S. government have focused on this problem and have had great conversations with Apple. Apple has never suggested to us that there's another way to do it other than what they've been asked to do in the All Writs Act. It could be when the Apple representative testifies, you'll ask him and we'll have some great breakthrough, but I don't think so. But I'm totally open to suggestions. Lots of people have emailed ideas. I've heard about mirroring, and maybe this is what you're talking about. We haven't figured it out, but I'm hoping my folks are watching this, and if you've said something that makes good sense to them, we'll jump on it. We'll let you know.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Lofgren, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director Comey, for your service to our country and your efforts to keep us safe. It is appreciated by every member of this committee, and along with your entire agency. We do value your service and appreciate it. I remember in law school the phrase, bad cases make bad law. I'm sure we all heard that. And I think this might be a prime example of that rule. We can't think of anything worse than what happened in San Bernardino. 2 terrorists murdering innocent people. It's outrageous. It sickens us, and it sickens the country. But the question really has to be, what is the rule of law here? Where are we going with this? And as I was hearing your opening statement talking about a world where everything is private, it may be that the alternative is a world where nothing is private. Because once you have holes in encryption, the rule is, it's not a question of if, but when those holes will be exploited and everything that you thought was protected will be revealed. Now, the United States law often tends to set international norms, especially when it comes to technology policy. And in fact, China removed provisions that required backdoors from its counterterrorism law passed in December because of the strong international norm against creating cyber weaknesses. But last night I heard a report that the ambassadors from America, the United States, Canada, Germany, and Japan sent a joint letter to China because they're now thinking about putting a hole in encryption in their new policy. Did you think about the implication for foreign policy, what China might do when you filed the motion in San Bernardino, or was that not part of the equation?
Yeah, I don't remember thinking about it in the context of this particular investigation, but I think about it a whole lot broadly, which is one of the things that makes it so hard. There are undoubtedly international implications. Actually, I think less to the device encryption question and more to the data in motion question. But yeah, I have no doubt that there's international implications. I don't have good visibility into what the Chinese require from people who sell devices in their country. I know it's an important topic.
Before I forget, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to put in the record an op-ed that was printed in the Los Angeles Times today, authored by myself and my colleague, Mr. Issa, on this subject.
How could anyone object to that being part of the record?
I just note that in terms of you mentioned that the code at Apple, that they've done a pretty good job of protecting their code, and you didn't remember anything getting out loose. But I do think, if you take a look, for example, at the situation with Juniper Networks, where their job is cybersecurity, really, and they felt that they had strong encryption, and yet there was a vulnerability, and they were hacked, and it put everybody's data, including the data of the U.S., of the FBI and the State Department and the Department of Justice at risk, and we still don't know what was taken by our enemies. Did you think about the Juniper Networks issue when you filed the All Writs Ask report, remedy in San Bernardino?
No, but I think about that and a lot of similar intrusions and hacks all day long because it's the FBI's job to investigate those and stop those.
I was struck by your comment that Apple hadn't been hacked, but in fact, the iCloud accounts have been hacked in the past. I think we all remember in 2014 the female celebrity accounts that were hacked from the cloud, from iCloud, and CNBC had a report that China likely attacked iCloud accounts. And then in 2015, last year, Apple had to release a patch in response to concerns that there had been brute force attacks at iCloud accounts. So I'm anticipating, we'll see, that Apple will take further steps to encrypt and protect not only its operating system that it has today, but also the protection as well as the iCloud accounts. And I'll just close with this. I have on my iPhone all kinds of messaging apps that are fully encrypted, some better than others. Some were designed in the United States. A bunch of them were designed in other countries. And I wouldn't do anything wrong on my iPhone, but if I were a terrorist, I could use any one of those apps and communicate securely, and there wouldn't be anything that the U.S. government, not the FBI, not the Congress or the President, could do to prevent that from occurring. So I see this as, the question of whether my security is going to be protected, but the terrorists will continue abate. And I thank you, Mr. Comey, for being here. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chair thanks the gentlewoman, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Poe, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Director. Appreciate you being here. Start with some basics. The Fourth Amendment protects citizens from government. Citizens have rights. Government has power. There is nowhere I see in the Fourth Amendment that there is except for terrorist cases exception or fear cases, that the Fourth Amendment should be waived. I signed lots of warrants in 22 years from everybody, including the FBI. Four corners of the warrant, what is to be searched, and law enforcement typically would fulfill the duty or ability in that warrant as far as they could, which is a good thing, and return the warrant. Now we have a situation where the issue is not lawful possession. FBI is in lawful possession of the San Bernardino phone, lawful possession of the phone in New York. You agree with me on that?
Yes.
So we're not talking about whether the phones are in lawful possession. The issue is the specific issue is whether government can force Apple, in this case, to give them the golden key to unlock the safe because they can't develop the key. I know that's kind of simplistic, but is that a fair statement or not?
No.
It's not?
I think
well, let me ask you this. Okay, you say it's not. Apple develops the software and gives it to and unlocks the phone, but this is not the only phone in question. Is that correct? There are other phones that the FBI has in lawful possession that you can't get into.
Sure. Law enforcement increasingly encounters phones, investigations all over the place that can't be unlocked.
Okay, so
I mentioned the Baton Rouge case, too.
All right, there's several. How many of those cases do you have in lawful possession that you want to get into the phone, but you can't get into it because you don't have the software to break into it or to get into it?
Yeah, I don't know the number. A lot.
A lot.
And they're all different, which is what makes it hard to talk about any one case without being specific about what.
But you're in lawful possession of all these phones. This is not the issue of whether the FBI lawfully possesses them. You have these phones. You can't get into them. Here's a specific phone. You want iPhone, Apple to develop software to get into this phone. My question is, what would prevent the FBI from then taking that software and going into all those other phones you have and future phones you seize?
I see. This seems like a small difference, but I think it's actually kind of a big difference. the direction from the judge is not to have Apple get us into the phones, have Apple turn off, by developing software that will tell the phone to turn it off, the auto erase and the delay features, so that we can try and guess the password. And so in theory, if you had another 5C running iOS 9, which is what makes this relief possible, I mean it when I say it's obsolete, because I understand the 6s, there is no door for us even to try and pick the lock on, so it wouldn't work. But if there were phones in the same circumstances, sure, you could ask for the same relief from a court to try and make effective the search warrant.
So rather than giving you the key, it's really you want Apple to turn the security system off so they can get into the phone or you can get into the phone.
Yeah, my homely metaphor was take away the drooling watchdog that's going to attack us if we try and open it. Give us time to pick the lock.
Or like the Viper system that Mr. Issa developed. Turn off the Viper system so you can get into the phone. And it boils down to the fact of whether or not government has the ability to demand that occur. We have 2 court rulings. They're different. I've read the opinions. They're different, little different cases. Would you agree or not? Congress has to resolve this problem. We shouldn't leave it up to the judiciary to make this decision. Congress should resolve the problem and determine exactly what the expectation of privacy is in these particular situations of encryption or no encryption, key, no key. Would you agree or not?
I think that the courts are competent, and this is what we've done for 230 years, to resolve the narrow question about the scope of the All Writs Act, but the broader question we're talking about here goes far beyond phones or far beyond any case. This collision between public safety and privacy, the courts cannot resolve that.
So, and only the Congress should then resolve what is the expectation of privacy in this high-tech atmosphere of all this information stored in many different places, on the cloud, on the phone, wherever it's stored, and would you agree or not? I'm just asking, should Congress resolve this issue of expectation of privacy of the American citizens?
I think Congress certainly has a critical role to play. Like I said, since the founding of this country, the courts have interpreted the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, so they are competent. That's an independent branch of government, but I think there's a huge role for Congress to play. Okay. And we're playing it today, I hope.
I agree with you. I think it's Congress's responsibility to determine the expectation of privacy in this high-tech world. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 5 minutes. There is 9 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in this vote. I'll take a chance if the gentleman from Tennessee will.
If you want to go, I'll go, or I'll come back.
Well, I'm trying to move it along as
Thank you.
not keep the director any longer than we have to. So go ahead.
Director Comey, are there limitations that you could see in permitting the FBI or government and a court to look into certain records, certain type of cases, certain type of circumstances that you could foresee, or do you want it open for any case where there could be evidentiary value?
Not sure I'm following you. I like the way we have to do our work, which is go to a judge in each specific case and show lawful authority and a factual basis for access to anybody's stuff.
But if we decided to pass a statute and we thought it should be limited in some way, maybe to terrorism, or maybe to something where there's a reasonable expectation that a person's life is in jeopardy, or that you could apprehend somebody who has taken somebody's life, have you thought about any limits? Because, under what you're saying, you go to a court. I mean, you could go to a court for cases that are not capital cases, and I don't think anybody here is thinking. What the public's fascinated, or not say riveted on, is the fact that what happened to San Bernardino was so awful, and if we can find some communication or some list that was in the cloud that these people contacted, Osama bin Laden's cousin, and that they and find out that he had something to do with it, then that's important. But if you're talking about getting into somebody's information to find out who they sold, 2 kilos or 2 bags or whatever, it's a whole different issue. Where would you limit it if you were coming up with a statute that could satisfy both your interest in the most extreme important cases and yet satisfy privacy concerns?
Yeah, I see. I'm sorry, I misunderstood the question. I don't know, and haven't thought about it well enough, and frankly, I don't think that ought to be the FBI offering those parameters to you. There is precedent for that kind of thing. We can only seek wiretaps, for example, on certain enumerated offenses in the United States. So it has to be really serious stuff before a judge can even be asked to allow us to listen to someone's communications in the United States. It can't just be any offense. So there's precedent for that kind of thing, but I haven't thought about it well enough.
Thank you. Because I'm slow in getting up there to vote, and the Republicans hit the real quickly, I'm going to yield back the balance of my time and start to walk fast.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. The committee will stand in recess. We have 2 votes on the floor with 7 minutes remaining in the first vote. Mr. Director, we appreciate your...
Mr. Director? Mr. Sir?
To repeal and replace Obamacare. If you elect me president for the first time in 8 years, you're going to have a real commander-in-chief. Donald Trump thinks Vladimir Putin's a great guy. Donald Trump talks admiringly about the way the Chinese government cracked down on the Chinese people in Tiananmen Square. Donald Trump believes the nuclear triad is a rock band from the 80s. And Barack Obama is a weak commander-in-chief who has placed our nation in danger. So would Hillary! Well, Hillary would be just as bad, if not worse. Hillary Clinton is disqualified from being commander-in-chief. Because anyone who lies to the families of people like those who lost their lives in Benghazi, anyone who lies to them can never be Commander-in-Chief of the United States. The world has grown more dangerous since Barack Obama became president. A lunatic in North Korea has nuclear weapons. The Chinese government hacks into our computers. They steal our inventions. They're building up their military. And they're taking over the South China Sea, the most important shipping lane in the world. Vladimir Putin is not some strong, heroic figure. He's a thug who is sowing instability in Europe and in the Middle East. Iran is going to get $100 billion of sanctions relief because of Barack Obama, which they're going to use to buy or build nuclear weapons. And radical Islamic jihadists are spreading all over the world. ISIS has affiliates in over a dozen countries. And you know what Barack Obama is doing in the face of all this danger? He's gutting our military. We will soon have the smallest army since the end of World War II, the smallest Navy in a century, the smallest Air Force in our history. Defense spending is not the reason why we have a national debt. It isn't. It is the reason why one day our nation may not be able to confront a threat. When I'm president, we will put a stop to this. When I'm president, we are going to undertake a Reagan-style rebuild of the U.S. military. When I'm president, we're going to have a real war on terror. We don't want war. We want peace. Okay? But sometimes to have peace, you have to defeat the enemies of peace. ISIS is an enemy of peace. When I'm president, the best intelligence agencies in the world will find them. The best military in the world will destroy them. And if we capture one of these ISIS terrorists alive, they don't have the right to remain silent. They're not going to an American courtroom. They're not coming to Minnesota to a federal prison. They're going to Guantanamo. We are going to have a foreign policy in which our allies know they can trust us again. Perhaps no ally has been more betrayed by Barack Obama than the State of Israel. The State of Israel is not just another country. It's a country created for a very special purpose, as a homeland for the Jewish people in the aftermath of the Holocaust. They also happen to be the only pro-American, free enterprise democracy in the entire Middle East. And Barack Obama's been terrible to them. He treats the Prime Minister of Israel with less respect than what he gives the Ayatollah in Iran. And Donald Trump was asked about this, and he said, when it comes to Israel and its enemies, I'm not going to take sides. I'm going to be neutral. I'm not going to be neutral. When I'm president, I will be on Israel's side. And that's why on my first day in office, I will cancel Barack Obama's deal with the Ayatollah of Iran. When I'm president, we're going to take care of our veterans again. If you're a veteran, will you raise your hand so we can thank you? Thank you for your service. We are not taking care of our veterans. We are not taking care of our veterans today. Last week, the USA Today had a headline that said, calls to the VA suicide hotline went to voicemail. And no one's held accountable for this. No one. Now, there are good people working at the VA, and we thank them for what they do. And then there are people that are not doing a good job. When I'm president, if you work at the VA and you are not serving our veterans, you will lose your job at the VA. You will be fired. And when I'm president, you will be able to take your VA benefits to any hospital or any doctor that you want to go to. By the way, the other day I was in Virginia, 2 days ago, and I was reminded that our veterans, many of them don't stop serving when they come back to America. You go to any fire station in America, you'll meet veterans. You go to any police department or sheriff's department in America, you'll meet veterans. The other day in Virginia, there were 3 police officers shot. One of them died. She was on her first day on the job, and she was a Marine reservist. And so I just wanted to take a moment to thank our sheriff deputies, our firefighters, our police officers for what they do for our safety. I want to make one more point. When I'm president of the United States for the first time in 8 years, you will have a president that doesn't divide you against each other to win elections. Thank you! You will have a president that will never seek to make you hate one group of Americans so that you vote for me. This has extraordinary consequences. You will have a president that works for all Americans. Even the people that don't like me, even the people that disagree with me, we're going to work for them. We're going to cut their taxes too. Because if you want to be the president of the United States, then you have to love all of the American people, even the ones that don't love you back. And I will. This is such an important time in our history. We are choosing in this election, as I said, it's not just, it's a referendum. What does America want to be now in this new century? And as I look around, I see a significant number of younger people. I wonder, why aren't they in school? But I'm glad they're here. I love that. Thank you. So if you don't mind, I think... I know. You're not that old, sir. With your indulgence, I just want to take a couple minutes to talk to them directly. Because this election is about them. It's about them. It's what drives me every day. I know that what we're deciding here is what kind of America will we have when my 16-year-old daughter graduates from college? What kind of America will we have when my 13-year-old daughter buys her first home? What kind of America will we have when my 10-year-old son starts his first business, or when my 8-year-old son starts his family? That's what we're deciding. Now, I want our young people here to know that, first of all, I want you to know this, because I know there's a lot of news out there, the millennials, this or that. Let me tell you guys something. Any study of history will show you one thing is always true. Every generation thinks the next generation is messed up, okay? Your great-grandparents thought your grandparents were doomed because Elvis Presley moved his hips on television. Your grandparents thought your parents were messed up because they wore bell-bottoms. And I guess my parents thought we were messed up because we listened to MC Hammer or something. And Madonna. Do you even know who Madonna is? Some of the younger people, man. I believe this generation of Americans, they call them millennials, I believe they're going to be the next great generation. I really do. You guys are the most amazing collaborators I've ever seen. You have grown up working with people you've never even met online, getting behind great causes. You're more technologically advanced than any people in the history of mankind. My goodness, one of the things I've seen on this campaign is everyone wants to take a picture with their phone, but the only one that knows how to use their phone are people under 15. Maybe under 25. This world is tailor-made for you. The 21st century is the most exciting time in human history if we do a few right things. There are hundreds of millions of people in America and in the world that just a few years ago were starving. And now these people drive cars. They take vacations and they want to buy things from you. They want to partner with you. They want to invest with you. They want to collaborate with you. Hundreds of millions of people that can now be your customers, your clients, your investors, and your collaborators. What an exciting world. By the way, that was possible because of the end of communism and the spread of free enterprise. Do you know the only thing standing between you and becoming the most prosperous Americans that have ever lived is the decisions we make right now? The decisions that we make right now. If we leave you saddled with $22, $25, $30 trillion of debt, you'll spend your whole life having to fight through that issue, and you may never be able to move ahead. If we leave you with a country that is unsafe because our enemies have grown more powerful and we've grown weaker, you'll spend your whole life having to deal with these threats instead of spending your life building up businesses and collaborating with people and moving ahead. If we abandon free enterprise, you'll no longer live in an economy where you're judged on your merit and on your skill. You'll be judged by your connections and how much can you influence government. That's what's at stake here. And that's what we need to decide in this election. And I'm running as much as anything else because I believe in the depths of my heart, I know how special this country is because I've lived it. My parents, both of my parents were born into a society like most societies, where your future is determined by who your parents are. Imagine for a moment living in a place that says to you, it doesn't matter how good you are. It doesn't matter how hard you work. You can only go so far because your parents weren't the right people. Well, that's been the human condition for almost all of history, except for here. If we ever lose that, we stop being special. My parents came to America, they had nothing. The first words my father learned in English were, I'm looking for a job. They had no money, they had no connections, they barely had an education. My dad stopped going to school when he was 9 because his mother died, and if he wanted to eat, he had to go work. When they arrived in America, life was not easy. It was hard. They struggled. Years later, they admitted to me they were so discouraged in those first couple of years, they thought they had made a mistake coming here. But they persevered. My parents were not rich people. But I always tell people my parents were incredibly successful. Because working as a bartender and a maid, less than 10 years after they arrived here, my parents bought a home in a safe and stable neighborhood. After years of hard work and raising their family, my parents retired with dignity and security. But you know what really made them successful? The purpose of my parents' life was to give us the chance to do all the things they never could. And my parents lived to see all 4 of their children live a life much better than their own. Now, I share that story with you not just because it's my story. I share that with you because it's our story. Because while I've met virtually none of you in person, and I don't know anything about your personal stories.
We all want to be your vice president.
You all want to be my vice president? I can only have one. I guess we can rotate them every day. Well, I don't know your personal stories. I know enough about you. You're Americans, and I know this. In America, we are all just a generation or 2 removed from the story I just said. My story is our story. You remember, maybe it was your grandparents who made incredible sacrifices for your parents. Maybe it was your father who worked 2 jobs. Maybe it was you were raised by a single mother who gave up on her own hopes and dreams so you could have your own. Or maybe that's what you're doing now. Maybe you're here today because you're working harder than you ever have, and there are things you once wanted to do and you realize it may not happen, but you're going to make sure that your children can do them. That aspiration has a name. It's called the American Dream. And it's not dead, but it's in a lot of trouble. Because the American dream was never automatic. The American dream did not happen on its own. The American dream is the result of the fact that for over 2 centuries, each generation did what they needed to do to ensure that their children had those chances. Each generation before us confronted challenges and solved problems and made great sacrifices. And so for over 2 centuries, we have been a nation where each generation left the next better off. For 200 and some odd years, each generation in America did what they needed to do. If you elect me president, this generation will do what needs to be done to save and expand the American dream. And so I must laugh when I read that Donald Trump says, after tonight, Marco Rubio should drop out. I have a message from Mr. Trump. Mr. Trump, Donald, maybe you should call him Conald Trump. I have a message for him. I will campaign in all 50 states. I will get in my pickup truck and drive around this country if I have to, before I allow the party of Lincoln and Reagan to fall into the hands of a con man. And I have a message for Hillary Clinton, too. Or I guess Bernie Sanders. After 8 years of disastrous policies, we are not going to continue on the road Barack Obama put us on. We are going to re-embrace the principles that made this nation great again. But first, tonight, I need your vote. I need you to go to your caucus site. I need you to leave here today and get your friends to caucus for me. I need their work and their help. I need you to go out there and advocate for me. Because friends don't let friends vote for a socialist like Bernie Sanders. And friends don't let friends vote for someone who's under FBI investigation like Hillary Clinton. And friends don't let friends vote for con artists. I am asking you for your vote tonight because I want you to know, and I want the young people here to know, what history is going to say about us if we do what needs to be done. Here's what history will say of this generation. It will say that we lived in the early years of this new century in a very difficult time. The world was changing all around us. The jobs we once relied on were being replaced by machines. It was so uncertain. We were headed in the wrong direction, and there was serious doubt about how much longer America would remain a special place. And it will say the truth. After 8 years of Barack Obama and a very strange election, we almost got it wrong. We came this close to getting it wrong. But then in 2016, we remembered who we were. In 2016, we remembered what America is always destined to be. And we did like the generations before us. We rose up to confront our challenges. We rose up to solve our problems. We rose up and embraced our opportunities. And because we did what needed to be done, our children became the freest and the most prosperous Americans that ever lived. Because we did what needed to be done, we didn't just save the American dream, we expanded it to reach more people and change more lives than ever before. Because we did what needed to be done. The 21st century was the greatest era in our history. It became a new American century. This is what we have the chance to do together, and it starts tonight in just a few hours, and I need your help. And so, I ask you to caucus for me tonight. And then when I'm our nominee, I'm going to come back here in the fall because we're going to win the state in the general election. And we are going to turn this country around. And we are going to leave for our children what Americans always leave their children, the single greatest nation in the history of all mankind. Thank you, Minnesota. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, everybody, welcome to Fox 10 News Now, part of fox10phoenix.com. We're looking at a polling place here. Campaign 2016 Super Tuesday is going on right now across the South and New England states. Welcome. My name is Mike Page. Happy to be here with you this afternoon. We're just getting started on our Super Tuesday coverage. We're going to have live results throughout the evening. You're not going to want to miss that. Stay right here to fox10phoenix.com. Okay, now we are going to go back to the FBI and Apple testifying at a congressional hearing.
Yeah, so they want to he might work some into his art. And so, yeah, so he got deadlines. And sign it.
Comes to mind, but kind of more like athlete stuff. So, otherwise, sorry. All that pain out. And mainly so you can help them.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Listen. You're above the law.
Committee will reconvene and continue with questions for Director Comey, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Chaffetz, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the Director, thank you so much for being here. As I've mentioned before, my grandfather was a career FBI agent, so I have great affinity for the agency and what you do and how you do it. They almost always make us proud. But the big question for our country is, you know, how much privacy are we going to give up in the name of security? And as you said, there's no easy answer to that. But when historically, with all the resources and assets of the federal government, all the expertise, all the billions of dollars, when has it been the function of government to compel or force a private citizen or a company to act as an agent of the government to do what the government couldn't do?
I suppose that's a legal question. In lots of different circumstances, private entities have been compelled by court order to assist, again, through the All Writs Act. New York Telephone is the Supreme Court case, the seminal case on that.
They didn't do what Apple had suggested they do in order to retrieve the data, correct? I mean, when they went to change the password, that kind of screwed things up, did it not?
Yeah, I don't know that that's accurate, actually. I wasn't there, don't have complete visibility, but I agreed with the questioner earlier. There was an issue created by the effort by the county at the FBI's request to try and reset it to get into it quickly.
And if they didn't reset it, then they could have gone to a Wi-Fi, local Wi-Fi, a known Wi-Fi access, and performed that backup so they could go to the cloud and look at that data, correct?
Right, you could get in the cloud through that mechanism, anything that was back-upable, to make up a word, to the cloud, but that does not solve your full problem. I think I'd still be sitting here talking about it otherwise.
Well, but let's talk about what the government can see on using a phone, and it's not just an iPhone, but you can look at metadata, correct?
Yes.
The metadata is not encrypted, correct? If I called someone else, or that phone had called other people, all of that information is available to the FBI, correct?
In most circumstances, right, metadata.
In this case, let's talk about this case. You wanted to talk about this case. You can see the metadata, correct?
My understanding is we can see most of the metadata.
How would you define metadata?
I was just going to say that. Metadata, as I understand it, is records of time of contact, numbers assigned to the particular caller or texter. It's everything except content. You can't see what somebody said, but you can see that I texted to you in theory. My understanding is with text in particular, that's tricky, particularly texting using iMessage. There's limitations on our ability to see the metadata around that. Again, I'm not an expert, but that's my understanding.
And do you believe that geolocation, if you're tracking somebody's actual where they are, is that content or is that metadata?
My understanding is it depends upon whether you're talking historical or real time when it comes to geolocation data, but it can very much implicate the warrant requirement and does in the FBI's work a lot.
So that's what we're trying to, what's frustrating to me, being on Judiciary, being the chairman of the Oversight Committee, there is nobody on this panel, as in a republic, a representative of the people, that have been able to see what the guidance is post-Jones and understanding how you interpret and what you're actually doing or not doing with somebody's geolocation.
You've asked that of the FBI and not been able to get it?
The Department of Justice to date have been asking for this for years. What's frustrating is the Department of Justice is asking for more tools, more compulsion, and we can't even see what you're already doing. We can't even see to the degree you're using stingrays and how they work. I mean, I think I understand how they work, but what sort of requirements are there? Is it articulable suspicion? Is there a probable cause warrant that's being used or needed? And it's not just the FBI. I mean, you've got the IRS and Social Security and others using stingrays. Again, other tools that I would argue are actually content to somebody's life and not just the metadata that you are able to see. So how do we get exposure? How do we help you if you routinely refuse, and I say you, meaning the Department of Justice, access in explaining to us what tools you already do have and what you can access? How do we solve that?
Yeah, I don't have a great answer sitting here. I'll go find out what's been asked for and what's been given. I like the idea of giving as much transparency as possible because I think people find it reassuring, at least with respect to the FBI, to take cell phone tower simulators. We always use search warrants. And so that shouldn't be that hard to get you that information.
What I worry about, you may be responsible, and I don't know what the IRS is doing with them, and I have a hard time figuring out when that is responsible. Last comment, Mr. Chairman. To what degree are you able to access and get into, either in this case or broadly, are you able to search social media in general, and are you using that as an effective tool to investigate and combat what you need to do?
Time of the gentleman has expired. The witness can answer the questions.
Social media is a feature of all of our lives, and so it's a feature of a lot of our investigations. Sometimes it gives us useful information, sometimes not. It's hard to answer in the abstract, but it's a big part of our work.
Chair thanks, gentlemen, and recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Director Comey. The framers of our Constitution recognized a right to privacy that Americans would enjoy. Fourth Amendment pretty much implies that right to privacy, does it not?
I'm not a constitutional scholar. I think a scholar, if he were sitting here, might say it's not the Fourth Amendment that's the source of the right to privacy. It's other amendments of the Constitution. But that's a technical answer. The Fourth Amendment is critically important because it's a restriction on government power. You may not look at the people's stuff, their houses, their effects, without a warrant and without independent judiciary.
But it also grants impliedly to the government, the Fourth Amendment, the authority to search and seize when the search or seizure is reasonable. Is that correct?
Again, to be technical, I think the answer is Congress has given the government that authority through statute. The Fourth
Well, I
Amendment
mean, the Fourth
is a restriction
Amendment-
on that authority.
The Fourth Amendment says that the right of the people to be secure in their place, in their persons, housings, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation. And what I'm reading into the Fourth Amendment is that the people do have a right to privacy, have right to be secure in their persons, housings, papers, and effects, but I'm also reading into it an implied responsibility of the government to, on occasion, search and seize. Would that be your reading of it also?
Yes.
And, of course, upon probable cause. But there are some circumstances where in the hot pursuit or at the time of an arrest, there's some exceptions that have been carved out to where a warrant is not always required to search and seize. Is that correct?
Yes, you mentioned one, the so-called exigent circumstances doctrine, where if you're in the middle of an emergency and you're looking for a gun that a bad guy might have hid, in a car or something, you don't necessarily have to go get the warrant. If you have the factual basis, you can do the search and then have the judge look at it and validate it.
Now, even in a situation where exigent circumstances exist, technology has now brought us to the point where law enforcement or the government is preempted from being able to search and seize. Is that correct? Technology has produced this result.
Yeah, I think technology has allowed us to create zones of complete privacy, which sounds like an awesome thing until you really think about it. But those zones prohibit any government action under the Fourth Amendment or under our search authority.
Well, it's actually a zone of impunity, would it not be? A zone where bad things can happen and the security of Americans can be placed at risk.
Potentially, yes, sir.
And that is the situation that we have with end-to-end encryption. Is that not correct?
I think that's a fair description, where we have communications where even with a judge's order can't be intercepted.
Now, you said that you were not a constitutional scholar, and neither am I, but does it seem reasonable that the framers of the Constitution meant to exempt any domain from its authority to be able to search and seize if it's based on probable cause or some exigent circumstance allows for a search and seizure with less than a warrant and a showing of probable cause?
Yeah, I doubt that they imagined the devices we have today and the ways of communicating, but I also doubt that they imagined there would be any place in American life where law enforcement with lawful authority could not go. And the reason I say that is the First Amendment talks about the people's homes. Is there a more important place to any of us than our homes? So from the founding of this country, it was contemplated that law enforcement could go into your house with appropriate predication and oversight. So to me, the logic of that tells me they wouldn't have imagined any box or storage area or device that could never be entered.
So from that standpoint, to be a strict constructionist about the Constitution and the Fourth Amendment, it's ridiculous that anyone would think that we would not be able to take our present circumstances and shape current law to appreciate the niceties of today's practical realities. I know I'm rambling a little bit, but did you understand what I just said?
I understand what you said, sir.
Would you agree or disagree with me?
Time of the gentleman has expired. The director may answer the question.
I think it's the kind of question that democracies were built to wrestle with and that the Congress of the United States is fully capable of wrestling with in a good way.
Well, in
the time of the
times
gentleman,
we have been.
The time of the gentleman has expired.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Marino, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Director, it's always a pleasure.
Same, sir.
I'm going to expand a little bit on one of Judge Poe's questions. Is the Bureau asking Apple to simply turn over the penetration code for the Bureau to get into, or that you want the penetration code at your disposal? Do you understand what I'm saying?
As I understand the judge's order, the way it could work out here is that the maker of the phone would write the code, keep the phone and the code entirely in their office space, and the FBI would send the guesses electronically. So we wouldn't have the phone, we wouldn't have the code, and that's my understanding of it.
That's a good point to clarify, because there's a lot of rumors out there. I'm going to switch to the courts a little bit here. Do you see the federal court resolving the warrant issue that the Bureau is presently faced with, whatever way that decision eventually comes down, or should Congress legislate the issue now, if at all?
I appreciate the question. I don't think that's for me to say. I do think the courts, some people have said, so in the middle of this terrorism investigation, why didn't you come to Congress? Well, because we're in the middle of a terrorism investigation.
Yeah, right.
And so I think the courts will sort that out faster than any legislative body could, but only that particular case. The broader question, as I said earlier, I don't see how the courts can resolve this tension between privacy and public safety that we're all feeling.
Another good point. Given that most of our social, professional, and very personal information is on our desktop computers, on our laptops, on our pads, and now more than ever on these things, what is your position on notching up the level at which members of the federal judiciary can approve a warrant to access critically valuable evidence to solve a horrific felony, particularly when fighting terrorism?
Do you mean making the threshold something above probable cause?
No, not the threshold. The federal judicial individuals making this decision. Right now, I understand it's a magistrate. When I was at the state level, we could do some things at the sort of the magistrate level or the district court, but then we had to go to the superior court. And working in the federal system with you, we had to go to one or two different levels. What's your position on that?
I see what you're saying. So instead of having magistrate judges decide these questions, the district court might?
Yeah, and no disrespect to magistrate courts. I'm very good friends with a lot of those brilliant people who will eventually, I know, go to the bench. But from a perspective of the public, that a more narrowly defined, limited number of people making that decision concerning the electronics that we have.
Honestly, Congressman, I haven't thought about that. I agree with you. I have a number of friends who are magistrate judges, and they're awesome, and they think well, and they rule well. I think they're fully capable of handling these issues, but I haven't thought about it well enough to react other than that.
Okay. And just for the record, I've managed a couple of prosecution offices, and I've never gone to the experts, whether it's in DNA or whether it's in these electronics, asked them, did you complete everything that you should have completed?
Thank you, Mr. Marino.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Chu, for 5 minutes.
Director Comey, my district is next to San Bernardino. After the terror attack, we mourned the loss of 14 lives and empathize with the 22 wounded. And there is indeed fear and anxiety amongst my constituents. So our discussion here today is particularly important to the people back home. There are many in our area that want answers, but there are also many that feel conflicted about putting their own privacy at risk. So my first question to you is, under federal law, we do not require technology companies to maintain a key to unlock encrypted information in the devices they sell to customers. Some of the witnesses we'll hear from today argue that if such a key or software was developed to help the FBI access the device used by Syed Farook, it would make the millions of other devices in use today vulnerable. How can we ensure that we're not creating legal or technical backdoors to U.S. technology that will empower other foreign governments in taking advantage of this loophole?
That's a great question. I think that what you have to do is just talk to people on all sides of it who are true experts, which I am not, but I've also talked to a lot of experts, and I'm an optimist. I actually don't think we've given this the shot that it deserves. I don't think the most creative and innovative people in our country have had an incentive to try and solve this problem. But when I look at particular phones, in the fall of 2014, the makers of these phones could open them. And I don't remember people saying the world was ending at that point and that we're all exposed. And so I do think judgments have been made that are not irreversible. But I think the best way to get at it is talk to people about, so why do you make the phone this way and what is the possibility? The world I imagine is a world where people comply with warrants. How they do it is entirely up to them. Lots of phone makers and providers of email and text today provide secure services to their customers, and they comply with warrants. That's just the way they've structured their business, and so it gives me a sense of optimism that this is not an impossible problem to solve. Really, really hard, and it will involve you all talking to the people who really know this work.
Well, I'd like to ask about law enforcement finding technical solutions. I understand that there may be other methods or solutions for law enforcement when it comes to recovering data on a smartphone. Professor Landau argues in her testimony later today that solutions to accessing the data already exist within the forensic analysis community, solutions which may include jailbreaking the phone, amongst others. Or, she says, other entities within the federal government may have the expertise to crack the code. Has the FBI pursued these other methods or tried to get help from within the federal government, such as from agencies like the NSA?
Yes is the answer. We've talked to anybody who will talk with us about it, and I welcome additional suggestions. Again, you have to be very specific. 5C running iOS 9. What are the capabilities against that phone? There are versions of different phone manufacturers and combinations of model and operating system that it is possible to break a phone without having to ask the manufacturer to do it. We have not found a way to break the 5C running iOS 9. And as I said, in a way, this is kind of yesterday's problem, because the 5C, although I'm sure it's a great phone, has been overtaken by the 6 and will be overtaken by others that are different in ways that make this relief yesterday.
So let me ask this. Like smartphones, safes can be another form of storage of personal information. Similarly to how technology companies are not required to maintain a key to unlock encryption, safe manufacturers are not required to maintain keys or combinations to locks. Given this, law enforcement has been able to find a way to get into safes under certain circumstances or obtain critical information through other avenues. So how does this differ from unlocking a smartphone? It's clear that technology is outpacing law enforcement's ability to get information from devices like the iPhone, even with a proper warrant. But isn't it the FBI or the law enforcement agency who bears the responsibility to figure out the solution to unlock the code?
I'll take the last part first. Sure, if we can figure it out. The problem with the safe comparison is there's no safe in the world that can't be opened. Right? If our experts can't crack it, we'll blow it up. We'll blow the door off. And so this is different. The awesome, wonderful power of encryption changes that and makes that comparison, frankly, inapt. And so, sure, where law enforcement can appropriately, lawfully figure out how to do it, we will and should. But there will be occasions, and it's going to sweep across, again, with the updating of phones and the changing of apps where we communicate end-to-end encrypted, it's going to sweep across all of our work and outstrip our ability to do it on our own.
Thank you. I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentlewoman. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Gowdy, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, thank you for your service to the country, and I do appreciate your acknowledgement and that of my colleagues of the difficulty in reconciling competing binary constitutional principles like public safety, national security, and privacy. And I confess up front my bias is towards public safety. Because of this loosely held conviction I have that the right to counsel, the right to free speech, the right to a jury trial just isn't of much use if you're dead. So I reconcile those competing principles in favor of public safety. And my concern, as I hear you testify, is that I have colleagues and others who are advocating for these evidence-free zones. They're just going to be compartments of life where you are precluded from going to find evidence of anything. And I'm trying to determine whether or not we as a society are going to accept that there are certain, no matter how compelling the government's interest is in accessing that evidence, we are declaring right now this is an evidence-free zone. You can't go here no matter whether it's a terrorist plot. Now, I'm not talking about the fiend case. That's a drug case. The case the magistrate decided yesterday in New York is a drug case. Those are a dime a dozen. National security, there's nothing that the government has a more compelling interest in than that, and we're going to create evidence-free zones. Am I missing something? Is that how you see it? That you just can't go in these categories unless somebody consents?
That's my worry, and why I think it's so important we have this conversation. Because even I, on the surface, think it sounds great when people say, hey, you buy this device, no one will ever be able to look at your stuff. But there are times when law enforcement saves our lives, rescues our children, and rescues our neighborhoods by going to a judge and getting permission to look at our stuff. And so again, I come to the case of the Baton Rouge 8-month pregnant woman shot when she opens her door. Her mom says she keeps a diary on her phone. We can't look at the diary to figure out what might have been going on in her life. Who was she texting with? That's a problem. I love privacy. All of us also love public safety. And it's so easy to talk about, buy this amazing device, you'll be private. But you have to take the time to think, okay, there's that, and what are the costs of that? And that's where this collision's coming in.
Well, I love privacy too, but I want my fellow citizens to understand that most of us also, in varying degrees, also love our bodies and the physical integrity of our body. But since Schmerber, the government has been able to access orders for either blood against the will of the defendant, or in some instances, surgical procedures against the will of the defendant. So when I hear my colleagues say, have you ever asked a non-government actor to participate in the securing of evidence? Absolutely. That's what the surgeon does. If you have a bullet from an officer who was shot in a defendant, you can go to a judge and ask the judge to force a nurse or surgeon to anesthetize and remove that bullet. So if you can penetrate the integrity of the human body in certain categories of cases, how in the hell you can't access a phone? I just find baffling. But let me ask you this. If Apple were here, and they're going to be here, how would they tell you to do it? If there were a plot on an iPhone to commit an act of violence against, say hypothetically, an Apple facility, and they expected you to prevent it, how would they tell you to access the material on this phone?
I think they would say what they've said, which I believe is in good faith, that we have designed this in response to what we believe to be the demands of our customers, to be immune to any government warrant or the manufacturer's efforts to get in that phone. We think that's what people want. And that may be so, except I would hope folks will look at this conversation and say, really, do I want that? And take a step back and understand that this entire country of ours is based on a balance. It's a hard one to strike, but it's so seductive to talk about privacy is the ultimate value. In a society where we aspire to be safe and have our families safe and our children safe, that can't be true. We have to find a way to accommodate both.
So Apple on the one hand wants us to kind of weigh and balance privacy, except they've done it for us. They have said, at least as it relates to this phone, we've already done that weighing and balancing, and there is no governmental interest compelling enough for us to allow you to try to guess the password of a dead person's phone that is owned by a city government. There's no balancing to be done. They've already done it for us. I just tell you, Director, in conclusion, we ask the Bureau and others to do a lot of things, investigate crime after it's taken place, anticipate crime, stop it before it happens. And all you're asking is to be able to guess the password and not have the phone self-destruct. And you can go into people's bodies and remove bullets, but you can't go into a dead person's iPhone and remove data. I just find it baffling, but I'm out of time.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Deutsch, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Comey, thank you for being here. Thank you for your service and that of the men and women who work for you. We're all grateful for what they do. And I just wanted to take a moment before I ask you a couple of questions here to let you know that Bob Levinson, who was an agent for over 20 years, 28 years at the Justice Department, continues to be missing. I want to thank you for what you've done. I want to thank you for the Facebook page in Farsi that you've put up. I'd love a report on the effectiveness and what you've heard from that. And I want to, more than anything else, on behalf of Bob's family, I want to thank you for never forgetting this former agent, and I'm grateful for that.
Thank you, sir. He'll never be forgotten.
Now, I want to agree with Mr. Gowdy that if this were as easy as public safety or privacy, I think most of us, probably all of us, if we had to make the choice, we're going to opt for public safety for the very reason that Mr. Gowdy spoke of. But what I have some questions. What I'm confused about is this. the tool that you would need to take away the dogs, take away the vicious guard dogs, is a tool that would disable the auto erase. There's some confusion as to whether there's an additional tool that you're seeking that would allow you to rapidly test possible passcodes. Is there a second tool as well?
Yeah, I think there's actually 3 elements to it, and I've spoken to experts, so I hope I get this right. The first is what you said, which is to disable the self-destruct auto erase type feature. The second is to disable the feature that between successive guesses, as I understand iOS 9, it spreads out the time, so even if we got the ability to guess, it would take years and years to guess, so do away with that function. And the third thing is, which is smaller, is set it up so that we can send you electronic guesses, so we don't have to have an FBI agent sit there and punch in 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, like that.
And once they created that, would you expect them, after this case, would you expect them to preserve that or destroy it?
I don't know. It would depend on what the judge's order said. So I think that's for the judge to sort out. That's my recollection.
And so here's the issue. I think that vicious guard dog that you want to take away so that you can pick the lock is one thing. But in a world where we do, I mean, it's true, there are awful people, terrorists, child predators, molesters, who do everything on here, but so do so many of the rest of us. And we would like a pack of vicious guard dogs to protect our information, to keep us safe, because there's a public safety part of that equation as well. And the example of surgical procedures, the reason that I don't think applies here is because in that case, we know the only one doing the surgical procedure is the doctor operating on behalf of law enforcement. But when this tool is created, the fear, obviously, is that it might be used by others, that there are many who will try to get their hands on it and will then put at risk our information on our devices. And how do you balance it? This is a really hard one for me. This isn't either or. I don't see it as a binary option. So how do you do that?
I think it's a reasonable question. I also think it's something the judge will sort out. Apple's contention, which again I believe is made in good faith, is that there would be substantial risk around creating this software. On the government side, count us skeptical, although we could be wrong, because I think the government's argument is that's your business to protect your software, your innovation. This would be usable in one phone. But again, that's something the judge is going to have to sort out. It's not an easy question.
If it's the case, though, that it's usable in more than one phone and that it applies beyond there, then the public safety concerns that we may have, that a lot of us have about what would happen if the bad guys got access to our phones and our children's phones, in that case, those are really valid, aren't they?
Sure. The question that I think we're going to have litigation about is how reasonable is that concern? And slippery slope arguments are always attractive, but I suppose you could say, well, Apple's engineers have this in their head. What if they're kidnapped and forced to write software? That's why the judge has to sort this out, between good lawyers on both sides making all reasonable arguments.
And I worry, just finally, Mr. Chairman, I just worry when we talk about the precedential value, the discussion is taking place wholly within a domestic context. There are countries around the world where we know very well that the governments do their best to monitor what happens in their country, and through people's cell phones are able to squash dissent, are able to take action to throw people in jail and to torture people. And I think that precedential value is something else that we have to bear in mind as we engage in this really important and really difficult debate. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen, and recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. DeSantis, for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Director Comey. When you're looking at a case like the Apple case, and you want to be able to, as you said, remove the guard dogs and the FBI go in, are you concerned about preserving the evidentiary value that can then be used, or are you more interested in just getting the information for intel purposes so that you can use that for counterterrorism?
Our hope is to do both, but if we have to choose, we want the information first, and then we'd like it, obviously, to be in a form that could be used if there was a court proceeding against somebody someday.
Well, I guess, is there are there instances in which maybe a company would provide the data but would provide it to you in a way that you would not necessarily be able to authenticate that in court?
Sure, that happens all the time.
And that's something that the FBI, if that's what you get, then you're fine with that?
It depends upon the case, but in general, that's a tool that we use, private cooperation, where we may not be able to use the information in court.
And in terms of this, the guy in San Bernardino, it wasn't even his phone, and then the owner of the phone has consented for the FBI to have the information. Is that correct?
Right. We have a search warrant for the phone. The guy who was possessing it is obviously dead, and the owner of the phone has consented.
What's the best analogous case to what you're trying to do here? Because people look at it and say, well, you're basically commandeering a company to have to do these things. That's typically not the way it works. So what would you say is the, outside of the technology context, what would be an analogous case?
Well, everyone in the United States, to some degree, has an obligation to cooperate with appropriate authority. The question that the court has to resolve under the All Writs Act is, what are the limits of that? Apple's argument is that might be okay if it requires us to hand you something we've already made to open a phone, but if we're going to make something new, that's beyond the scope of the law. As you know, that's something courts do every day in the United States, trying to understand a law and interpret its scope based on a particular set of facts. So that's what will be done in San Bernardino. In a different context, it's being done in Brooklyn, in the drug case in Brooklyn. I think it's being done in different stages all over the country because in investigation after investigation, law enforcement is encountering these kinds of devices.
Have you, in your cases, have you gotten an order under the All Writs Act to just have a defendant, if you have a search warrant, produce the code?
I don't know of a similar case.
In terms of, I know some of the technology companies are concerned about if they're creating ways to, I guess, penetrate their systems, that's creating like a backdoor. And I guess my concern is terrorists obviously want to operate in a variety of spheres. One of the ways that they get a lot of bang for their buck is cyber attacks. And so if companies were creating more access for law enforcement in some of these situations, would that create more vulnerability for people and be more likely that they were subjective to a potential cyber attack?
Potentially, sure. If there were access tools that got loose in the wild or that could be easily stolen or available to bad people, it's a concern. As I said, a huge part of the Bureau's work is protecting privacy by fighting against those cyber criminals. So it's something we worry about every day.
Well, how would you then provide assurances if you're requesting a company to work with you that this doesn't get out into the wild, so to speak?
I think in the particular case, we have confidence, I think is justified, that Apple is highly professional at protecting its own innovation, its own information. So the idea here is you keep it. You figure out how to store it. You even take the phone and protect it. I think that's something they do pretty well. But again, that is something the judge will sort out. Apple's argument, I think, will be that's not reasonable because there are risks around that. Even though we're good at this, it could still get away from us. And the judge will have to figure that out, what's reasonable in that circumstance.
Great. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director Comey, for coming and being with us here this afternoon. I won't take my 5 minutes, so I'll make a couple of comments, and beginning by saying that I hope that all of the members of the committee would take note that the Director is actually answering our questions, and that is obviously very refreshing in that we get a lot of witnesses here, and if they bring them, we might not like them. If we bring them, they don't seem to like them. And it's good to get information without passing judgment. And I think that's what you've done very well here today. You're not passing judgment on Apple and their motivations. And I think in not questioning people's motivation, it's easier to get a solution. Because once you do that, everybody kind of says, okay, let's get all our defenses up. And really what we need to be doing is defending the American people, not Apple or any company or the FBI for that matter, but defending the American people. So I want to thank you for that. And I just want to suggest that we continue these conversations. I buy a house. I have no reasonable expectation that if you get a warrant, you're going to go into any drawer in my bedroom. When I buy the house, I don't have any expectation of privacy once you get a warrant to come. I do expect you to get one, I come from a time when I wasn't quite sure the Chicago police and law enforcement was actually getting warrants in the city of Chicago in the 1960s to get that. So we want to be a little careful and make sure. I'm trusting of you. If you were the FBI agent, I'd say, no problem, Director Comey, come on in. But unfortunately, there are human beings at all the different levels of government, and I just want to say that I'm happy you came, because I don't have that expectation in my car. I don't have that expectation in, I don't use the computer a lot I still write. I don't have any expectation. But the difference is, and I think you've made it, and I think this committee should take it into consideration, we do put a lot of information in these contraptions, and the reason we put them there is because we don't want to put them on a notebook. We want to keep them private. But I don't have any I really don't have any expectation that once I put this, if you have a lawful warrant, that you should be able to get it, even from my computer, if you have a law. I think so I think that's where you're going. Is that where you think, if I heard you right?
I do. I agree with you, except I think the case for privacy is even stronger than you said. You do have a reasonable expectation of privacy in your home, in your car, and in your devices. The government, under our Constitution, is required to overcome that by going to an independent judge, making a showing of probable cause, and getting a warrant. What we need to talk about as a country is we're moving to a place where there are warrant-proof places in our life. And yes, these devices are spectacular because they do hold our whole lives. They're different than a briefcase. They're different than a drawer. So it is a source with a place with a tremendous reasonable expectation of privacy. But if we're going to move to a place where that is not possible to overcome that, that's a world we've never lived in before in the United States. That has profound consequences for public safety. And all I'm saying is we shouldn't drift there. Right? Companies that sell stuff shouldn't tell us how to be. The FBI shouldn't tell us how to be. The American people should say, the world is different. How do we want to be? And figure that out.
Yeah, I think we're on the same place then, because I do have a reasonable expectation of privacy in my home. But if you go to court, you convince the judge and you overcome it. I've never had any expectation that a court order, because I bought something, I'm going to be able to overcome a court order. So I think we're in the same place. So thank you so much, Director, for coming and sharing time. I hope to share more time with you so we can talk some more. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. King, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, thanks for your testimony here and your leadership of the FBI. I'm curious about this from a perspective that has to do with our global war against radical Islamic terrorists. And I have laid out a strategy to defeat that ideology. I would take it back to our ability some years past to be able to identify their cell phones and get into their cell phones in such a way that we also got into their heads, which drove them into the caves and really it diminished a lot of their otherwise robust activity that Al-Qaeda might have carried out against us. I think that was a successful effort. Now we have global cyber operations going on with, I think by your numbers from a previous report I read, well over 100,000 ISIS activities on Twitter and other cyber activity in a single day. And so I'm interested in how the parameters that have been examined thoroughly by a lot of the lawyers on this panel might apply to an all-out cyber warfare against ISIS and any of their affiliates or subordinates that I think is necessary if we're going to defeat that ideology. And so I'm thinking in terms of if this Congress might diminish, slow down, or shut down access to this phone, it also means access to any other phone that they might be using. They would have a high degree of confidence that they could operate with a level of impunity in the cyber world out there. Do you have any comments you'd like to make on the implications that being locked out of an opportunity to unlock this phone might mean to a global war on terror that could be prosecuted in the next administration aggressively across the fields of cyber warfare? And I would just add to that, for the sake of enumerating them, financial warfare, educational warfare, and human intelligence, and the network that'd be necessary, not just the kinetic activity, to defeat radical Islamic terrorism.
Thank you, Mr. King. This conversation we're having today, and that I hope will continue, is really important for domestic law enforcement, but it has profound implications for, among other things, our counterterrorism work, because since Mr. Snowden's revelations, terrorist tradecraft changed. And they moved immediately to encrypted apps for their communication and trying to find devices that were encrypted, wrap their lives in encryption because they understand the power of encryption. And so there's no place we see this collision between our love for privacy and the security of encryption and public safety than in fighting terrorism, especially ISIL. Because for the FBI's responsibility, which is here in the United States, every day we're looking for needles in a haystack, and increasingly the most dangerous needles go invisible to us because that's when ISIL moves them to an encrypted app that's end-to-end encrypted, and a judge's order is irrelevant there. That's why this is such an urgent feature of our work. It has huge implications for law enforcement, overwhelmingly, but it has profound implications in the fight against terrorism.
Do you get any signals that the American public or the United States Congress is contemplating some of the things that you've discussed here to the depth that it would be a component in the decision-making?
I don't know. I know everybody's interested in this, and all thoughtful people see both sides of this and are trying to figure out how to resolve it practically, how to resolve it technically. And the other challenge is, not to make it harder, there is no it. There isn't a single it. There's all different kinds of manifestations of this problem we call going dark. So what I see is people of goodwill who care about privacy and safety wrestling with this. Court cases are important, but they are not going to solve this problem for us.
Let me suggest that I'll just say I think it's a known and a given that ISIS or ISIL is seeking a nuclear device, and it pretty much said that publicly. If we had a high degree of confidence that where they were on the cusp of achieving such capability and perhaps a capability of delivering it, if that became part of the American consciousness, do you think that would change this debate that we're having here today?
I do worry that it's hard to have nuanced, complicated conversations like this in an emergency and in the wake of a disaster, which is why I think it's so important we have this conversation now, because in the wake of something awful happening, it will be hard to talk about this in a thoughtful, nuanced way. And so I think that's why I so welcome the chairman having this hearing and having further conversations about it.
Thank you, Director. And I would just state that my view is that I want to protect the constitutional rights of the American people, and I'd like to be able to have this framed in law that reflects our constitutional rights. But I would like to have us consider how we might keep a nation safe in the face of this and how we might prosecute a global war against radical Islam, even in the aftermath of a decision that might be made by either a judge or the United States Congress. I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
Sure, thanks, gentlemen. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Bass, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director Comey, for your time and your patience with us today. I had a town hall meeting in my district on Sunday, and actually a couple hundred people showed up, and it was a general town hall meeting talking about issues that Congress is dealing with. And much to my surprise, this was a burning issue. And many of my constituents came to ask me questions, and I told them that they could suggest some questions, and I would ask you. And maybe you could speak to some of my constituents today so I can send them a clip of your testimony. Basically, in general, they had a hard time believing, they were not supportive. They don't want, Apple to comply. But they had a hard time believing that the FBI couldn't already do this. And so a couple of the questions were, how have so many others cracked iPhones and shared their findings with videos and how-to articles? And given that you described it not as a backdoor, but getting the dogs, away so that you can pick the lock, their question was, what other intelligence community agencies has the FBI worked with, considering there's at least 12 in the government? Between all of these agencies, how is it that you haven't been able to call the dogs off and pick the lock?
There are actually 16 other members of the U.S. intelligence community. It pains me to say this because in a way, we benefit from the myth that is the product of maybe too much television. The only thing that's true on television is we remain very attractive people, but we don't have the capabilities that people sometimes on TV imagine us to have. If we could have done this quietly and privately, we would have done it. Right? This litigation is difficult. It's especially difficult, as I said, for the people who were victimized in San Bernardino. And so we really can't. As I said, there may be other models and other permutations and combinations where we have different capabilities, but I'm here to tell you here, and again, maybe tonight someone will call us and say, I thought of something. Apple is very good at what it does. It's a wonderful company, makes wonderful products. Right? They have set out to design a phone that can't be opened. And they're darn near succeeding. I think with the 6 and beyond, they will have succeeded. That doesn't make them bad people. That just poses a challenge for us that we're not yet up to meeting without intervention from courts.
Since you can clone iPhone contents to compatible hardware and test passwords on the clones without putting the original at risk, can't you use so-called brute force methods to guess the passcode?
You're not with the, I think this is what Mr. Issa was asking about. I think a lot of tech experts ask, why can't you mirror the phone in some way and then play with the mirror? For reasons I don't fully understand, not possible in this circumstance. So we do want to try and brute force the phone, that is the multiple guesses, but we need first, we'll do that ourselves, but we need removed the auto erase function and the delay between guesses function, which would make us take 10 years to guess it. If we have those removed, we can guess this phone's password with our computing power in 26 minutes, is what we're told, because we have enormous computing power in the U.S. government. But we need to be able to bring it to bear without the phone killing itself.
Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Labrador, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director, for being here. Thank you for what you're doing. I know you have a very difficult job as you're trying to balance both security and privacy. I do have a few questions as you're looking at the laws that are in place, like CALEA and FISA or the other different avenues that we're talking about. Something that concerns me is that this is very different than some of the examples have been given here. For example, when you're going into a home, if you're asking for a key, if you go to the landlord, that key's already made. And you can go to the landlord and you can say, I have a warrant here and that key is made. Can you please give me a key for that? Or the method of creating that key, even if the key does not exist, does already exist. This is very different than that. Would you agree?
Yes, you're exactly right. There's a difference between, hey, landlord, you have this spare key. Judge directs you to give it to us. And, hey, landlord, we need you to make a key for this lock.
Yeah.
And that's a legal question as to whether the particular statutory authority we're using here, the All Writs Act, extends to that.
Correct.
We think in the government there's a reasonable argument to be made it does and should. And on the other side, lawyers for Apple argue it doesn't, and that's what the judge will sort out.
But this goes even one step further. In this scenario, the landlord can create the key, has the ability to create the key, and the technology to create the key already exists. In the Apple case, that's not the case. They have never created the key that you're asking for. Isn't that correct?
I don't know whether that's correct or not.
Well, as far as we know, as far as they're letting us know, there's no way for them, as they're telling us, because if not, I think they would be violating the judge's order. If they have an ability to do this, I do agree with you that they would be violating the judge's order. But what they're telling us is that ability does not exist. Isn't that correct?
I think that's right. And they, obviously, their general counsel is a very smart guy is here. He can talk about this, but I think what they're saying is, we can do it, but it requires us to sit at a keyboard and write new code that doesn't currently exist.
Correct.
And whether there's a meaningful distinction between that and someone who already has a key legally is something a judge will have to sort out.
See, what concerns me is the old legal maxim that, bad cases make bad law. This is clearly a bad case. We all want you to get access to this phone through legal means because maybe it would uncover some of the problems that we have in the Middle East. Maybe there's some evidence in there that could really lead us to take some terrorists down. I think we are all there, but the problem is that this is a bad case. This is a person who obviously is dead, who has never given his code to somebody else. And I'm concerned that as we're looking down this road, what we're doing is we're opening the door for other things that could actually be detrimental to our safety and security. For example, I think you've testified many times that we're getting hacked all the time. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
So maybe one of the reasons that Apple is refusing to do this or is hesitant to do something like this, because they know that even they get hacked. And when you create that key that doesn't exist at all right now, you're actually opening up every other phone that's out there. Do you see how that could be a concern?
I see the argument. The question the judge will have to decide is that a reasonable argument?
Because
I'm sorry.
No, you.
Okay.
You said that Apple is they're highly professional in keeping secrets. Would you say that the federal government also has very good people that are highly professional in keeping secrets?
Parts of it.
Me too. Recently, we've learned that there's been a hacking incident at the IRS. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
So that's what I'm concerned about. The moment that you open up that door, the moment that you open up that key that doesn't currently exist, you're actually allowing all these hackers that are out there. Some of them are enemies that are trying to do us harm, whether it's economic harm or whether it's actual terrorism. They're out there looking for ways to actually get into your iPhone, into my iPhone, into everybody else's iPhone. And at some point, that's why you have such a difficult job, is we have to balance that safety and security. Do you think that this capability that you're asking for can only be used pursuant to a warrant?
The capability that the judge has directed Apple to
Correct.
provide? I think that's the way that's the procedural posture of it. There's a warrant and the judge has issued an order.
That's how it is issued right now, but do you think that that can only be obtained through a warrant, or are you seeking to obtain it later through other means other than warrants?
I don't know how we would. If it's in Apple's possession, unless they voluntarily gave it to someone, there have to be judicial process.
Okay.
If they maintained it afterwards.
All right. Thank you very much. I've run out of time. Thank you.
Chair, thanks. Gentleman, recognize the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Richmond, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I start, I'd like to enter into the record two articles. One is from the Toronto Star titled, "Encrypted Evidence is Increasingly Hampering Criminal Investigations, Police Say." And another one is from the Baton Rouge Advocate, which says, "The Brittany Mills murder case has put in Baton Rouge in the middle of national cell phone encryption debate." Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me just say, and Director Comey, you have mentioned the Brittany Mills case a number of times, and I just want to paint the scenario for everyone in the room and put a face with it. This is Brittany Mills, and this is Brittany Mills almost 8 months pregnant with her daughter. In May of last year, Brittany was murdered in my district. She was a mother. She was 8 months pregnant with her second child at the time. Someone came to her door and killed her. And a couple days later, her unborn child or born child also died. And according to her family and her friends, she kept a very detailed diary in her phone. And her family, who are here today, Miss Mills, Miss Barbara Mills, will you please stand, and Tia and Roderick, her family would like the phone open so that our district attorney, who is also here today, thank you for standing, our district attorney, who is also here today, Hilla Moore, can use that to attempt to find the murderer who committed this crime. And I guess my question is, we balance privacy, public safety, and criminal justice, that are we in danger creating an underground criminal sanctuary for some very disturbed people, and how do we balance that?
We are in danger of that. Until these awesome devices, and that's what makes it so painful, they're wonderful. Until this, there was no closet in America, no safe in America, no garage in America, no basement in America that could not be entered with a judge's order. We now live in a different world, and that's the point we're trying to make here. Before we drift to a place where a whole lot of other families in incredible pain look at other district attorneys and say, what do you mean you can't? You have a court order. Before we drift to that place, we got to talk about it, because privacy is awesome. But stopping this kind of savagery and murder and pedophilia and all the other things that hide in the dark spaces in American life is also incredibly important to us. That's why this conversation matters so much, but it's also why we have to talk to each other. There are no demons in this conversation. We care about the same things, but it is urgent, and there's no more painful circumstance to demonstrate it than in the death of that beautiful woman and her baby.
Well, and I do appreciate you saying we have to talk to each other, because just in the small time that I was able to put the representatives of Apple and the district attorney in the room, I think we made some progress and maybe some alternatives, and maybe we'll get somewhere. But it is a very difficult balancing act, and I think the people from Apple are very well-intentioned and have some real concerns. But let me ask you this. I took a congressional delegation trip over to the Ukraine, and when we landed our plane, we were on the runway, and our security advisors came on to the back and said, if you don't want your phone hacked and people have access to your text messages, your pictures, your emails, and everything else, we advise you to power your phone off and leave it on the plane. And no one is in close enough proximity right now to do it. So if you need to make a call, make a call. But when we get closer to the terminal, you need to power that phone down. So does Ukraine have better technology? Well, they were really worried about Russian hackers. But does Russia have that much of a technology advantage over us that they can get into my phone while I'm on it and it's in my possession, and we can't get into a phone that we have in our possession?
The difference, and I'm going to be careful about what I say in an open setting, is that some countries have different control over their infrastructure and require providers in their country to make accommodations that we do not require here that give them greater surveillance capabilities than we would ever imagine in the United States. That's the first thing. Second thing is, we are a rule of law country. The FBI is not cracking into your phone or listening to your communications except under the rule of law and going to a judge. Those are the two big differences. But countries have capabilities, and in part based on accommodations that device makers and providers have made in those countries that are different than this country.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see my time has expired.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington State, Ms. Delbene, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director Comey, for being with us and for all of your time. I've worked my career in technology on email and mobile communications, and constantly heard from customers, both consumers and businesses, and even the government, to make sure that information was protected and that devices were secure. And in your testimony, you state that you're simply asking to ensure that you can continue to obtain electronic information and evidence. And you seem to be asking technology companies to freeze in place or revert back to systems that might have been easier to access. But don't you think in general that that's much an oversimplification of this issue? Because we all know that bad actors want to exploit vulnerabilities to breaking into any number of things, from a phone, a personal device, to our power grid. These things aren't static. They're changing constantly, and they're getting smarter every day. The bad actors are getting smarter every day, and we need to be smarter every day in terms of protecting information. So in that type of environment, how would you expect a technology company not to continue to evolve their security measures to keep up with new threats that we see?
First of all, I would expect security companies and technology companies to continue to try and improve their security. That's why it's important that all of us talk about this, because it's not the company's job to worry about public safety. Right? It's the FBI's job, Congress's job, and a lot of other folks in the government. So I don't put that on the companies. But the other thing that concerns me a little bit is this sense that if we have a world where people comply with government warrants, it must be insecure. And I don't buy that, because there are lots of providers today of email service, of text service, who have highly secure systems, who, because of their business models, visualize the information in plain text on their servers so they comply with court orders. I have not heard people say their systems are insecure. They simply have chosen a different business model. So I actually don't think it's, again, a lot of people may disagree with me. I actually don't think in the main it's a technological problem. It's a business model problem. That doesn't solve it, but that gets us away from this "it's impossible" nonsense.
But we know more and more. In fact, we're talking about phones today, but we're talking about the growth in the Internet of Things, of more and more personal devices where security will be even more critical. And so it's hard to say you're talking about a world where it's confined to the way the world works today. I think that absolutely is not the situation that we're facing. We're seeing evolution every day, and these are devices that are connected to networks, and information is flowing. And that information might be someone's financial information or personal information that, if it is exploited, would create a security issue itself.
I agree.
So don't you believe that encryption has an important role to play in protecting security?
Vital.
So now when we've talked about what role Congress plays versus what role the courts would play, and you've kind of talked about both in different scenarios. You talk about privacy versus security and that Congress should play a role there, but the courts should decide whether or not there's a security breach if there's a piece of technology that breaks into a device, and whether or not there's a concern that that will be widely available. Yet the tension isn't really between just privacy and security. It's between security and protecting people's information. And so where do you think Congress plays a role versus the courts when you've talked about both of them in your testimony today?
I think the courts have a job to, in particular cases, interpret the laws that Congress has passed throughout the history of this country to try and decide the government is seeking this relief, does that fit within the statute? That's the court's job, and they're very, very good at it. The larger societal problem we have is this collision that I think you've said well between privacy and security. Very difficult to solve it case by case by case. We have to ask ourselves, how do we want to govern ourselves? Right? If you are a manufacturer of devices in the United States, or you provide communication services in the United States, what are as a country, what are our expectations of you and demands of you? It's hard for me to see that being worked out on a common law basis, honestly. But it's going to be, because the issue is joined every single day in our law enforcement work. If nobody else gets involved, the courts will have to figure it out.
This isn't just an issue of U.S. companies alone, because clearly there's access to technology that could be developed in other countries that will not have access to, and that's widely available today and people can use. But also, then it is important. We have laws that are centuries and decades old that have not kept up with the way the world works today. And so it is very important that Congress plays a role, because if courts are going to be interpreting those laws, and those laws were written with no awareness of what's happening today, then Congress needs to play a role of making sure we have laws that are up to date and setting that standards that courts can then follow. Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Chair thanks. The gentleman recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Comey, for your presence here today. And as one of my colleagues mentioned, your candor and the open dialogue and communication is much appreciated, and is not always the case with high-level government witnesses and others. You testified today that you don't question Apple's motives in connection with the San Bernardino case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you also testified that there are no demons in this conversation, true?
Correct. I hope not.
But the Department of Justice has questioned the company's motives in defending the privacy of the American people. Isn't that right?
I know they've questioned their motives in the sense that attributed sort of that they're acting with evil intent or something. I remember a filing the department said where they think a lot of Apple's position has to do with its market power, which I frankly think is not an illegitimate motive.
In fact, in the motion to compel that you referred to, I believe the prosecutor said that Apple's current refusal to comply with the court's order, despite the technical feasibility of doing so, appears to be based on its concern for its business model and public brand marketing strategy. Is that the statement that you're referring to, sir?
Yeah, and I think that's fair. I bet that's accurate. Apple has a legal obligation, because I used to be the general counsel of a public company, to maximize shareholder value. They're a business, and so I would hope that's part of their motivation, and it's not a bad thing if it's entirely their motivation. Their job is not to worry about public safety. That's our job, all of us in this room who work for the government.
William Bratton is the police commissioner of the New York City Police Department, is that right?
Yes.
That's the largest department in the country?
Yes.
And He's one of the most respected law enforcement professionals in the country. Would you agree with that?
I agree with that very, very much.
Now, at a February 18th press conference in New York City, publicly accused Apple of corporate irresponsibility. Are you familiar with that remark, sir?
I'm not.
Okay. Do you agree with that strident statement? That Apple is engaging in corporate irresponsibility by vindicating its rights?
I don't know that Bill said that, but I'm not going to characterize it that way. I don't think they're acting irresponsibly. I think they're acting as a corporation in their self-interest, which is the engine of innovation and enterprise in this country.
Now, fundamentally, as it relates to the position of those of us who are on the Judiciary Committee, as well as members in the House and in the Senate, guardians of the Constitution, this is not about marketing or corporate irresponsibility, correct? This debate.
I hope not. I mean, I hope part of it is, and that's a voice to listen to, but they sell phones. They don't sell civil liberties. They don't sell public safety. That's our business to worry about.
Right, but in terms of our perspective, this is really about fundamental issues of importance as it relates to who we are as a country, the Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution, the reasonableness of government intrusion, the rule of law, the legitimate centuries-old concern as it relates to government overreach and the damage that that can do. This is fundamentally a big picture debate about some things that are very important to who we are as a country, correct?
I agree completely.
Okay, now, in terms of the technology that's available today, Americans seem to have the opportunity to choose between privacy or unfettered access to data which can reveal the far reaches of their life to a third party, to a government, to a bad actor. Would you agree that there's an opportunity that the technology is providing for Americans to choose privacy?
I don't agree with that framing, because it sounds like you're framing it as we either have privacy or we have unfettered access by bad actors. I don't accept that premise.
Okay, so let me ask a few questions. One of the obstacles to unfettered access is the passcode, correct? The passcode.
Yeah.
Board number or 6-number passcode.
I naturally quibble because I'm a lawyer, but I'm just stuck on unfettered.
Okay.
Right? One of the obstacles to access to a device.
Let me drop unfettered.
Okay.
The passcode is an obstacle, correct?
Correct.
Now, you can choose a passcode or choose not to activate a passcode, correct?
I think that's right.
Okay. Now, whether you back up your system or not is an issue as it relates to access, correct? In other words, if you don't back up your system, you don't have access, correct? To the cloud.
Yeah, I think if you don't back up your system to the cloud, there's nothing in the cloud that could be obtained by a warrant.
Right. Now, with respect to auto erase, that is a choice that's being made. In other words, you have to actually affirmatively choose auto erase. If you didn't choose it, in this particular case or in any other case, eventually your computer is powerful enough to get access to the data, correct?
I think that's right for the 5C. I think that's right. And folks from Apple could tell you better. I think for the later models, it's not a choice, but I think it's a choice. I'm reasonably confident it's a choice for the 5C.
My time has expired, but I think it's important as we frame this debate to understand that it is actually the American citizen that is choosing on at least 3 different occasions in 3 different ways the value of privacy. And that's something that we should respect as Congress attempts to craft a solution.
Okay.
The chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Comey, for your service to our country. Thank you for being here today and for the outstanding work of the men and women at the FBI. We all, of course, acknowledge the incredible horrors of the San Bernardino attack. But I think in many ways what we're struggling with is, as Mr. Albani said, not necessarily security versus privacy, but security versus security. And the real argument that the danger that exists for the misuse of this new technology by foreign agents, by terrorists, by bad actors, by criminals, will actually make us less safe in the long term. And while it may achieve your objective in the short term, in this particular case, that the implications in terms of our own national security and personal security pose greater dangers. I think that's what at least I'm struggling with. I appreciate you said this is the hardest question you've confronted, because I think it is a hard one. But the first thing I want to ask is, this is different, would you agree, than all the examples that have been used about producing items in your custody. This is a different kind of warrant because it's actually compelling a third party to produce and create intellectual property which doesn't exist today.
I understand that to be Apple's argument. I don't know enough about the other possible comparisons to give you a thoughtful response, but yes, I understand that.
But it's hard to even imagine how a court ultimately enforces that, because you have to sort of get into the head of the engineers to figure out, did they actually comply with what the government order is directing them to create. I mean, I'm not saying it's not something you're not allowed to ask for, but it is different, it seems to me, than simply asking people to produce that which they are in possession of, custodians of.
Yeah, I see that. I mean, I heard someone earlier say there's a difference between a landlord has a key in his pocket. You say, you got to give us the key, and you don't have one, go make one for that door.
Well, this
and
is
the question
more
for the
than
judge is, what's the significance?
Not just go make one, because knowing how to make keys exists, but to develop a whole new technology and intellectual property. So I raise that because I think we have to acknowledge it's different and then decide what to do with it. But in addition to that, you've said repeatedly that the government doesn't have the ability to do this already. And as you know, there was a decision yesterday, Magistrate Judge Orenstein, I'd ask unanimous consent that memorandum in order to be made part of the record, in which he actually...
It already is part of the record.
Okay, which he goes through and says, the All Writs Act doesn't apply. CALEA prohibits this by omission, and I think in a very clear way. But in addition to that, he goes on to say that the government argued in an unrelated case that the government actually has the ability to do this through the Department of Homeland Security investigations, that they are in possession of technology that would allow its forensic technicians to override the passcode security feature on the subject iPhone and obtain the data. So I think this is a very important question for me. Is it in fact the case that the government doesn't have the ability, including the Department of Homeland Security investigations and all of the other intelligence agencies, to do what it is that you claim is necessary to access this information?
Yes.
Because the answer is yes?
That is correct. And I don't know, I think, I could be wrong, but I think the phone in the case from Brooklyn is different. Maybe both the model and the iOS, the operating system is different. But for this, I'm here to tell you, and again, people in the sound of my voice, if you got an idea, let us know. But 5C iOS 9, we do not have that capability.
Okay.
Again, to disable, the problem is we can get into that phone with our computing power if they take off the auto erase and the delay between guesses function. We will get into that phone.
So do you agree, Director Comey, that if there is authority to be given to do what you're asking, that authority has to come from Congress?
No, I don't agree with that.
So where do you think the authority comes from?
Well, the government's already asked the court and made the argument under the court that the All Writs Act vests in the judiciary the ability to order this relief. That's what the court case is going to be about.
If the ruling made yesterday remains, which rejects the notion that the All Writs Act applies and that CALEA, in fact, is congressional intention on this, and the fact that we didn't act on it means you have authorization has not been provided, then would you agree that Congress is the only place that can authorize this? And if so, what would you recommend we do? What would that look like as we grapple with this question? Because I can tell you, from me, having read that, I think CALEA is clear. It doesn't authorize it. It's clear the All Writs Act doesn't. So if there is to be authority, assuming we decide that there should be, it seems it must come from Congress. As the director of the FBI, what do you think what would your recommendation be that would respond to what you see as your needs, but also the national security interests of our country?
Yeah, I'm not prepared to make a recommendation, but I think I get your question now. If the judges are right that you can't use the All Writs Act for this relief, what should Congress do to grant the relief? And I'm not prepared to tell you specifically what to do. I do think it's something that Congress is going to have to wrestle with.
Thank you. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director.
The chair would ask unanimous consent that letters from the Computer Communications Industry Association dated February 29, a statement for the record from Ronaldo Tarish, president of the FBI Agents Association, and a letter dated February 29 from the American Civil Liberties Union all be made a part of the record. Director Comey, you've given us 3 hours. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm jumping the gun here. The gentleman from California, Mr. Peters, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Director Comey, I want to, first of all, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for being here. I wanted to just conclude by saying that I did hear did listen carefully to your opening statement. I thought it was very constructive. I think you appreciate the the two objectives we have here, which is to both preserve privacy and to deal with San Bernardino. You've heard the comment, hard cases make bad law. There's still hard cases. And the problem we see in terrorism now is the onesies and the twosies, and the notion that we would have invulnerable communications, I think, is something that we should all be concerned about. I hope that you and the panel to follow you will all be part of a constructive discussion to figure out a way to serve both objectives, and that the lines won't be too hard drawn on either side, so that we can do that. And I appreciate, Mr. Chairman, the chance to thank Director Comey for being here, and look forward to the next panel.
Thank you.
Yield back.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Director, you've donated 3 hours of your time to our efforts today, or more, I'm sure, in getting ready. So we thank you very much for your participation and for answering a multitude of questions. And we are looking for answers. So if you have more to add to the record later, we would welcome that as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman, would you entertain a unanimous consent while we're changing panels?
I would.
Then I would ask unanimous consent that a letter I received late yesterday from a constituent in the technology business concerning this case be placed in the record. This is Emily Hirsch.
Without objection, will be made a part of the record. We ask the witnesses on the second panel to please come forward and be seated.
We get more water.
And now that Mr. Sewell has been afforded similar attention to the attention previously accorded to Director Comey, I'd ask that the press move back so we can begin this second panel.
Mr. Chairman, I would not assume it was not directed to Ms. Landau, this photography.
Thank you. We welcome our distinguished witnesses for today's second panel, and if you would all please rise, I'll begin by swearing you in. Do you and each of you swear that the testimony that you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you very much. Let the record reflect that all of the witnesses responded in the affirmative. And I'll now introduce the witnesses. Bruce Sewell is Senior Vice President and General Counsel of Apple. Mr. Sewell serves on Apple's legal team and oversees all legal matters, including global security and privacy. Prior to joining Apple, Mr. Sewell was Deputy General Counsel and Vice President of Intel Corporation. He received his bachelor's degree from the University of Lancaster and a JD from George Washington University. Dr. Susan Landau is Professor of Cybersecurity Policy at Worcester Polytechnic Institute. Originally trained as a theoretical computer scientist, Dr. Landau is an expert in cryptographic applications. Within cybersecurity policy, her work focuses specifically on communications surveillance issues. Dr. Landau earned a bachelor's degree from Princeton University, a master's from Cornell University, and a PhD from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Our final witness, Mr. Cyrus Vance, Jr., is the District Attorney of New York County. Mr. Vance is currently serving his second term as District Attorney after being re-elected in 2013. He also serves as co-chair of the New York State Permanent Commission on Sentencing. Previously, Mr. Vance worked in private practice and taught at Seattle University School of Law. He is a graduate of Yale University and the Georgetown University Law Center. All of your written statements will be entered into the record in their entirety, and we ask that each of you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes or less. To help you stay within that time, there's a timing light on the table. When the light switches from green to yellow, you have 1 minute to conclude your testimony. When the light turns red, that's it. Your time is up. And we'll begin with you, Mr. Sewell. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee, ranking member.
Now make sure that microphone is on and pulled close.
Thank you for that technology. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my pleasure to appear before you in the committee today on behalf of Apple. We appreciate your invitation and the opportunity to be part of the discussion on this important issue, which centers on the civil liberties that are at the foundation of our country. I want to repeat something that we've said since the beginning, that the victims and the families of the San Bernardino attacks have our deepest sympathies. We strongly agree that justice should be served, and Apple has no sympathy for terrorists. We have the utmost respect for law enforcement and share their goal of creating a safer world. We have a team of dedicated professionals that are on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, to assist law enforcement. When the FBI came to us in the immediate aftermath of the San Bernardino attacks, we gave them all the information we had related to their investigation. And we went beyond that by making Apple engineers available to advise the FBI on a number of investigative alternatives. But now we find ourselves at the center of a very extraordinary circumstance. The FBI has asked a court to order us to give them something that we don't have, to create an operating system that does not exist. The reason it doesn't exist is because it would be too dangerous. They are asking for a backdoor into the iPhone, specifically to build a software tool that can break the encryption system which protects personal information on every iPhone. As we have told them, and as we've told the American public, building that software tool would not affect just one iPhone. It would weaken the security for all of them. In fact, just last week, Director Comey agreed, and I think we heard the same here today, that the FBI would likely use this as precedent for other cases involving other phones. We've heard from District Attorney Vance, who's also said that he absolutely plans to use this tool on over 175 phones that he has in his possession. We can all agree this is not about access to one iPhone. The FBI is asking Apple to weaken the security of our products. Hackers and cyber criminals could use this to wreak havoc on our privacy and personal safety. It would set a dangerous precedent for government intrusion into the privacy and safety of its citizens. Hundreds of millions of law-abiding citizens trust Apple's products with the most intimate details of their daily lives. Photos, private conversations, health data, financial accounts, and information about a user's location and the location of that user's family and friends. Some of you may have an iPhone in your pocket right now, and if you think about it, there's probably more information stored on that device than a thief could steal by breaking into your house. The only way we know to protect that data is through strong encryption. Every day, over 1 trillion transactions occur safely over the internet as the result of encrypted communications. These range from online banking and credit card transactions to the exchange of healthcare records, ideas that will change the world for the better, and communications between loved ones. The U.S. government has spent tens of millions of dollars through the Open Technology Fund and other U.S. government programs to fund strong encryption. The Review Group on Intelligence and Communications Technology, convened by President Obama, urged the U.S. government to fully support and not in any way subvert, weaken, or make vulnerable generally available commercial software. Encryption is a good thing. We need it to keep people safe. We have been using it in our products for over a decade. As attacks on our customers' data become more sophisticated, the tools we need to use to defend against them need to get stronger too. Weakening encryption will only hurt consumers and well-meaning users who rely on companies like Apple to protect their personal information. Today's hearing is entitled Balancing America's Security and Privacy. We believe we can and we must have both. Protecting our data with encryption and other methods preserves our privacy and keeps people safe. The American people deserve an honest conversation around the important questions stemming from the FBI's current demand. Do we want to put a limit on the technology that protects our data, and therefore our privacy and safety in the face of increasingly sophisticated cyber attacks? Should the FBI be allowed to stop Apple or any company from offering the American people the safest and most secure products it can make? Should the FBI have the right to compel a company to produce a product it doesn't already make to the FBI's exact specifications and for the FBI's use? We believe that each of these questions deserves a healthy discussion, and any decision should only be made after a thoughtful and honest consideration of the facts. Most importantly, the decision should be made by you and your colleagues as representatives of the people, rather than through a warrant request based on a 220-year-old statute. As Judge Ornstein concluded yesterday, granting the FBI's request would thoroughly undermine fundamental principles of the Constitution. At Apple, we are ready to have this conversation. The feedback and support we're hearing indicate to us that the American people too. We feel strongly that our customers, their families, their friends, and their neighbors will be better protected from thieves and terrorists if we can offer the best protections for their data. At the same time, the freedoms and liberties we all cherish will be more secure. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sewell. Ms. Landau, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today. The FBI has pitched this battle as one of security versus privacy, but as a number of the members have already observed, it's really about security versus security. We have a national security threat going on, and we haven't solved the problem at all. What have smartphones got to do with it? Absolutely everything. Smartphones hold our photos and music, our notes and calendars, much of that information sensitive, especially the photos. Smartphones are increasingly wallets, and they give us access to all sorts of accounts, bank accounts, Dropbox, and so on. Many people store proprietary business information on their smartphones, even though their personal smartphones, even though they know they shouldn't. Now, NSA will tell you that stealing login credentials is the most effective way into a system. In fact, Rob Joyce of the Tailored Access Operation said so in a public talk a month ago. Here's where smartphones are extremely important. They are poised to become authenticators to a wide variety of services. In fact, they're already being used that way, including at some high-placed government agencies. Now, District Attorney Vance will tell you that has said that large-scale data breaches have nothing to do with smartphone encryption, but that's not true. Look at today's New York Times, where there's a story about the attack on the Ukrainian power grid. How did it start? It started by the theft of login credentials of system operators. We've got to solve the login authentication problem, and smartphones are actually our best way forward to do it, but not if it's easy to get into the data of the smartphones. Now, the committee has already observed that there are many phones that will go through the process of being unlocked, not just the one in San Bernardino. And what that means for Apple is that it's going to have to develop a routine to do so. Now, what happens when you sign a piece of code to update a phone, and you're signing a piece of code that's an operating system or firmware, you do it once. You do it occasionally. It's a whole ritual, and they're very senior people involved. But if you're dealing with phones that are daily being updated in order to solve law enforcement cases, then what happens is you develop a routine. You get a web page. You get a low-level employee to supervise it. And then it becomes a process that's easy to subvert. I have lots of respect for Apple's security, but not when it becomes a routine process to build an update for a phone. And what will happen is organized crime or a nation state will do so using an update to then hack into a phone, maybe the phone of the Secretary or the Chief of the Federal Reserve, maybe a phone of an HVAC employee who's going to go service a power plant. What we're going to do is decrease our security. That's the security risk that's coming from the requests. Now, I get that law enforcement wants data protection that allows them access under legal authorization. But an NSA colleague once remarked to me that while his agency had the right to break into certain systems, no one ever guaranteed that that right would be easy to do so. The problem is when you build a way in for someone who isn't the owner to get at the data, well, you've built a way in for somebody else to get in as well. Let me go to CALEA for a moment. CALEA is a security nightmare. I know that Congress didn't intend it that way, but that's what it is. If you'll ask the signals intelligence people, they'll tell you there are many ways for nefarious sorts to take advantage of the opening offered by law enforcement. Instead of embracing the communications and device security we so badly need, law enforcement has been pressing to preserve 20th century investigative techniques. Meanwhile, our enemies are using 21st technologies against us. The FBI needs to take a page from the NSA. You may recall that in the late 1990s, the NSA was complaining it was going deaf from encrypted calls. Well, they've obviously improved their technology a great deal. According to Mike McConnell, from that time until now, NSA has had better SIGINT than any time in history. What we need is law enforcement to develop 21st century capabilities for conducting electronic surveillance. Now, the FBI already has some excellent people and expertise, but FBI investment and capacity is not at the scale and level necessary. Rather than asking industry to weaken protections, law enforcement must instead develop the capability for conducting sophisticated investigations themselves. Congress can help. The FBI needs an investigative center with agents with deep technical understanding of modern telecommunications technology, and also, because all phones are computers, deep expertise in computer science. There'll need to be teams of researchers who understand various types of fielded devices. They'll need to know where technology is and where it will be in 6 months, and where it'll be in 2 to 5 years, communications technology in 2 to 5 years, so that they can develop the surveillance technologies themselves. Expertise need not be in-house. The FBI could pursue a solution where they develop some of their own expertise and closely manage contractors to do some of the work. But however the Bureau pursues a solution, it must develop modern state-of-the-art capabilities. It must do so rather than trying to get industry to weaken security. Your job is to help the FBI build such capabilities, determine the most efficient and effective way that such capabilities can be utilized by state and local law enforcement, for they don't have the resources to develop that themselves, and to also fund that capabilities. That's the way forward that does not put our national security at risk. It enables law enforcement investigations while encouraging industry to do all it can do to develop better, more effective technologies for securing data and devices. That was a win-win and where we should be going. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Landau. Mr. Vance, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Goodlatte, Ranking Member Conyers, and members of the House Judiciary Committee. Thank you so much for allowing me to participate today. I'm testifying as a district attorney, but on behalf of the National District Attorneys Association. And I'm very grateful for you giving us the opportunity to be here, because much of the discussion in the prior panel and in the comments by the other speakers here has been about the federal government and about the issue of security and cyber crime in the federal context. But it's important, I think, for all us to recognize that state and local law enforcement agencies handle 95% of the criminal cases each year around the country. So we have a very deep interest in the subject matter of this hearing today, and thank you for letting us participate. Apple and Google's decision to engineer their mobile devices to, in essence, be warrant-proof has had a real effect on the traditional balance of public safety versus privacy under our Fourth Amendment jurisprudence. And I agree with the comments, I think, of everyone here, including the many members of the House, that we really need Congress to help solve this problem for us, and it's why it's so important that you're undertaking this effort. But I think in looking at this issue, there are some basic facts from the state law perspective that really are very important in this debate, but are not in dispute. And number one, as Tim Cook said in his open letter to his customers of Apple of February 16 of this year, smartphones, led by iPhone, have become an essential part of our lives. Nothing could be more true. We are all using our cell phones for every aspect of our lives. Number two is that smartphones are also essential to criminals. Our office investigates and prosecutes a huge variety of cases, from homicide to sex crimes, from international financial crime, and including terrorism cases. And criminals in each of those cases use smartphones to share information, to plan and to commit crimes, whether it's through text messages, photographs, or videos. Number three, criminals know that the iOS 8 operating system is warrant-proof. Criminals understand that this new operating system provides them with a cloak of secrecy. And they are, ladies and gentlemen, quite literally laughing at us. And they are astounded that they have a means of communication totally secure from government reach. And I don't ask you to take my word for it. In one lawfully recorded phone conversation from Rikers Island in New York, an inmate talking about the iOS 8 default device encryption called it, and I'm quoting, a gift from God. Number four, the encryption Apple provided on its mobile devices prior to iOS 8, that is before October 2014, was represented to be both secure for its customers and, importantly, was amenable to court-authorized searches. We know this because Apple told us this. Apple characterized its iOS 7 operating system as the ultimate in privacy. It touted its proven encryption methods and assured its users that iOS 7 could be used with confidence in any personal or corporate environment. During the time when iOS 7 was the operating system, Apple also acknowledged, I think importantly, its responsibility to help, again in Apple's own words, police investigating robberies and other crimes, searching for missing children, trying to locate a patient with Alzheimer's disease, or hoping to prevent a suicide, ending quote. So Apple's experience, I believe, with iOS 7 demonstrated that strong encryption and compliance with court orders are not mutually exclusive. Default device encryption has had a profound impact on my office and others like it. In November of 2015, my office published a white paper on public safety and encryption. And at that time, there were 111 iPhones from which we were locked out, having obtained search warrants for those devices. Now, 2.5 months later, when we submitted our written testimony for this committee, the number was 175. Today, it is 205, which represents more than 1 out of 4 of the approximately 700 Apple devices that have been analyzed by our office's own cyber lab since the introduction of iOS 8. And of course, that problem isn't just in Manhattan. Prosecutors in Houston have been locked out of more than 100 iPhones last year, 46 in Connecticut, 36 in Chicago since January, and those are just a few of the thousands of phones taken into evidence each year around the country. So centuries of jurisprudence that have been talked about today have held that no item, not a home, a file cabinet, a safe, or even a smartphone, is beyond the reach of a court-ordered search warrant. But the warrant-proof encryption today gives 2 very large companies, we believe, functional control over the path to justice for victims of crime, including who could be prosecuted and, importantly, who may be exonerated. So our point, Mr. Chairman, is that we believe this line being drawn between public safety and privacy is extremely important. It's affecting our lives. It's affecting our constituents' lives. And we believe that you should be drawing it. And we ask you to address this problem quickly. Time is not a luxury for state and local law enforcement. Crime victims or communities can afford. Our laws require speedy trials. Criminals have to be held accountable, and victims are, as we speak, and we know in this audience, asking for justice.
Thank you, Mr. Vance. We'll now proceed with questioning of the witnesses under the 5-minute rule, and I'll begin by recognizing myself. Mr. Sewell, Director Comey created a dichotomy between this being a technology problem or a business model problem, and said that Apple was addressing this as a business model problem. Is that a fair contrast, or is this something else?
It's by no means a fair contrast, Mr. Chairman. I've heard this raised before. It was raised in New York. It's been raised in San Bernardino. And every time I hear this, my blood boils. This is not a marketing issue. That's a way of demeaning the other side of the argument. We don't put up billboards that talk about our security. We don't take out ads that market our encryption. We're doing this because we think that protecting the security and the privacy of hundreds of millions of iPhone users is the right thing to do. That's the reason that we're doing this. And to say that it's a marketing ploy or that it's somehow about PR really diminishes what should be a very serious conversation involving this Congress, the stakeholders, the American people. Just with respect to the New York case, Judge Ornstein last night took on this issue head on, and he said in footnote 14 on page 40, he said, "I reject the government's claim. I find Apple's activities and the position that they are taking conscientious and not with respect to PR or marketing."
Director Comey and Mr. Vance seems to suggest that the security provided by encryption on prior devices is fine, but advancing encryption technology is a problem. What do you think about that?
So it's important to understand that we haven't started on a path of changing our technology. We haven't suddenly come to the notion that encryption, security, and privacy are important. At Apple, this began back in 2009 with our encryption of FaceTime and iMessage. We've been on a path from generation to generation as the software and the hardware allow us to provide greater security and greater safety and privacy to our customers. What happened between iOS 7 and iOS 8 was that we were able to transform the encryption algorithm that is used within the software and the hardware of the phone to provide a more secure solution.
We are moving to end-to-end encryption on many devices and apps, not just Apple iPhones. Why is that happening?
I think it's a combination of things. From our perspective at Apple, it's because we see ourselves as being in an arms race with criminals, cyber terrorists, hackers. We're trying to provide a safe and secure place for the users of our devices to be assured that their information cannot be accessed, cannot be hacked or stolen. So from our perspective, that end-to-end encryption move is an effort to improve the safety and security of our phones. From the terrorist perspective, I think it's an effort to communicate in ways that cannot be detected. But the terrorists are doing this independently of the issues that we're discussing here today.
Now, if the FBI succeeds in getting the order that is in dispute that Apple has appealed to a final resolution, however long that takes, and they then get Apple to develop this device that will allow the 10 times and your, by the way, all of us here, we can't turn that off. So
well, we can show you how to do that.
well, but inside our firewall here, we can't do that. So we understand the reason, but that creates a separate vulnerability, does it not, for people whose device falls in somebody else's hands? They could willfully try 10 times and erase whatever hasn't been backed up on the device. But be that as it may, if they were to get you to develop that code and apply it and then to crack the 4-digit code to get into the device, once they get in there, they could find all kinds of other restrictions that Apple has no control over, right? With regard to apps that are on the phone, with regard to various other communications features that the consumer may have chosen to put on there. Is that correct?
That's absolutely right, Mr. Chairman. One of the most pernicious apps that we see in the terrorist space is something called Telegraph. Telegraph is an app that can reside on any phone. It has nothing to do with Apple. It can be loaded either over the internet or it could be loaded outside of the country. And this is a method of providing absolutely uncrackable communications. If what happens here is that Apple is forced to write a new operating system to degrade the safety and security in phones belonging to tens or hundreds of millions of innocent people, it will weaken our safety and security, but it will not affect the terrorists in the least.
Thank you very much. My time has expired. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Conyers, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome to the witnesses. Let me start off with Professor Landau. Director Comey has just testified that until the invention of the smartphone, there was no closet, no room, no basement in America that the FBI couldn't enter. Did encryption exist before the invention of the iPhone?
Encryption has existed for centuries, and in particular there have been fights over encryption and the use of encryption in the 70s about publication, in the 80s about whether NIST or the NSA would control the development of encryption for non-national security agencies, in the 90s about whether there would be export controls on devices with strong encryption. The White House changed those rules in 2000. We expected to see widespread use of strong encryption on devices and on applications. And the technologist's response to Apple is, what took you guys so long? How, in the face of all the cybersecurity problems that we've had, did it take industry so very long to do this?
Well, as our technical expert, let me ask you this. Is there any functional difference between asking Apple to break its own encryption and what the FBI has demanded in California?
I'm sorry, asking Apple to break, I don't quite understand the question.
All right.
What Apple is being asked to do is to subvert the security controls and go around. So it's not breaking the encryption, but it's subverting its own security controls.
Right.
And is there any functional difference between that and
And what the FBI has demanded in California.
What it's demanded in California is that Apple subvert its own security controls.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask Mr. Bruce Sewell the same question. What is the functional difference between ordering Apple to break its encryption and ordering Apple to bypass its security so the FBI can break the encryption?
Thank you, Ranking Member. Functionally, there is no difference. What we're talking about is an operating system in which the passcode is an inherent and integrated part of the encryption algorithm. If you can get access to the passcode, it will affect the decryption process itself. What we're being asked to do in California is to develop a tool which does not exist at this time, that would facilitate and enable the FBI in a very simple process to obtain access to the passcode. That passcode is the cryptographic key. So essentially we are throwing open the doors and we are allowing the very act of decryption to take place.
I was hoping you'd go in that direction. Let me ask you this. There's been a suggestion that Apple is working against law enforcement and that you no longer respond to legal process when investigators need your assistance. Is that accurate?
It's absolutely false. As I said in my opening statement, we care deeply about the same motivations that motivate law enforcement. The relationship with law enforcement falls within my shop at Apple. The people that we have who assist law enforcement every day are part of my team, and I'm incredibly proud of the work they do. We have dedicated individuals who are available around the clock to participate instantly when we get a call. As we've discussed a little bit earlier in Director Comey.
I want to squeeze in one more question before my time runs out.
All right, I'll try to be very quick. We do everything we can to assist law enforcement, and we have a dedicated team of people who are available 24/7 to do that.
Why is Apple taking this stand? What exactly is at stake in the San Bernardino case?
This is not about the San Bernardino case. This is about the safety and security of every iPhone that is in use today. And I'd like to address one thing that Director Comey raised. There's no distinction between a 5C and a 6 in this context. The tool that we're being asked to create will work on any iPhone that is in use today. It is extensible, it is common, the principles are the same. So the notion that this is somehow only about opening one lock, or that there's some category of locks that can't be opened with the tool that they're asking us to create, is a misnomer. It's something that we needed to clarify.
Thank you for your responses.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Sensenbrenner, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sewell. I think you know that I have been one of the privacy hawks on this committee. And the whole debate over the USA Freedom Act was whether the NSA should go to court and get some type of an order or a warrant specifically naming the person or persons whose data is requested. Here, the FBI, has done that. In your prepared testimony, you said that questions about encryption should be decided by Congress rather than through a warrant based on a 220-year-old statute. I'd point out to you the Bill of Rights is about of the same age. Now, the FBI is attempting to enforce a lawful court order. Apple has every right to challenge that order, as you have done. But why is Congress and not the courts the best venue to decide this issue?
Congressman, I think that ultimately Congress must decide this issue. So I'm completely in support of the position that you're articulating. I think we find ourselves in an odd situation in a court in California because the FBI chose to pursue in an ex parte fashion, a warrant that would compel Apple to do something. We view that not as an extension of the debate, not as a way to resolve this issue. We view that as a way to cut off the debate. If the court were to grant the relief that the FBI is seeking, we would be forced to do the very thing which we think is at issue and should be decided by the American people. We'd be forced to create the tool.
Now, what's your proposed legislative response? Do you have a bill for us to consider?
I do not have a bill for you to consider.
Okay, thank you. That answers that. Now, the FBI has provided some fairly specific policy proposals to ensure that law enforcement can access encrypted data with a warrant. What policy proposal would Apple support? You don't like what the FBI said. What's your specific response?
What we're asking for, Congressman, is a debate on this. I don't have a proposal. I don't have a solution for it. But what I think we need to do is to give this an appropriate and fair hearing at this body, which exists to convene and deliberate and decide issues of legislative importance. We think that the problem here is we need to get the right stakeholders in the room. This is not a security versus privacy issue. This is a security versus security issue, and that balance should be struck, we think, by the Congress.
Well, let me make this observation. Having dealt with the fallout of the Snowden revelations and the drafting and garnering support of the USA Freedom Act, I can tell you I don't think you're going to like what comes out of Congress.
Congress, we will follow the law that comes out of this process. We certainly understand.
Okay, well, the thing is I don't understand. You don't like what's being done with a lawfully issued warrant. And most warrants are issued on an ex parte basis, where law enforcement submits an affidavit before a magistrate or a judge, and the judge determines whether the allegations of the affidavit are sufficient for the warrant to issue. Now, you're operating in a vacuum. You've told us what you don't like. You said that Congress ought to debate and pass legislation. You haven't told us one thing about what you do like. When are we going to hear of what you do like so that Apple has a positive solution to what you are complaining about? You said it's Congress's job to do it. Now, we won't shirk from that. This hearing, is a part of this debate. The FBI has provided some policy suggestions on that. You haven't said what Apple will support. So all you've been doing is saying no, 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 no. Now, our job in Congress, honestly, as we did with the Freedom Act and as we are doing with the Electronic Communications Privacy Act update, is to balance our belief that there should be privacy for people who are not guilty or suspected of terrorist activity, and that there should be judicial process, which there has been in this case. And, I guess that what your position is, because you don't have anything positive, is to simply leave us to our own devices. Well, we'll be very happy to do that, but I can guarantee you aren't going to like the result. I yield back.
Congressman, I do think we have said what we stand for and what we believe is the positive place.
Yeah, no, the thing is you've asked Congress to do something. And I asked you what Congress should do. You said we have nothing. Then I said the FBI has provided specific policy proposals to ensure law enforcement is able to get this information. Now, here we're talking about the iPhone of a dead terrorist that was not owned by the terrorist, but was owned by San Bernardino County. Now, the thing is that I don't have a government iPhone. I have my own iPhone, which I use extensively, but the terrorist had, a government iPhone, which belonged to the government. I think the government, the San Bernardino County specifically, would like to get to the bottom of this, and you're resisting it. I've said my piece.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me begin by welcoming my constituent and the great District Attorney of New York County, Cy Vance, and saying that I appreciate his enlightenment of the district attorney's views of this dilemma that we all face. Let me also suggest, in answer to Mr. Sensenbrenner's questions, that I assume that Apple may have legislative suggestions for us after the courts come out with their determinations, and Apple decides they like their determinations or they don't like their determinations, at which point Apple and a lot of other people and institutions, I assume, will decide on specific legislative proposals. And it may very well be that this Congress will wait to see what the courts do, but we will see. Let me begin my questions. District Attorney Vance, Director Comey suggested earlier today that the relief sought by the FBI is limited to this one device, running this particular operating software in this one case. Now, I gather that you've mentioned you have over 200 phones faced with a similar problem, that you don't really think that this case will be limited to the one device. That obviously it's going to set a precedent, maybe not the only precedent, for a large class of devices, including the ones that you're interested in.
There may well be an overlap between action in federal court, where the FBI is in litigation, and in state court. I do believe that what we should be seeking collectively is not a phone-by-phone-by-phone solution to accessing devices and the contents when there's probable cause. We should be creating a framework in which there are standards that are required for a court to authorize access to a device, and that it's not based upon litigation as to whether you can get into West Coast phone or an East Coast phone.
I assume that eventually either the courts will set one standard or Congress will have to consider it.
Yep.
Professor Landau, several of your colleagues recently published the results of a survey of over 600, and this is similar to a question I asked Director Comey. Several of your colleagues recently published the results of a survey of over 600 encryption products that are available online. More than 400 of these products are open sourced and made or owned by foreign entities. If Congress were to pass a law, or for that matter, if the courts were to impose a requirement that forcing U.S. companies to provide law enforcement with access to encrypted systems, would that law stop bad actors from using encryption from open sources or foreign sources?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And what Apple's product does is it makes encryption easy by default. And so it means that, as I said, the secretary to the chair of the Federal Reserve, the HVAC employee, the chief of staff in your office, of course, your office should be protected anyway, but the regular person using a phone has the phone secured. What the change, if Congress were to pass a law prohibiting use of encryption on Apple phones, or however you wouldn't say it just for Apple, what it would do is it would weaken us, but not change it for the bad guys.
And if someone purchased a phone from a foreign company, it could have the encryption that we prohibited an American company from creating?
That's if someone purchased a foreign phone, somebody can just download the app from abroad. They don't have to buy a foreign phone. They can just download the app from anywhere.
And let's assume that Congress decided to prohibit purchase of foreign encryption systems. Is there any practical way we can enforce that?
No. No. I mean, you would have to start inspecting so much as it comes over the internet that it becomes an intrusive.
So what you're saying is that we are really debating something that's undoable.
That's right. And we were there 20 years ago, which the open source issue was part of the reason for the U.S. government's change in export controls, which is part of what enabled.
Okay, let me ask two very quick questions before my time runs out. Mr. Sewell, the Eastern District Court yesterday, in its ruling that's been referred to, cited no limiting principle to the legal theory behind the FBI's request as a reason to deny the order. Is there a limiting principle in the San Bernardino case?
Absolutely none, Congressman.
None. So it can be expanded indefinitely. And finally, Mr. Sewell, your brief, Apple's brief to the court, lays out several constitutional concerns. Is computer code speech? Is it protected under the First Amendment? What are the First and Fifth Amendment questions? Well, let me just ask, what are the First and Fifth Amendment questions does this case raise? We've been talking about statute, but let's ask about First and Fifth Amendment questions.
Right. Good question, Congressman. And bear in mind that what we're being asked to do is to write a brand new computer code, write a new operating system. The law with respect to the applicability of computer code to speech, I think, is well established. So this is a compelled speech by the government for the purpose of the government.
Which is a First Amendment problem.
Which is absolutely a First Amendment problem. And bear in mind that this is speech which Apple does not want to make. This is our position. On the Fifth Amendment, the issue is conscription. The issue is forced activity, forced labor.
Does anybody else in the panel want to comment on that question? If not, thank you. My time has expired, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from California, Mr. Ice, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll pick up where you left off on forced labor. Do you know of any place in our history in which, except in time of war, when things are commandeered and people are told do that, or when police are in hot pursuit, do you know a time in which people were forced to apply their inventive genius against their will?
Congressman, I'm not aware of it. The steel cases during the war are the ones that were the most applicable.
Sure, and I certainly understand a different time and a different set of circumstances. Now, I want to do two things. So, Ms. Landau, I'm going to come to you first. Your expertise is encryption. You were probably very young, but you remember 20 years ago the argument, wasn't it the FBI and then the late Mike Oxley and others that were championing that if we allowed more than 256-bit encryption, then the FBI couldn't easily decode it, and that would be the ruin of their investigations.
Right, and what you get instead is over the last 20 years, the NSA has increasingly supported the secure technologies for private sector communications infrastructure, including the 256-bit algorithm.
Okay, I'm going to ask a quick question, and it's old technology, because I'm very good with analog world, but this happens to be a January 29, 2015 patent that's already in the record, and it's a patent on basically self-destructing the contents inside if someone tries to forcibly open it. Now, the funny thing is I was looking for the old patents going back decades and decades because the military and others have used these. They've had acids and even more punitive, if you will, responses inside when we wanted to secure it. It's not a new technology, but there's a new twist on it. Aren't we, in a sense, the equivalent of saying, well, you can make something that destroys the documents, but then you have to tell us how to defeat it?
That's exactly right.
Okay, and I'm looking and saying that there's no history in that, but we've had plain safes for a very, very long time. This isn't new. Do you know of any shredder company that's been told that they have to show you how to reassemble what they've shredded?
I don't study shredding companies, but I'd be very surprised if there were.
Mr. Vance, have you ever ordered a shredding company to put the paper back together, use their inventive genius?
Of course I haven't, Congressman.
Okay, you're asking in this case for somebody to create a product for your service, and I want to focus on that, and I'll get to you, I promise. But Mr. Swella, I'm going to look at you as the representative of one of the great technology companies in our country. Apple gets its great technology people, I assume, from Stanford and MIT and other great universities, right?
We do, yes indeed.
And you don't get all the graduates, right?
No, we don't. We wish we did.
So when I was talking to the director and saying, well, if you take, and it's a hypothetical, my level of knowledge is way less than any of your folks and probably any of the FBI's, but if you take this hard drive, solid-state hard drive, you pull it apart, and he even used the word mirroring. Obviously, he'd had some discussion at some point, and you make as many images as you want. Then you have a true original that even if the self-destruct occurs, that original, you throw it away, you take another one. So that part of what he's asking you to do, they can do themselves by pulling the chip out and having it imaged, if you will, in all likelihood. We're not saying for sure, but he hadn't checked it. So that's a possibility. Is that right?
I believe so. We don't know what the condition of the phone is, and we don't know what the condition of the RAM is.
And of course, we're not really talking about one phone. We know that. We're talking about thousands of phones. And as I understand the technology used in your chip is you have burnable traces in your chip. So randomly or in some way, when you're producing each chip, you burn traces which create the encryption algorithm, and it's internal. So the chip has its algorithm separate from the software. But that chip, when interfacing with an image, if you keep giving it new images, that's the part that changes. So isn't it at least conceivable that as to that phone, and perhaps the 175 in New York and others, that the FBI or the NSA could in fact come up with a elegant brute force attack that would work on your phones and also would work on hundreds of other types of phones around the world, and that technology with, if you will, those brilliant young minds from Stanford, MIT, and Kent State, my alma mater, could in fact produce something that would not be available to the public, they would have control over, and they would be able to make it more universal than just trying to go through your source code, which I understand, is it correct, they've never asked for, is that right?
We've never been asked for our source code.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, if anyone else wants to opine on it, I would appreciate they be able to.
Chair thanks the gentleman and recognize the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much. I think this hearing is very helpful, and just to get it on the record, Mr. Sewell, I mean, you're not objecting. Well, let me step back. If you have something and you are served with a warrant, you give that something up. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct, yes.
So the issue here is you don't have it, you got no way to get it, therefore you can't give it, right?
That's correct.
Now, if it were possible to do something that would get just this one thing without opening the door to everybody else's stuff, would you have a problem with that?
Let me
rephrase that, because you're in court.
Sure.
That would be a different issue than breaking encryption generally, wouldn't it be?
The best analogy that I can come up with, and I've been struggling with it, how do we create the right kind of analogy for this situation? If Apple had a box somewhere that we could guarantee, we could assure 100% certainty that anything that was put in that box was not susceptible to thievery, to attack, to corruption. If we had such a place in the world, we wouldn't be here today, because what we would have done is gone to our customers and we would have said, give us your passwords. We can absolutely 100% protect them. And then if you lose your phone, if you need our help, we can just give you the passcode.
But you didn't do that because you can't guarantee that, which is why you encrypted this phone.
Exactly right. And now the bizarre situation is that essentially the FBI is saying, we all realize it's silly that everybody would give you your password, but instead we want you to build a tool that will get those passwords, and we're telling you can put that tool in this box that doesn't exist.
Let me ask you this. Is it possible, theoretically, to create code that would preclude you from creating a system that would allow you to defeat the 10 try erase function?
We could write a program that would suppress that protective method.
So that you couldn't do what it is you're being asked to do.
Right, we're being asked to do three things, but it is capable. We're capable of doing those three things. The issue is what's the consequence of doing it.
Right, but the question is also, I mean, this hearing caused me to go in and turn on the 10 erase function, which I had neglected to do before the hearing. Thank you very much. But as you go forward, people are insecure about what's safe.
Absolutely.
And, for example, you don't have, and I think for good reason, what's in iCloud is not encrypted. Is it possible to encrypt the data in iCloud?
Yes, actually, in the iOS 8 and 9 generation, we have encrypted the iCloud data. It's encrypted in a different way than it was before, and we think in a more secure way.
Right, but you can still provide access to that.
It is encrypted in a different way, and so...
But you could change that if you wished.
Yes.
Now, let me ask you this, Dr. Landau. You were involved with that paper that was published, I think, last year. Thank you. That was an excellent paper. And I think for anybody who has, it's dense. I had to read some pages two and three times to understand it. But if for anybody, and actually I'd ask unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, to put that paper in the record from the cryptographers.
Without objection, it will be made a part of the record.
If you just go to the questions at the end, you see that this is a fool's errand. We'll never be able to do what is being asked of us by the FBI. It's a practical matter. It's just not achievable. But I'm interested in your take on, Director Comey said, they don't want the master key. They just want this one bypass on security. Isn't that exactly the same?
It's wrong, and it's just as Bruce Sewell said. Once they've built that software works for other phones. Of course, it has to have the serial number of the particular phone, so Apple has to has to take the software, put in a new serial number, sign it so the new phone accepts it, and that's where all the security risks comes in, because it becomes a routine process, and as I mentioned during my remarks, routine processes get subverted.
I'll ask the final question. Mr. Sewell, it was asked earlier by my colleague, Mr. Richmond, about whether these other countries have better security than we do. If I take my iPhone with the current operating system to Russia or China, can they break into it?
With respect to the phone itself, we believe that the encryption we provided in iOS 8 makes that effectively impossible. With respect to the things that are going on at the internet level, there are very sophisticated techniques that can be used by malicious actors who have access to the internet itself. There are ways to fool the internet into thinking that something is what it isn't. And so I think there is a vulnerability still in that regard. But on the phone, what we've tried to do is to remove that possibility with iOS 8 and 9.
Thank you very much for all of you for your testimony.
Chair thanks the gentlewoman and recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Poe, for 5 minutes.
Thank the chairman. Thank you all for being here. Fascinating, important discussion on this issue of, as you say, security and security. As you know, I'm a former prosecutor and former judge, and dealt with warrants for 30 years, either at requesting them or signing them. And this particular case, I think we're really talking about two cases now. We're talking not just about the San Bernardino case, but the New York case as well. Different facts, different issues. Fourth Amendment we have discussed. Fourth Amendment doesn't really apply too much to this situation because the possession of the item is lawful in the possession of government. I do think it's ironic, however. We're talking about privacy. The United States is supposed to lead on the issue, I think, on the issue of privacy. We're the only one that has a Fourth Amendment. But we see that other countries seem to have more concern about privacy in their technology than maybe we do. I find that somewhat ironic. Let me ask you a couple of questions. You discussed the idea of constitutional right of privacy, but in one of your testimonies, and I think it was Mr. Nadler from New York, he and I have a language barrier problem, so I'm not sure I understood his question. You mentioned the First Amendment and the Fifth Amendment. Is that correct?
I did. That's correct.
Briefly explain how you see this as a First Amendment issue as well as a Fifth Amendment issue. We don't need to talk about the Fourth Amendment. We've discussed that.
The Fifth Amendment issue derives from the fact that we're being asked to write code. And code is speech. The Supreme Court has held that that speech is protectable. So we're being asked to speak by the government. That speech is not speech that we want to make. And the First Amendment provides us with protections against being compelled to speak by the government. So that would be the First Amendment argument in a nutshell. The Fifth Amendment provides us with protection from conscription, protection from being forced into labor at the government's will, except under the most extraordinary of circumstances, which I discussed with Congressman Issa. But that's the Fifth Amendment issue.
All right. Thank you. This request, the results of the request, how would that affect Apple worldwide in other countries?
Well, there are a number of parts of that question, Congressman, so thank you. The way that this would affect Apple is that it would affect our customers. It would affect everyone who owns an iPhone, and it would create a risk for everyone who owns a phone that their data could be compromised, that their security could be compromised. With respect to the international question, I agree with you. I think America should be leading on this issue, and I think that the world is watching what happens right now in our government and what happens even today with respect to this particular debate. Our ability to maintain a consistent position around the world. Our ability to say that we will not compromise the safety and security of any of our users anywhere in the world is substantially weakened if we are forced to make that compromise here in our own country. So I urge this Congress, and I urge the government generally, to understand and to take a leadership role. Give us the strong support that we need to resist any effort by other governments to weaken security and privacy.
One of the questions that was asked was talking about what is your solution, and I actually agree with Mr. Nadler. I know this is going to bother him a little bit, that there may be, after all this litigation, then there may be a solution that we haven't thought of yet, but would not one option be Congress taking the position that prohibits the backdoor key security system, the Viper system, as I call it, from...
Thank you, Mr. Poe.
I said that earlier, but you stepped out. But the Viper system from being imposed, required, prohibit that from government requiring that type of system in specific technology like an iPhone.
I think that is certainly one possibility, yes.
Prohibit the key. Let me ask you something else. If courts rule that you're required to develop the technology, develop the software, would that software be able to be used on all those other hundreds of phones that are out there that the government lawfully has in their possession but they can't get into?
Absolutely. There's nothing that would preclude it from being used on any iPhone that is in use today.
And my last question, would other countries then, if U.S. takes the position, thou shalt give government the key, what will other countries like China require or request or demand of Apple?
So to date, we have not had demands like that from any other country. The only place that we're having this debate is in our own country. But as I said before, I think if we are ordered to do this, it will be a hot minute before we get those requests from other places.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen, and recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and thank the witnesses for being here. Mr. Vance, what's the difference between a company being ordered to use its best efforts? I think the language is, let's see, reasonable, a court order requiring reasonable technical assistance. What's the difference between a court order requiring reasonable technical assistance to accomplish the bypassing or disabling of the auto erase function versus a civil subpoena or a court order pursuant to a subpoena, a motion to compel the delivery of information under that person's custody and control? Is there a difference?
I'm not sure, Congressman, there is a difference. They're both court orders that are directing an end result. One maybe in a civil context, one in a criminal context. But I would say that in this discussion, it's very much a part of our history in America that when companies produce items or objects, or commerce becomes ubiquitous in a particular area, that the company has to have the realization that part of the group of people who are using its product are using it to commit criminal purposes. Take a look at banking system, currency transaction reports. Once it became obvious that criminals were moving cash through the banks, the response was you have to create and file transaction reports when cash is moved. So when two companies like these two hugely successful and important companies own 96.7% of the world's smartphone market, and we know that criminals are using the devices to commit crimes. We've heard some of those stories. I don't think that it is new in American history or in the context of business ethics or oversight for companies to have to adapt to the realities of the product they've created.
Because they are the only ones that can, a bank that received the cash would be the only entity in a position to submit a currency transaction report.
It would be the only one required to. If someone else had information about it, they could submit it, but it would be the only one who had firsthand.
All right, guys, it's unclear where that feed went, guys. We're going to hold on this for a minute, see if we get this feedback. Otherwise, we're going to take you to a polling place.
Yeah, we could take them to the weather, too, because we get to transition.
Oh, it is 3 o'clock. Never mind. Kinsey will be joining you guys, so I'm going to show you the weather.
Or you can show them the polling place and putting it. We'll be right back.
That's true. Thanks, Kinsey. Kinsey's giving you great ideas, guys. We're going to show you the polling place. I'm going to throw up this lower third that talks about Super Tuesday. And Kinsey will be with you in just a second.
All right, what I'm going to show you next is I have some video. Sorry. So what I have for you next is Marco Rubio held an impromptu press conference earlier, and I'm going to show you. Let's see. I'm going to show you. It's about 10 minutes of Marco Rubio talking to press. I'll show you in the corner here so that you can stay on top of the voting that we're currently looking at. Oh, I'm going to stop that. Here we go. All right, here you go. This is Marco Rubio in the corner talking to media on this Super Tuesday. Take a listen.
We're expected to do tonight. Tonight was supposed to, I feel very optimistic about many of these states. I certainly think we're going to do a lot better than we're expected to do tonight. Tonight was supposed to be Ted Cruz's big night. I mean, his whole campaign was built on a Super Tuesday strategy. His campaign repeatedly said that tonight and Super Tuesday he would wrap up the nomination. He may only win one state tonight, his own home state. So, and even there he won't take all the delegates. So we just feel really good about tonight getting through it. What was supposed to be a day that belonged to somebody else is a night where we're going to get a lot of delegates and be ready to fight next Saturday and beyond as we head into Florida and the winner take all.
Senator, why did you
Go ahead.
Why did you wait until the Houston debate to lay into Donald Trump?
Well, you know, I hoped that in this process we would have the voters would wake up and see increasingly what Donald Trump is as a con artist. And I think we were all caught off guard by how much attention he's garnered in the media. I mean, he gets a 10-to-1 advantage in coverage. It's really lifted him. You had the president or somebody at CBS yesterday basically admit that Donald Trump may not be good for America, but he's good for business for CBS. So you've had this artificial buildup of him, and I think finally the time had come. I think it's also important to remember that up until last week, I was taking incoming attacks from multiple candidates too, so I had to deal with those issues. But I think the time has come now that he's the front runner. He's now won 3 states in a row. He's leading in national polls to finally unmask him for what he is, a world-class con artist.
Senator, you spent the first sort of 3 days of the past 5 attacking Donald Trump pretty sharply, and then yesterday walked that back a little bit. There were members,
I've not walked it back.
There were members in the audience that wanted you to read his tweets or talk about his fingers, and you said, no, we're going to get serious. So why even sort of talk about those things in the first place? And
Well, that's not my campaign. Look, Donald Trump has been bullying people for a year, insulting people. Every now and then a bully needs a taste of their own medicine, but that's not going to be what my campaign is.
Well, why do it to begin with?
Sometimes when someone gets out of hand, as he does, someone needs to be reminded that they too can be attacked and humiliated and mocked. Bullies need to be stood up to, and I was proud and happy to do it. But it's not going to change my campaign and what we're about. I do think it's important to reveal him for the serious problem, which is that he's a con artist and that he's trying to con the American people into believing that he's this great leader. This is a guy who says he's running against the politicians, but he says basically any position he has is negotiable. Why doesn't he tell the New York Times to reveal the audio recording of the interview that he did with them so we could know his real views on immigration? It's just one con job after another, and unfortunately the consequences were he to carry out this con job is he's going to be the nominee of our party, he's going to define conservatism, and that would be a disaster for America.
Senator, you've laid out these markers for today, expectations for Florida in a couple weeks. Do you feel in control of your own destiny here with this primary, or do you think you still have a couple things that need to kind of go your way?
Well, I don't control. I mean, I've said this repeatedly. All these things are in God's hands. God's will is going to be done. I certainly think all I can do is my best, and I think our best is going to be good enough to get to the number we need. I can tell you this for a fact, guys. No one is ever going to beg me to get out of this race so we can coalesce around Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the most unusual frontrunner we've ever had. He is someone that can't be elected in November. He would be a disaster for the conservative movement. A vote for Donald Trump is literally a vote for Hillary Clinton in November. They are salivating at the prospects of running against him. He would be a disaster for America. He would split our party in half. Donald Trump will never have 1,237 delegates, and I'm going to campaign as long as it takes. Beyond Florida, I'm going to campaign as long as it takes to ensure that our party does not fall into the control of a con artist.
How much do your chances in Florida hinge on how well you do tonight? Do you need to post a good show?
No, we have a great campaign in Florida. Let me tell you something. It doesn't matter who endorses Donald Trump, who lines up with him. These things are not going to influence us moving forward in this campaign anywhere we go. We know our state. I know the state. I know how to win campaigns in Florida. We're going to do well, and we're going to win Florida. That I'm confident of. But that won't be enough. We got to keep winning after that as well, and we will. I think people will be pleasantly surprised. Tonight is supposed to be Ted Cruz's night. It's not going to go as well for him as he planned. Tonight was the night where this campaign was supposed to end and Ted Cruz would sew up the nomination. Obviously, that's not going to happen. But we're going to get a lot of delegates tonight. I mean, a lot of delegates. And that really is going to position us strongly to go into next Saturday and beyond.
These are going to go better for you than expected?
Well, we're working on that, obviously. I don't know what people expect for tonight. We certainly weren't expected to win Super Tuesday, but I think we're going to do very well. We're going to have a lot of delegates after tonight, and you're going to see very clearly after tonight that Donald Trump has no chance of ever getting the delegates he needs to be the nominee.
If Ted Cruz has a bad night, you said, and loses Texas, do you think he should get out?
I know he likes to get into this game about people dropping out. I'm not calling on anyone to drop out. Let's let the voters decide. He has a right to stay in this as long as he wants to. I can tell you that his whole campaign for months has been built on winning Iowa, winning South Carolina, and winning big on Super Tuesday. He won Iowa, but he didn't win. He came in third in South Carolina, and he's not going to win big on Super Tuesday. So I think there's a lot of questions about Ted Cruz's campaign. If you can't sweep up Super Tuesday, where in this country are you going to have a big showing? Because it only gets worse from here for him. It only gets better for us, and I feel good about it.
Why have the rally in Florida and not a Super Tuesday state?
Well, because at that point, we want to kick off our campaign in Florida there tonight. So that's why we're doing it. I mean, if you're now just 2 weeks away, tonight is 2 weeks away from the Florida primary, so it's a good chance to kick off our campaign there in the state. We have to leave again tomorrow to be in Michigan, and then I know we've got some other trips planned in some of the Saturday states, and the following Tuesday there's another slew of states voting. So it gave us a chance to kind of kick off our campaign tonight in a place, also to visit our people there that have opened up our offices and so forth before we have to get back on the road and be outside of Florida for a few more days.
Donald Trump responded to the small hands comment by saying, he said I have small hands. I've never heard that before. I've always heard people say, Donald, you have the most beautiful hands.
Yeah.
Do you have a response to that?
Yeah, he's just a thin-skinned guy. I mean, he's so thin-skinned and so erratic. And to think you're going to make someone like that commander-in-chief. I mean, I want people to think about that. The President of the United States has access to the most powerful military in the world. The President of the United States makes decisions as commander-in-chief that are literally life or death. And we're going to put that in the hands of this erratic, unpredictable person who's so thin-skinned and takes offense at anything. He's great at dishing out insults, but boy, does he get touchy when someone hits him back. And that was my point to your question, Alex. People ask about, why do you say these things? To prove a point. This guy's really good at dishing it out. He sure doesn't like it when people make fun of him. And he's been making fun of everybody for the last year. Women, the disabled, everyone you can imagine. He's attacked Jeb Bush's mom. He's attacked, the great First Lady Barbara Bush. He's made fun and mocked everybody. This guy is a vulgarian who goes around insulting people, and he wants us to make him the President of the United States? He'd be a president where our children, we'd have to basically explain to them every single day why they should not look up to and not imitate the president. So I think what this reveals is how thin-skinned this guy is and how unfit he is to be the commander-in-chief and the president of the most important country in the world.
Speaking of Bush, do you plan to meet with him when you're in Miami? And have you spoken to him about potentially endorsing him?
Yeah, I've spoken to Jeb, but the contents of our conversations I'm obviously not going to reveal, but we remain good friends, and of course I look forward to seeing him now during the campaign, beyond it, but I'm not going to discuss conversations with him.
Do you risk lowering yourself to...
Do I what?
Do you risk lowering yourself to Donald Trump's level by sort of...
No, because I don't do that every day. I mean, that's happened once, and just to prove the point that he's thin-skinned and that he likes to insult people, but he doesn't like when someone hits him back. That's very typical of insecure people like this. They like to dish it out, but they don't like to take it. And that's what I intended to reveal, but that's not my campaign, and that's not what we do every day, and it's not what we're going to do. My campaign is going to remain on the issues. I mean, I continue to talk about our aspirational vision for America's future, but I think it's our obligation to point out to Republican voters and Americans across this country that Donald Trump is a first-class con artist. And a first-class con artist is now trying to get a hold of the party of Lincoln and Reagan. And by the way, he still has not condemned the Ku Klux Klan. I mean, we have never in the history of the modern republic had a presidential candidate in either party that refuses to condemn a racist like David Duke or the Ku Klux Klan. It's now 3 days running. When is this guy going to condemn the Ku Klux Klan? After Super Tuesday? It's a real outrage, and he is unelectable and unfit for office, and he's a con artist, and we can't elect a con artist.
Do you think he's dodging it? Do you think he's dodging it because of either southern states?
I don't know why. You'll have to ask him. Bottom line is, there is no place in the Republican Party for someone who refuses to condemn the KKK at the first chance they're given, not to mention 3 days later. If any other candidate in this race would have done that, they would have been descended upon constantly. But I think you need to be asking him that question. Why won't you condemn the Ku Klux Klan? It's now been 3 days, and he refuses to do it.
Thanks, guys.
Guys, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, that was Marco Rubio. A lot of talk in regards to Trump, still taking swipes at Trump. We'll see how successful he is this Super Tuesday. I have additional video for you, including Ted Cruz voting in Texas earlier today. I'm going to show that to you now. Take a look at Ted Cruz. He's talking to the media.
Every other candidate is going to be way, way behind. And, you know, the entire course of the primary is a winning process. It started with 17 candidates. Remember, at the beginning of this, it was a very crowded field. It's now narrowed. And I think tomorrow morning, it is likely to be affected by the Good morning, everyone. We're here in my hometown of Houston to vote, and today is a big day. Today is a day we've been waiting for a year. Super Tuesday, I believe, is the single most important day in the entire Republican primary season. Today is the day when the great state of Texas gets to express its voice. Today is the day when we're going to have 11 states all across this country voting together. And I hope and believe today is going to be a very, very good day.
Let me ask you, record turnout here for Republicans in Texas. What do you make of that, and don't you need that in the other states, and how confident are you that your message is being received there?
Well, I think the record turnout is a very promising sign. We've seen that across the country in state after state after state, that the Republican sides have seen massive turnout. The Democratic turnout is really depressed. You know, after 7 years of the failures of the Obama-Clinton economy and failures of the Obama-Clinton foreign policy, people on the Democratic side are underwhelmed by the candidates they have to choose from. And on the Republican side, we've seen a very big field narrowed down quite a bit. And today, Republican primary voters have a choice. They have a choice whether they want a Washington deal maker, someone that will go to Washington, keep cutting deals with Democrats, keep cutting deals with Harry Reid and Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, or whether they want a proven conservative. And in this race, you know, the debate last week showed sharp differences between the candidates. In Texas, I believe that Texans want a proven conservative, someone who spent his entire life fighting to defend the Constitution, fighting to defend the Bill of Rights. If I'm elected president, we will repeal every word of Obamacare. We will adopt a simple flat tax and abolish the IRS. Stop amnesty and secure the borders. And all of that together is going to result in millions of high-paying jobs. It's going to result in wages going up. It's going to result in young people coming out of school with 2, 3, 4, 5 job offers. We can turn the economy around. We can bring back prosperity by stopping the mistakes of the Obama-Clinton economy. So listen, I believe we're going to do very, very well here in Texas. It's going to be up to Texans to make their decision, but there is no doubt that any candidate who cannot win his home state has real problems. I believe we will do well here in Texas, in significant part because it was 5 years ago that I campaigned across this state making promises to the men and women of Texas. I told Texans, if you elect me, that I will go to Washington and fight with every breath in my body to stop the disaster that is Obamacare, to stop amnesty and to secure the borders, to stop the debt and spending that is bankrupting our kids and grandkids, and to defend the Second Amendment and religious liberty and the Bill of Rights. And every day I've been in the Senate, I have worked diligently to do exactly that. I think that's why so many Texans are supporting this campaign, and it's also why we are the only campaign that has beaten and that can beat Donald Trump. Let me take a minute to speak to the 65% of Republicans nationwide who recognize that Donald Trump is not the best candidate to go head-to-head with Hillary Clinton. We just had a new poll come out today from CNN that shows Donald Trump losing badly to Hillary Clinton. If Donald is the nominee, Hillary Clinton in all likelihood becomes president. We lose the Supreme Court for a generation. The Bill of Rights is lost for a generation. We're buried in debt, and the future of our kids and grandkids is in real jeopardy. On the other hand, the polling consistently shows that I beat Hillary Clinton head to head. And today, if you don't want Donald Trump to be your nominee, if you're among those 65% of Republicans who recognize that Donald Trump could be a disaster as the nominee, then I ask you to join us, even if you're thinking of another candidate, even if you're looking at another candidate. Listen, there are good and honorable and decent people in this race, people I like and respect. But the only campaign that is in a position to beat Donald Trump on Super Tuesday is our campaign. And if you don't want to see Donald Trump as the nominee, if you don't want us to give this election to Hillary Clinton, then I ask you to stand with us today. Super Tuesday is the single best opportunity to beat Donald Trump.
It's all about delegates by tomorrow morning. After today, where do you specifically believe you can pick up delegates? Where you hope to down.
Well, it's a great question, and Patrick, you're right. It is all about delegates. Tomorrow morning, what is likely to happen is Donald Trump is likely to have a whole bunch of delegates. We're likely to have a whole bunch of delegates, and I think there will be a big drop-off for the rest of the field. To get to the nomination, you need 1,237 delegates. And so I will say, for any candidate that wakes up tomorrow morning who has not won any states, for any candidate who wakes up tomorrow morning who has a negligible number of delegates, I think it's time to start thinking about coming together and unifying and presenting a clear choice. I believe it would be an enormous mistake to nominate Donald Trump, and so I speak to unity for Republicans, that let's come together and stand together behind the conservative principles, the free market principles and constitutional liberties that we believe in. And I think tomorrow morning you're going to see a clear choice with two candidates, both with a big chunk of delegates, and the remainder of the candidates with very few.
Should Rubio be worried about Florida?
He's not going to be dropping out. He's going to a contested convention. So how do you move forward if Rubio doesn't drop out? How is that then a two-man race? It'll be free, right?
Tomorrow morning, people's assessments are going to be different. Everyone on election day says they will be there forever. But elections narrow.
If you are joining us for our Apple versus the FBI coverage, I'm going to take you back there because we did just get that feed. We had initially lost it, and I apologize. If I do have any activity for Super Tuesday, I will bring that to you. But I'm going to take you to Apple now, as I'm seeing a lot of activity there.
But I think, Mr. Sewell, you should understand that I love your products. I used to think, a house, then a car. Now I think technology. Between what they charge me for the internet and all the stuff I buy just to get information every day, but don't worry, I can afford it. I'm not going into the poorhouse because of it. So I'm excited about all of the new things that I get to and how it improves my life. And so I'm thankful to men and women in technology for doing that. But a lot of times in this place, there's adversarial positions taken, and I would hope simply that we would look for a way in which we put the safety interests of the American people. I understand that you think that if we find a back door, that causes all kinds of insecurities. But in this committee, I'm going to work with Congresswoman Loughran, but I'm also going to work with Trey Gowdy. We're going to work. A lot of times bipartisanship in this place is many times promoted, but very, very rarely rewarded in this place because everybody says, oh, you should take one position or another. I'm going to take a position for the American people. While you might dispute, I kind of look at Apple as an American company. Look at Toyota as a Japanese country, BMW as a German. I look at you as an American company. And so that's the way I see you. You can dispute that. You may look at yourself as an international entity, but I always looked at you as the pride. When I take this phone as a member of the Intelligence Committee and I take this phone to China, the intelligence community of the United States of America, the first thing before I get off that plane is they take it away from me. So there are bad actors out there already intervening with your products, or I don't think the fine people of the intelligence community would take away one of the things that I need the most in my life. So having said that, I hope we might find a way so that we could balance the security needs and the safety needs of the people of the United States and their right to privacy. I think it's essential and important. And I want to thank you guys for coming and talking to us, and let's try to figure it out all together. Thanks.
Thank you, Congressman, and I absolutely, I agree with what you said, and I think that I am proud to work for Apple, and I think Apple embodies so many of the most valuable characteristics that make up America, make America a great place. We stand for innovation, we stand for entrepreneurship, we stand for empathy, we stand for all boats rising. So I'm very proud, and we are an American company, and we're very, very proud of that. The point about security outside of the United States is exactly the point that drives us. We are on a path to try to create the very best, most secure, and most private phones that we can. That's a path that will probably never end, because the people that we're competing with, the bad guys, not just in the United States, but all over the world, are on an equally aggressive path to defeat everything that we put into the phone. So we will continue from generation to generation to improve the technology, to provide our users with a safer experience.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Richmond, is recognized for 5 minutes.
And I'm happy to follow Luis, because I guess I'll start where he left off. And I think about a 9-year-old girl who asked, why can't they open the phone so we can see who killed my mother? Because I was there and heard it happen. So let me start with this. If the FBI developed the ability to brute force open a phone, would you have a position on that?
Without involving Apple, without having Apple be implicit in that, I don't think we have a position to object or not object to that. I think if the FBI has a method to brute force a phone, we have no ability to stop them.
But are you okay with that?
Well, I think that privacy and security are vitally important national interests. I think that if you weaken the encryption on the phone, then you compromise those vitally important interests.
I'm not asking you about the encryption. If they could brute force open a phone, do you have a problem with that? I think that's just an easy question.
Then I'm sorry, perhaps I'm misunderstanding. If the FBI had the ability to brute force a phone, I would suggest that that's a security vulnerability in the phone. So I would have a problem with it, yes.
Let me ask you another question, because I see you're a lawyer, I'm a lawyer, and I would feel awful if I didn't ask this. Brittany Mills.
Can I just say something for a second?
In a second, let me get through this question. Brittany Mills had a 5S phone operating on with 8.2 iOS. Does Apple, any employee, subcontractor, subsidiary, or anyone that you know of possess the knowledge or the ability to open that phone or unlock that phone?
We don't, and I'm glad that you asked about the Mills case, because I think it's instructive about the way that we do work together cooperatively. I know that we met with members of your staff.
Look, and I'm not suggesting that you all don't, but I want to know, does anybody have the ability to unlock the phone first? And if you tell me no, then I get a no in public, on the record, and I feel a lot better about what I'm doing.
Let me be clear. We have not said that we cannot create the tool that the FBI has asked us to create.
Right. No, I'm not asking about creating anything. I'm saying, does it exist now? Do you know anybody, or does anyone have the ability to do it right now?
Short of creating something new, no.
Now, I'm sorry, Ms.
I just wanted to
promise
add
let you answer.
that in security we have an arms race. People build good products, somebody finds a vulnerability. It could be the FBI, it could be... Now, the FBI may not tell anybody about the vulnerability, but we have this arms race where as soon as somebody finds a problem, the next roll of technology comes out. And that's the way we do things.
So what would be your feeling if the FBI developed the technology that they can plug something into the iPhone?
I think that the FBI should be developing the skills and capabilities to do those kinds of investigations. I think it's absolutely crucial, and I think that they have some expertise, but it's not at the level that they ought to have. And I think we're having this conversation exactly because they're really using techniques from, they're using a mindset from long ago, from 20 years ago, rather than the present.
So they're antiquated.
Would the gentleman yield?
Sure.
I just want to clarify, both Mr. Sewell and Ms. Landau did not say subject to an authorized court-ordered warrant.
Well, I certainly meant subject to
You're not suggesting they develop this technology and then do what they think is best. They've got to do it subject to a warrant.
Of course. Thank you.
And I'm glad you cleared that up, because I want to make sure that everybody understands what I'm saying. I don't think any of this should happen without a court order. Now, you know, maybe I watch too many movies, and maybe I listen to Trey Gowdy too much. Some people would suggest if I listen to him at all, that's too much. But in the instance that there's a terrorist that has put the location of a nuclear bomb on the phone and he dies, how long would it take Apple to develop the technology to tell us where that nuclear bomb was? Or would Apple not be able to develop that technology to tell us in a short period of time?
The first thing we would do is to try to look at all of the data that surrounds that phone. There is an enormous change in the landscape over the last 25 years with respect to what law enforcement has access to. So when we have an emergency situation like that, whether it be a lost child or the airplane, when the Malaysia airline went down, within 1 hour of that plane being declared missing, we had Apple operators cooperating with telephone providers all over the world, with the airlines and with local law, well, the FBI, to try to find a ping, to try to find some way that we could locate where that plane was. So the very first thing that we would do in this situation is to bring to bear all of the emergency procedures that we have available at Apple to try to find that.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, can I just clarify, because I don't want anyone to leave out of here thinking that Apple has not been cooperative with our district attorney in the effort to access the data. And in fact, they came up with new suggestions. But my questions are just about the government's ability to just brute open a phone at any point with a court order. So I don't want to suggest that Apple has not been working diligently with my DA, who's also been working diligently. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
I appreciate that, Mr. Congressman.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Recognize the gentlewoman from Washington State, Ms. Delbene, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to all of you for being here and for enduring this for a while. It's very, very important. In the earlier part of the hearing, Director Comey said that it is not a company's job to worry about public safety, and I think that would be very concerning for a company to send that message, given that we have technologies that impact people's everyday lives in so many ways, and I assume you agree with that, Mr. Sewell.
I absolutely do. I do not subscribe to the position articulated by Director Comey.
And I worked at 2 Silicon Valley companies, Sun Microsystems and Google, and that's certainly not what I saw at either one of them.
In the Brooklyn case decided yesterday, Judge Ornstein stated in his opinion that the world of the Internet of Things, all of the connected devices and sensors that we see coming forward, the government's arguments would lead quickly to a world of virtually limitless surveillance and intrusions on personal privacy. So I'd like to explore the issue of encryption and securing the Internet of Things a little bit. We often talk about security by design when it comes to the Internet of Things. And I'm sure we can all imagine the horror stories of insecure Internet of Things types of devices, like appliances being hacked to cause a fire, or spying through baby monitors, hacking into a car, or tampering with a home security system. So I'm wondering, Dr. Landau, I'm wondering if you could comment on what this means in the encryption context, and whether directives we've heard from the FTC, for example, to adopt security by design in the interests of protecting consumers from malicious actors is inherently incompatible with what you might call insecurity by design. Should that be mandated by the courts?
Well, here you're in a situation where the companies often want to collect the data. So, for example, if you're using smart meters, the company wants the data, the electric company wants the data to be able to tell your dishwasher, no, don't turn on at 4 in the afternoon when air conditioning requirements are high in Silicon Valley right now. Turn it on at 8 at night or 2 a.m. And so, in fact, it actually wants the individualized data, and if it has the individualized data, then it can certainly share it with law enforcement under court order. The security by design is often in the Internet of Things, securing the data on the device and securing the transmission of the data elsewhere. The issue in the Apple phone is that the data stays on the device, and that's the conflict that we're having. For the Internet of Things, it's most useful if the data goes off the device to somewhere else where it can be used in a certain way.
And Mr. Sewell, could companies open themselves up to liability if vulnerabilities for law enforcement end up being exploited by a bad actor?
I think that's absolutely true. Somewhat ironically, I suppose, we have the FTC at this point actively policing the way in which technology companies deal with these issues, and we can be liable under the Section 5 or under the authority of the FTC if we fail to close a known vulnerability.
And Ms. Landau, you talked about the question of security versus security, or the issue of security versus security, and that this really is a debate about security versus security. Could you explain a little bit more why, and are national security and cybersecurity incompatible in your opinion?
So what we really have here over the last 20 years, as I mentioned earlier, is you see the NSA, and Snowden revelations aside, we don't have time for me to describe all of the subtle points there, but you really see the NSA working to secure private sector telecommunications infrastructure. Many, many examples. We have moved to a world of electronic devices, you talk about the Internet of Things, that leak all sorts of data. And in order to protect ourselves, whether ourselves, our health data, our bank data, the locations of our children, and so on, we need encryption and so on. But if you think more broadly about the risks that our nation faces, and the risks of people coming in and attacking the power grid, people coming in and stealing data from whatever company and stealing patent information and so on, you see a massive national security risk. And you've been hearing it from General Keith Alexander, we've been hearing it from Hayden, we've been hearing it from Mike McConnell, we've been hearing it from Chertoff, all the people who've been involved on the DHS and NSA side. The only thing that can secure that is security everywhere, and the move that Apple makes to secure the phones is one of the many steps we need in that direction.
Thank you. My time's expired. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I'm going to recognize myself for some questioning. So welcome, everyone. I'm sorry, Mr. Sewell, pronouncing that name correctly.
You are.
All right. I have some questions for you concerning China. In 2014, you moved what's referred to as your Chinese cloud to China. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And can you tell me whose data is stored in that Chinese cloud? Is it just people in China? Is my data stored in that cloud as well?
Your data is not stored in that cloud.
Is it strictly limited to Chinese people?
There are a number of things that are in the cloud, so I should probably be clear about what's there.
Okay.
With respect to personal data, no personal data is there unless the individual's data, the individual himself has registered as having a Chinese address and having a Chinese access point. In addition, we have other data which has to do with film content, movies, books, iTunes music. The reason we do that is because of something called latency. If you're streaming across the internet and you have to bring the data from the United States to China, there's a lag time, there's a latency piece. Yep. Whereas if we move that data closer to China, either Hong Kong or mainland China, then we can provide a much better service to our customers.
Okay. Can you tell me what was the cost in the ballpark figure and the time to make the move from the United States to move Chinese information over to China in their cloud?
I'm sorry, did you say in time?
Yeah, cost and time.
So the time, the cost is in building the facilities. I don't have a number for that. It's certainly not something that I'm aware of, although, of course, the company has that information. In terms of the time, once the server exists, once there is a receptacle for the data, in theory, it's instantaneous.
Okay. You may or may not know, but I was a prosecutor for a while. both at the state and federal level. And we prosecutors are focused on a case and the crime concerned, and we want to get our hands on anything we can to see that justice is served. But on the other side of this, too, we're talking about privacy issues. And I'm very concerned about to what extent, if for some reason you were to change your mind about working with the FBI or the court ordered that, what does that mean to our privacy?
I think it means that we have put our privacy at risk. The tool that we're being asked to prepare is something which could be used to defeat both the safety and the privacy aspects of the
Let me get this clear, because there are many rumors flying around, and you probably answered this a couple times, and I apologize. I've had to run and do something else. Are you saying that there is no method that exists now that you could unlock that phone and let the FBI know what is in there?
Short of creating the tool that they have asked us to, we are not aware of such a method. No.
Now, you talk about the cost is an unreasonable burden and the time involved. That's why I asked you, what did it cost to move the cloud? What was the time? And you're the expert, I'm not.
Congressman, to be fair, we haven't claimed that the time that it would take to create the tool is the undue burden. Our claim is that the undue burden is to compromise the safety and security of all of our customers.
So it's your position that if you do what the FBI wants to one phone, could you elaborate on that in the 33 seconds I have left as to why that would be an undue burden, keeping in mind that I'm very critical about our privacy?
Congressman, the answer is very simple. We don't believe this is a one-phone issue. We don't believe that it can be contained to one phone or that it would be contained to one phone.
Okay, I see that my time is just about run out, so I'm going to yield back. And who's next? Mr. Jeffries, Congressman Jeffries is next.
Thank my good friend from Pennsylvania for yielding. I want to thank all of the witnesses for your presence here today. It's been a very informative discussion. In particular, I want to thank DA Vance for your presence, and certainly for the many progressive and innovative programs that you have in Manhattan, proving that you can be both tough and fair as a prosecutor, and that has not gone unnoticed. Let me start with Mr. Sewell. There's an extensive record of cooperation that Apple has with law enforcement in this San Bernardino case. Isn't that fair to say?
That's correct. For over 75 days, we've been working with the FBI to try to get to more information and try to help solve this crime.
I think it's useful to put some of this on the record. On December 5th, the Apple Emergency 24/7 call center received a call concerning the San Bernardino shooting. Is that right?
That's right. In fact, the call came in to us at 2:47 a.m. on a Saturday morning. We have a hotline that exists. We have people who are manning that hotline.
And you responded with 2 document productions that day, correct?
By 2:48 that morning, we were working on the case, and we responded by giving the FBI all of the information that we could immediately pull from our sources, and then we continued to respond to subpoenas and to work directly with the FBI on a daily basis.
Right. In fact, the next day, I think Apple received a search warrant for information relating to at least 3 email accounts. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you complied with that request?
We did comply with that and subsequent requests.
And so I think also on January 22nd, you received another search warrant for iCloud information related to the iPhone that was in possession of the male terrorist. Is that right?
That's right, and it's important that in the intervening stage, we had actually sent engineers to work directly with FBI technicians in Washington, D.C. and in Cupertino. And we provided a set of alternatives or options that we thought should be tried by the FBI to see if there might be some possibility that we could get into this phone without having to do the tool that we're now being asked to create.
So the issue here is not really about cooperation, as I understand it. Apple has clearly cooperated in an extensive fashion as it relates to all of the information that you possess. The question I think that we all on the Judiciary Committee and beyond have to consider is the notion of you being asked as a private company to create anti-encryption technology that currently does not exist and could jeopardize the privacy and security of presumably hundreds of millions of iPhone users throughout the country and the world. Is that right?
Yeah, we're being asked to create a method to hack our own phones.
Now, Mr. Vance, are you familiar with the Arizona v. Hicks Supreme Court case from the late 80s?
If you give me the facts, I'm sure I've read it.
Okay, well, the Supreme Court held that the police conducted an unconstitutional search of evidence that was not in plain view. It was a decision that was written by Justice Antonin Scalia. And the most important point that I want you to reflect upon is he stated, in authoring the majority opinion, that there is nothing new about the realization that the Constitution sometimes insulates the criminality of the few in order to protect the privacy of us all. Do you agree that embedded in the fabric of our Constitution, the Fourth Amendment and beyond, is the notion that we value the privacy rights of Americans so deeply that at times it is something that will trump law enforcement convenience?
Congressman, I do sincerely believe that. What concerns me about the picture we are seeing from the state perspective is that Apple has decided that it's going to strike that balance now with no access by law enforcement for full disk encrypted devices, even with a warrant. So they have created their own balance. They now have decided what the rules are, and that changes radically the balance that existed previously, and it was done unilaterally. So this
well, I think if I can just interject, I mean, I think that that's a balance that ultimately the Congress is going to have to work out, and also the Article III court system, certainly beyond an individual magistrate who's not even appointed for lifetime tenure. This is going to have to work itself through the court system, a district court judge, maybe the Ninth Circuit, ultimately the Supreme Court. And so the company exercising its right in an adversarial system to have all facts being aired on both sides of the debate is very consistent, in my view, with American democracy and jurisprudence. Just one last question that I wanted to ask as my time is expiring, because you raised an interesting point earlier in your testimony about an individual who is a suspected criminal who claimed that the encryption technology was a gift from God. But I also noted, I think, in your testimony that this individual communicated that in an intercepted phone conversation that presumably your office or others were wiretapping. Is that right?
No, it's not right. All phone calls from prison out of Rikers are recorded.
Right.
And there's a sign when you pick up the phone, if you are in Rikers Island, that this is happening. So there's a tape. And ultimately that tape was subpoenaed, and it's from that tape that that conversation was transcribed.
And if I could just, in conclusion, I appreciate the chair's indulgence, I mean, I think that illustrates the point, presumably that it's fair to say that in most instances, bad actors will make a mistake. And at the same time that he's heralding the availability of encryption technology to shield his activity from law enforcement surveillance and engagement, he's ignoring a plain view sign that these conversations are being recorded and subjecting himself to unfettered government surveillance. And I think that I have faith in your ability, in the FBI's ability, ultimately to outsmart the criminals and the bad actors without jeopardizing the privacy and the security of the American people.
And in that case, our challenge is because of our inability to access the phone, our inability to investigate further any evidence of sex trafficking is not made available to us. So yes, he did something that was not smart, but the greater harm is the inability, in my opinion, of being able to get to the true facts, which in fact are extremely important as a matter of public safety to get access to.
My time has expired. I thank you.
I thank the gentleman from New York, and the chair recognizes now the gentleman from Rhode Island, Congressman Cicilline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for your testimony and for this very important discussion. I think we all recognize there are a few absolutes in the law, and so balancing occurs all the time. There are risks in developing the software that have been articulated very well during this hearing. And indeed, there are risks associated with an inability to access critical information. So I think we are living in a world where there are risks in both ways forward. And I guess my first question is, many people who agree that Apple or any other company should not be required, and there's no authorization to require them to produce a product that doesn't exist or to develop intellectual property that doesn't exist. Many people who think that that's correct wonder whether Apple has considered, in limited circumstances, and maybe a standard you would set internally, if it in fact is a situation that would prevent immediate death or serious bodily injury, coupled with a consent of the person or lack of objection, in this case a person who's deceased, where there's no privacy claim asserted, in some very narrow category, whether there's a set of protocols you might voluntarily adopt to provide that information or that software with then instructions that it be immediately destroyed, it be done in a SCIF, in a secure state. I mean, is that practical, something like that? Should that be part of this discussion that we keep hoping that the industry and the Justice Department will have in trying to develop something, or is that fraught with so many problems that it's...
Thank you for the question, Congressman. We have and spend a lot of time thinking about how we can assist our customers in the event that they have a problem. If they've lost a phone, if they're in a situation where they're trying to recover data. We have a number of mechanisms to do that, and we will continue to improve those mechanisms as we move forward. It's very important to us that we try to think about the consequences of the devices that we create. In this particular case, the passcode unlock is not something that we think lends itself to a small usage. The problem with this particular issue is that once you take that step, once you create the mechanism to unlock the phone, then you have created a backdoor. And we cannot think of a way to create a backdoor that can only be used beneficially and not be used by bad people.
So you have in fact sort of already contemplated, are there ways in which you could make this information available in this case that would not have those sorts of broader implications?
And we have provided information in this case. We have provided logs, we have provided iCloud backup, we've provided all the things that we have at our disposal.
Thank you. Professor Leno, you say in your written testimony, the point is that solutions to accessing the data already exist with the forensic analysis community. We did ask Director Comey, and we probably limited our question too narrowly because we asked about the intelligence communities of the United States. It sounds like you're suggesting that there may be capabilities outside the United States government that the Justice Department or the FBI could contract with that are capable of doing what it is they're asking a court to order Apple to do.
That's right. So I noticed that when Director Comey answered the question, he said, we talk to everyone who will talk with us. And as I mentioned earlier, I don't know if you were here at that point, I had a conversation with some senior DOJ people a few years ago about using NSA tools in law enforcement cases, and they said, NSA is very loath to share because, of course, when you share a tool, it can get into a court case, and then the tool is exposed. And so I don't know, we talked with everyone who will talk with us, how much NSA revealed about what they know and what they can do. So that's the first place I would ask. Now, I phrased that incorrectly. That's the first place that I suspect has some tools for exactly this problem. But yes, there were discussions last week in Silicon Valley. There have been discussions I've had with colleagues where people believe, as Congressman Issa portrayed various potential solutions, that there are ways to break into the phone. There is, of course, a risk that the data might be destroyed. But I have described, both in my written and verbal testimony, the FBI has not tried to develop this level of expertise, and it should.
So it seems as if, we are contemplating whether or not Congress should take some action to either grant this authority and then figure out what is the appropriate standard and test, et cetera. It sounds as if you think that is problematic, and that in fact the real answer is a substantial increase investment in the intelligence capability, the law enforcement capabilities to sort of keep pace with the advances that companies like Apple are making, that's really the best protection in terms of both law enforcement and the long-term security of the United States.
That's right. I don't think actually there needs to be more authority, but there needs to be a completely different view of how it's done. There probably needs to be some authority in terms of how do you handle it for state and local, because state and local will not have the resources. And so there has to be some sort of sharing of tools, and that's a jurisdictional issue and also just an issue between bureaucracies that will have to be worked out, and that'll have to work out through law and policy. But in terms of creating new authority, the FBI already has that authority, but it uses it at a much lower level than it should. It's funded at a much lower level. They need to move from the situation they're in to dealing with 21st century technologies in the appropriate way.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Okay. You bet. Chair recognizes California.
Could I ask just one quick question, Mr. Sewell, because I forgot when it was my turn, and we had asked Mr. Comey, somebody asked Mr. Comey about the changing of the password. Apparently the county did it at the request of the FBI. What did that do? Can you explain what happened?
Certainly. One of the methods that we might enable the phone in San Bernardino to do what's called an auto backup. That is, the issue that the FBI is struggling with is to find data between a certain time frame, the time of the last backup and the time of the horrific incident in San Bernardino. If the phone would back up, that evidence, that information would become available to the FBI. The way that we can back these phones up in an automatic way is we connect them to a known Wi-Fi source, a source that the phone has already connected to before and recognizes. If you plug the phone in and you connect it to a known Wi-Fi source, it will, in certain circumstances, auto backup. And so the very information that the FBI is seeking would have been available, and we could have pulled it down from the cloud. By changing the password, this is different than the passcode, but by changing the password, it was no longer possible for that phone to auto backup.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for letting me get that information out.
Mr. Sewell, I have one more question for you. Does the Chinese government have access to the cloud, or is there any indication that they've tried to hack the cloud in China to get information on the Chinese people?
Let me be clear about the question. The Chinese undoubtedly have the ability to access their own cloud.
Yes.
But with respect to the U.S. cloud, we believe that, again, I'm struggling because of the words. The cloud is a synonym for the internet.
Yes.
So of course Chinese people have access to the internet. Are we aware of a Chinese hack through Apple? No.
Okay.
But beyond that, I can't say.
Okay. You answered my question. Thank you. This concludes today's hearings. I want to thank the panel very much for being here. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses or additional materials for the record. The hearing is adjourned.
Good to see you. Nice to see you.
That's a wrap on the FBI and Apple. Apple is calling on Congress to help them in regards to the San Bernardino locked phone case. We heard a lot of different angles and a lot of praise for the company from different Congress people. We are going to head straight into this Trump rally that we had postponed. We had originally postponed this because people were so invested in this live FBI and Apple discussion. But I'm going to take you to this Trump rally out of Kentucky. Chris Christie was originally on the mic, and you're going to see that in 2 seconds. And see you on the other side.
Hey, Kentucky Trump country on Saturday. Are you ready to get your neighbors and friends out to vote for Donald Trump on Saturday? America needs a strong leader in the Oval Office again, and we have that man in Donald Trump. It is time to send Barack Obama and the Democrats home, and the man to do it is Donald Trump. America needs a president that will stand up and create jobs for the American people once again, and that man is Donald Trump. America needs a leader who will stand up strong against our enemies around the world and defeat ISIS, and that man is Donald Trump. Now, I've heard, you're going to hear a lot of things between now and Saturday from Donald Trump's opponents. Be ready. Be ready. They're desperate. They're desperate. But let's make sure we know this. Marco Rubio and Ted Cruz are the Washington, D.C. twins. We don't need more Washington, D.C. politicians. Marco Rubio is out there swinging away, lying about Donald Trump. How do you know when a Washington, D.C. politician is lying? His lips are moving. We need someone who has created jobs, who has created opportunity, and will do the same thing with the American people. That man is Donald Trump. And there is only one man who will keep Hillary Clinton out of the White House, and that's Donald Trump. And so, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege to introduce to you the next president of the United States, Donald Trump.
Wow, this is some crowd. This is so beautiful. I love you. I love you. Thank you. Kentucky, we love Kentucky. Thank you very much, folks. This is amazing. What a turnout. What a turnout. You know, there's something happening. This is not like a normal situation. This is big stuff, and there is something happening. The cover of Time magazine 3 weeks ago, they said it was a movement. This is really a movement, folks. This is a movement. And you know what? It's not about me. I'm a messenger. It's really about you. We're going to take our country back and make it great again. So on Saturday, very important, because everything we do, it's all wonderful, but if we don't vote, that's not so good. So Saturday, you have to get out and vote, okay? The 5th, you have to get out and vote. We promise? Everybody promise, right? So important. Here's a poll, and the poll just came out by CNN. Look at those numbers. It's Trump, 49%. Lightweight Senator Marco Rubio, 16%. Lion Ted Cruz, 15%. Nice guy, good guy, Ben Carson, 10%. And Kasich, 6%. So we're doing really well. I want to thank everybody. This is an incredible turnout. I've been hearing about this. But honestly, no matter where we go, we have massive crowds. We have tremendous crowds. The people of this, I love you too. I love you. True. The people of this country are great. You know, they want to see some good things happen. We don't have victories anymore. We don't win anymore. We're going to start winning a lot, folks. Get used to it. We're going to start winning. So it sort of began, and it takes guts, you know, running for president. I'm a business guy. I've created a lot of jobs, a lot of great developments, a lot of success, great statements. We're starting one, you know, you have to hear this. So we're doing one right now on Pennsylvania Avenue. Every company, so many companies wanted it, the great hotel companies of the world. In the Obama administration, I got it, from the General Services Administration. We're building a hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue that right now is 2 years ahead of schedule. It opens in September. It's under budget. Wouldn't it be nice if we could do projects ahead of schedule and under budget? Wouldn't that be nice? So we're having a good time. And I have one of my boys here. I have Eric. Does everybody know Eric? Come here, Eric. Come here. So along with his brother, Don, and his sister, has anyone heard of Ivanka? Yes? Our great Ivanka. Eric, come on up, Eric. Come on. He actually, Eric has a lot of friends in Kentucky, and he said, can I go along with you? I said, yes. Say hello, Eric.
Well, hi, Kentucky. Amazing. We are so proud of this man. I love him to death. He's been the greatest father to me. We are so proud of this. We are going to go all the way. We are going to win the White House. We are going to make America great again. Thank you.
He just got up here and he goes, wow, Dad, that's really a big crowd. You don't see it from here. This is really a big crowd. Eric and my children have done a great job, but we're going to do something really special. So it began on June 16th. And what, yes? Thank you, man. Very handsome. You look very good in your flag. So I came down in the escalator and with Melania, and I said, you know, I took a deep breath because it does take guts. It's not easy, let me tell you. And I took a deep breath and I said, let's do it. I saw what was happening with trade. I saw what was happening with that horrible Iran deal. And I said, let's go and do it. And we came down and I made a speech and I talked about illegal immigration. And if we didn't bring up illegal immigration, you wouldn't even be talking about it now. It wouldn't be a subject under consideration. Right. That's right. So illegal immigration wouldn't have been spoken about. It wouldn't have been a big topic. It's been a massive topic. The tremendous crime, the drugs pouring across the border, and yes, we will build that wall. We will. We will. Who is going to pay for the wall? Who? They are going to pay for the wall. They don't know it yet, but they're going to pay for the wall. So, you probably saw that over the last few days, the ex-president of Mexico, Vicente Fox. By the way, are the Trump rallies fun? Is this the greatest? This the greatest. But the ex-president of Mexico used a filthy word that if I would have used it, I would have been run out of the country, right? He used it. Nobody said anything. But he wasn't so concerned about the wall. What he was concerned about, what he was really concerned about was nobody had ever spoken to them that way. Nobody said it's a one-way street and it's not going to happen anymore. And we said that. We said that. And the press said to me, Mr. Trump, he was very, very nasty. What do you have to say? I said, the wall just got 10 feet higher. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. All right. So I came down. Thank you. Quiet over there. Even though you're on my side, be quiet, okay? Enough. Is this a good mic system? You tell me. Is it a good system? Works all right? So it started with illegal immigration. We are going to clog up the border. Great people will come into our country, but they're going to come into our country legally. Legally. And we're going to have strong borders. From another standpoint, very important is trade. Trade in our country is a disaster. We are losing so many jobs, so much money. We're losing our industry. Not going to happen anymore, folks. It's not going to happen. We are going to renegotiate our trade deals and make great deals. China, we have with China a trade imbalance where we're so far behind the 8 ball, $500 billion. We're going to stop it. We're going to renegotiate. We're not going to be the stupid people anymore. Right now, we're being led by incompetent people. It's going to end. It's going to end. Importantly, I am self-funding my campaign. I'm putting up my own money, okay? So what's going to happen, and very importantly, when I have to do what's right, I'm going to do what's right for you, not what's right for the drug companies and the lumber companies and all of these companies. We're going to do what's right for you. I think I'm the only one to self-fund my campaign for many, many years. I mean, this is not just now. And when I look at Rubio, a total lightweight, and I look at Ted Cruz, these guys are all taken care of by these companies. And even though they know what the right decision is, they won't make the right decision. They won't do it. So we're going to take care of things. You know, the pharmaceutical companies have such a strong lobby, and they're so powerful that we don't properly bid out the price of drugs. We're the largest drug buyer in the world, and yet we don't go out, we don't bid it out, we don't bid it out like it should be, and it's costing us billions and billions of dollars. Those days are over, folks. They're over. Now, when it comes to trade, you've been reading a lot about Carrier, the air conditioning company. Last week, they announced that they are going to go to Mexico. They're going to close up shop. And they're going to Mexico. So here's what President Trump will do. I know it doesn't sound presidential, and I know I shouldn't be making this call, and I have the biggest business people in the world endorsing me, including Carl Icahn and others. But I know you might not like it, but I think you're going to love it, even though it really isn't presidential. I will call the head of Carrier, and I will say, I hope you enjoy your new building. I hope you enjoy your stay in Mexico. But you've just left the United States. There's no more taxes that you're going to pay. There's no more jobs that you're going to produce. 1,400 great people have been left out in the lurch. Here's the story, folks. Every single air conditioning unit that you build and send across our border, you're going to pay a 35% tax on that unit. And here's what's going to happen. If it's not me, but it's Hillary or somebody else, and we can't take Hillary, we can't take Hillary. Can't take her. Number one, the call is never made. But number two, if it is made, the lobbyists and the special interests will handle it, and there will never be anything done. Companies are just going to flow out of our country. If it's me, here's what happens. Within 24 hours, I'll be called by a lot of people, but it doesn't matter. They're not giving me money. They're not giving me anything. Again, I'm working for you. I'm working. True. So here's what's going to happen. Within 24 hours, I'll get a call, the head of Carrier, and he'll say, Mr. President, we've decided to stay in the United States. All right, that's what's going to happen. 100%. By the way, 100%. So if you look, Ford, so many Ford, they make the cars, Ford, $2.5 billion plant in Mexico. I've been talking about this now for a year and a half. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. Now, right? Yes? Everybody agrees. It's disgraceful. What's going to happen is Ford just announced they're doubling down. They're going to build much more in Mexico. We can't allow it to happen anymore. We're not going to allow it to happen anymore. We're not going to allow it to happen again. We are going to stop it. They're taking our jobs. They're taking everything. They're stripping our country. And remember this, the jobs we're producing are bad jobs. They're horrible jobs. They're jobs we don't want. Our real unemployment rate is over 20%. It's not 5%. If you look for a job, and you give up, you go home and you relax and you just say, I can't find it. You can look for months. As soon as you give up, you are considered statistically employed. Our real number is not 5%, it's probably 25%. And I'll tell you what, we have other problems. Our military is depleted, our vets aren't taken care of. We got a lot of problems. But if our real job rate and if our real unemployment rate was a real 5%, we wouldn't have the tens of thousands of people in this room right now. We wouldn't have them. All right, get them out, get them out, get them out. Get them out. Get them out of here. It's incredible. Incredible. What are they doing? What are they doing? What's the purpose? What's the purpose? Let me see that sign. I want to see that sign. Let me see. Hey, do me a favor. Hey, Corey, somebody, come here. Get me that sign. I want to see that sign. Let me see that sign. Hey, Scott, get me that sign, will you? I want to see that sign. I want to see. Come here. Thank you. Oh, I love you people. This is so incredible. It's so incredible. So here's what we're going to be doing, folks. The key is Saturday, vote. But here's what we're going to be doing. We're going to reinvigorate our military. We're going to buy the stuff they want, not the stuff that's politically expedient. We're going to take our military, we're going to make it so big, so strong, so powerful that nobody is going to be messing with us. Nobody. Nobody. We had great generals over the years, and sort of two that I love, General George Patton, General Douglas MacArthur. Right now, they are spinning in their grave. They don't believe what's going on. They don't believe what's going on. So look, folks, we're going to make our military strong. We're going to knock the hell out of ISIS. We're going to knock the hell out of it. We're going to end it. We're going to end it. Now, our vets, our great vets, are great. Who's a vet? Who's a vet? We have got to take care of our vets. We're not doing it. We're not doing it. Our vets are suffering all over the United States. We're going to take care of our vets, right? Yes, everybody? I love our vets. You know, in New Hampshire, they have a tremendous vet population, and I will tell you, we won New Hampshire, by the way. We won South Carolina. We won everything. We won Nevada. We won Nevada. I think we're going to have a good night tonight. Are we going home to watch television? I think we're going to have a good night tonight. And on Saturday, I'm going to be watching Kentucky. I'm going to be watching. So, with our military, we have to be tougher. We have to be a little more unpredictable. You have these politicians going on, what is your plan for ISIS? And they say, well, we're going to hit them here, we're going to do that. Folks, be quiet and just hit them, right? Just hit them. Politicians, all talk, no action. We got to get them out. We're going to do things that we haven't done. You know, so our theme is Make America Great Again, right? And you know, there are a lot of people, they go around saying the American dream is dead. Let me tell you something. If I get elected president, we'll say the American dream is dead, but I'm going to make it bigger and stronger and better than ever before. Ever. But our theme, again, always, I love the theme, I love what it represents, and it's actually a very positive theme. Make America Great Again. Somebody said that's negative. It's very positive. Did you hear what Hillary said the other day? America, we're going to make it whole. What does that mean? We're going to make America whole. I think we'll use that in an ad. We'll put her left, me right. We'll make America whole. We'll make America great again, right? So last quarter, we had a gross domestic product that was essentially zero. That means we had no growth. The country isn't growing. The stock market now is starting to go down. We're sitting on a big, beautiful bubble. Oh, look, we have here some wonderful people. Aw. Get out of here. Get out. Get out. Get out of here. Unbelievable. USA, USA, USA.
All right, that's a voting station in Virginia.
Isn't it crazy? Isn't it ridiculous?
In Virginia.
Okay, forget about those people. Forget about them. Get them out of here. Incredible. Incredible. All right. So look, last quarter we had no growth. We had no growth as a country. If that ever happened to China, where they had zero, if they have 7%, it's considered horrible. We have nothing. We have nothing left. You take a look at Caterpillar. People are ordering Komatsu because Japan is playing with the yen. They're reducing it. They're playing with yen, and we can't allow it to happen. They're devaluing their currency. China is devaluing their currency. They're killing us. We don't have people that know what's going on. We have people that are grossly incompetent in office. We are going to change it. We're going to change it quickly and effectively, and we're going to bring our jobs back. Now, I love you too. Now, listen. We're getting rid of Common Core. We're bringing education local. We're getting rid of Obamacare. It's a disaster. We're going to repeal it and replace it with things that are so much better and so much less expensive, but better and at the same time less expensive, right? Do we agree on education? We make it local? Do we agree on Obamacare? We get rid of it and we do something. Now, we're going to protect our Second Amendment. My whole life changed, and my whole campaign changed with Paris. Because Paris came in, oh, we have another wise guy, go ahead. Get him the hell out, get him out. Get him out. Incredible. All right. Get him out of here. Go out. Get out. Get out. Get out. All right. A lot of things changed with Paris. And, you know, it was very interesting because I've always been considered by far the toughest on the border. Even Sheriff Joe Arpaio, you know Joe, in Arizona, he endorsed us the other day. But because of that, people said Trump is best on ISIS, Trump is best on military, Trump is best on security. Yeah, don't hurt him. Don't hurt him. See, if I say, go get him, I get in trouble with the press. The most dishonest human beings in the world. The worst. If I say, don't hurt him, then the press says, well, Trump isn't as tough as he used to be. Can you believe this? So you can't win. Get him out of here. By the way, do we love our police? We have to give a hand to our police. Right? We love our police. We love our police. So things changed a lot with Paris. And all of a sudden, national security became a really big deal. And it actually, I went through the roof with the polls. I promise you people, we are going to be secure. We're not letting the Syrians come into our country. We have no idea who they were. We have no idea. There's no paperwork. There's nothing. We don't know who they are. They could be ISIS. Look at what's happened with Germany. Look at what's happened to Sweden. Look at what's happened to Brussels. It's not going to happen to our country. Not. And I have a big heart. We all have big hearts. And we'll work on a safe zone over there. But it's not going to happen to our country. All right? Now, just to finish, and I want to tell you this, and I want to tell it strong. I want to tell it so strong. Hillary Clinton does not have, oh, get out of here, get out of here. Look at these people. Get out of here, get out, 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 get out. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Oh, well. Get out. You know, in the old days, which isn't so long ago, when we were less politically correct, that kind of stuff wouldn't have happened. Today we have to be so nice, so nice. We always have to be so nice. They asked Ted Cruz at the debate, what do you think of waterboarding? And he's like a basket case. Well, because he didn't want to say yes because it's not nice. We have people chopping off our heads. We have people chopping off the heads of Christians and anybody else. And we're worried about waterboarding. We are going downhill fast. They then looked at me and they said, what do you think of waterboarding? I said, it's absolutely fine. And I'm not saying this for politics or anything else, Donald Trump loves clean coal. I love clean coal. Obama has decimated the coal industry, decimated it. And we're going to bring the coal industry back, folks. We're going to bring it back. Thank you. Thank you. It's ridiculous. We're sending our coal over to China, and they're using our coal, but we can't use it. They're not cleaning our coal. They're putting it out any way they want. We are going to go back. We're going to use various other forms of energy. What he's projecting, forget it. Look, the coal industry, and I know it's a big industry here, the coal industry is going to make a very big comeback, okay? Telling you. Now, Hillary Clinton does not have Hillary Clinton does not have the strength or the stamina to be president. Doesn't. She'll do a meeting and then she'll show up 5 days later, do another one, then she'll go home, go to sleep, then she'll rest. When you're dealing with the Chinese who are ripping us off on trade, when you're dealing with Japan, when you're dealing with Vietnam, when you're dealing with India, when you're dealing with Mexico, killing us on the border, killing us on trade, you need a lot of strength, you need a lot of stamina, and she doesn't have it. So, folks, I'm just amazed. Every corner of this room, this is like, I don't even know. This has to be 20,000 people. This is incredible. This is incredible. But let me leave you with this, so important. We as a country are going to start winning again. We don't win at anything. We don't win with Sergeant Bergdahl, where we get Bergdahl, a dirty, rotten spy, a traitor. So we get a traitor. This is what we get. And they knew he was a traitor when they made the deal. So we get Bergdahl, a traitor. They get 5 of the people that they most wanted, that they've been trying to get out for 9 years, that are back in the battlefields trying to kill us. Not going to happen anymore. Those deals are not going to happen anymore. Do you know that with Bergdahl, at least 5 young, beautiful people were killed trying to find Sergeant Bergdahl, all right? Those deals are not happening. The Iran deal, that kind of deal, it's not happening anymore, where we give $150 billion and get nothing. We get nothing. And we should have had our prisoners back long before we started negotiating with them. Long before. And what you do, you go in 4 years ago, the longest running deal, and you say, we can't start until you give us our prisoners back. They'll say no. The Persians are very good negotiators. They'll say no. And I'll say, you have to, if it's me. And they'll say no. And you leave the room. You walk away. You go, bye-bye. And then you double up and triple up the sanctions, right? And they'll call you within 48 hours and say, you've got your prisoners. Now the prisoners land, they're on our soil, and you say, I have bad news. Our country's doing very badly. We owe $19 trillion. $19 trillion. Do you know what that means? We can't give you the $150 billion. We just don't have it. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And they'll be angry, and they'll be miserable, and they'll treat you horribly, and you walk away, and you'll be back. Now you've got your prisoners back, and you saved $150 billion, and that should have taken place 4 years ago, folks. So look, we don't win. We lose at everything we do. We're an embarrassment. Our country is being laughed at by everybody in the world. Everybody takes advantage of the United States. Here's what's going to happen. We're all together. It's not me, it's us. We are going to go in. You're going to vote on Saturday. We are going to go in, and we're going to start winning so much. We're going to win with our military. We're going to knock the hell out of ISIS. We're going to win with our vets. We're going to take care of our great veterans. We're going to win with education. Right now, we're number 30 in the world. We're number 30, the bottom of the list. The top 30, we're the bottom of the list. You have Sweden and Denmark and Norway and China. We spend more per pupil than any other country by far, and we're at the bottom of the list. So we're number 1 in spending and number 30 in terms of the quality of education. Not going to happen anymore, folks. We're going to go up the list. You know, I tell this story. Even the press can confirm this. I've spent just about the least of every candidate, and I'm number 1 by far, like by a landslide. Some of these people have spent $160 million and they're at the bottom of the pack. Wouldn't you rather have somebody else? First of all, I'm spending my own money, so I want to be a little bit, watch it, right? But wouldn't you rather have the one that's spending the least and is at the top as opposed to spending the most and is at the bottom? That's what we're going to get. So we're going to start winning with our military. We're going to start winning with education. We're going to win with health care. We're going to do so great with health care. We're going to win at the borders. We're going to stop the drugs from coming in. We're going to put up the wall. We're going to have Mexico pay for it. People are going to respect our country again. I love you. We're going to win. We're going to win. We're going to win. We're going to make America great again. I love you. Thank you. I love you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I love you. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to take you to Bernie Sanders happening live right now, this Bernie Sanders event. I'm going to take you there quickly because there is activity on the stage. And talk to me on Twitter. I'm at KinseyFox10. Let me know if you have any questions or your most outrageous campaign 2016 moment, a moment that made you drop your jaw. Let me know.
Unable to deal with the cost of living. We are not making the critical investments into our future, investments in our kids, in our schools, and in our environment. And when I look to the future that I want to help create, I know that Bernie has it right. We must support our working families with affordable health care, quality education, child care, lowering student debt, and fighting together against the greatest threat to our world, global climate change. You know, I've had the amazing experience of working with Vermonters at our toughest times and also at our best. And I know the best of Vermont is when we come together. And it's so great that you are here together to support Bernie Sanders to be the next president. I want to thank you all for being here. Thank you for your passion. Let's keep the fire burning. Bernie, 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 Bernie. Teacher of the Year. Come on stage, Rebecca! Good evening, Vermont. It's so exciting and such an honor to be here tonight. As Senator Bernie Sanders is making history, changing the entire political discourse around what's possible in our country and starting the political revolution. My name is Rebecca Haslam, and I'm a teacher, a mother, a consultant, a coach, a doctoral student, and also the 2015 Vermont State Teacher of the Year. I'm proud to say that I belong to 2 different organizations who publicly endorse Bernie Sanders. One is Vermont NEA, our state NEA affiliate, and the other, Rights and Democracy, a new grassroots group dedicated to building a political revolution on a local level. As a leader for educational equity and racial justice in Vermont schools, and as a person of color with biracial children, I am proud to support Bernie Sanders as the Democratic candidate for president. I can tell you firsthand that we do have a future to believe in. Every day I teach 6- and 7-year-olds how to read, how to write, how to treat each other with respect, how to self-advocate so that they can be participating members in a democratic society and meet future challenges that await them with confidence and strength of character. I have the great privilege of working with the next leaders of our state and of our country. And every day I am planting seeds. As a teacher, that's just what I do. And this is what Bernie Sanders is doing for our country. He's planting the seeds. He's asking us to consider what kind of country we can become and what kind of country we want to leave for the next generations to come. This campaign has done more to advance people's ideas of what's possible, and to me, this is what it means to envision a future we can believe in. We've all heard Bernie speak passionately about income inequality and the irreparable toll it takes on the lives of those affected. I see the effects of this in the classroom every day. Economic injustice is the root cause of so many other injustices suffered by Vermonters and Americans every day. We can't have a functional, fair, and just education system when generational poverty, underemployment, and unemployment exist. We can't do it with a broken criminal justice system that puts parents in jail, a healthcare system that denies our basic human rights, and in a cultural political context that divides us and pits us against each other. We need justice in all areas of society, and this is what Senator Sanders' campaign stands for. This is what he has always fought for. I believe in my heart that there is no other presidential candidate who will fight for equity and justice with as much dedication as Senator Bernie Sanders. Bernie wants to unite us and bring us together. When he says, not me, us, he means that this campaign is about all of us. This isn't about one candidate. This is about a movement. And this movement has to start on the local level, right here in Vermont. We are at ground zero of the political revolution. Are we willing? Are we willing to fight for economic justice? Are we willing to fight for a universal health care system that takes care? And are we willing to fight for racial justice in our schools and our communities? If we are going to change the political discourse in this country, we need to come together to create the solutions our communities need. Our struggles in Burlington are directly connected to the struggles in Birmingham, Oakland, Chicago, and Flint. And Bernie and this campaign have gone out across the country, bringing together thousands and thousands of people to change the fabric of political life in the country. He does it through love, not hate. He does it with honesty
honesty and grassroots fundraising, not Wall Street millions. I know I'm not alone when I say thank you, Senator Sanders, for giving me and my family a future we can believe in. And we know in Vermont that the political revolution is just getting started. And now, I'm thrilled to welcome to the stage Ben Folds.
Would you look up at the skyline, at the morning blocking clouds, and check out the reflections in my eyes? See, they always used to be there, even when this all was grass, and the singing danced about a high rise. And you were laughing at my helmet hat. Trusted like the ground, and that's why my philosophy, because we walk around falling down. See that there is evil, and I know that there is good, and the in-betweens I never understood. Won't you look at me, I'm crazy, but I get the job done. Yeah, I'm crazy, but I get the job done. Oh, and I say, go ahead, you can laugh all you want. you no worries at all. Best opening gig I ever had. I wasn't the first one in the family to open up for Bernie, though, or to play for one of his events. My daughter Gracie sang This Land Is Your Land in LA for him, and I'd like to bring her out. She's 16 years old. First thing we've ever done together, Gracie Foles.
All right, I do have to lower the volume due to copyright issues. I will check back in with the sound, but we do tend to lower the volume when it comes to music that is owned by others.
Welcome, everybody, to Fox 10 News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. I'm your host, Mike Pace, and we'll be getting this show started very, very shortly here. Welcome, everybody, to the live stream. We're going to be having complete coverage tonight of the Super Tuesday results coming at you in just a little bit. We're going to leave this Bernie Sanders event in just a little bit. All right, everybody, welcome to Fox 10 News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. I am your host for this evening. For the next 2 hours, I'll be your host. My name is Mike Pace. Happy to be here with you on this Super Tuesday coverage happening right now. Fox is able to project that Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, both winners in Georgia, on this Super Tuesday. We're going to continue to provide you guys more and more coverage as it becomes available. We're also able to project that Hillary Clinton, the winner in Virginia. Once again, Hillary Clinton, the winner in Virginia. And we're going to be really social about this experience here today. So please tweet me at right there. You can see right there on the bottom of your screen at Mike Pace, Fox 10. We would I love to hear from you this evening as we get rolling on this coverage of Super Tuesday results happening right here. I'm happy to provide you guys with the details as they do become available. Fox does project that Bernie Sanders is the winner now in Vermont. That just coming down, so we're able to provide that for you right here, part of Fox 10 News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. So I'll be reading your thoughts throughout this telecast. So just tweet me at Mike Pace Fox 10. I want to know, does Donald Trump, does he run the table tonight? Does he win 11 out of 12? Does he win all 12 out of 12? Let me know right now. Tweet me at Mike Pace Fox 10, and I will read back some of your responses right here on Fox 10 News Now. You guys will get some shout-outs, some retweets. We'll be doing all of that right now, but I do want to know, does Donald Trump run the table tonight on Super Tuesday? Does he win 11 out of 12, or does he go for the perfect 12 out of 12? Let me know. Tweet me right there at Mike Pace Fox 10. I'll be reading them out in the next few minutes here. Happy to be here with you. And then also, guys, please follow me right there as well. A lot to talk about today. We're going to be covering a lot of stuff as it is happening. You can see a polling place right here, right now for Super Tuesday as people are still in line here. All right, folks, welcome to Fox 10 News Now. If you're just joining us, Fox News is able to project that Donald Trump has won the Georgia Republican primary there in Georgia. I do want to know, I have put out this question to you guys, and all you got to do for your response is tweet me at Mike Page, Fox 10. My name is right there on the screen there for you. You could tweet me your answer. Does Donald Trump run the table on Super Tuesday? Does he win 11 out of 12, or do you think he's going to win all 12 out of 12 states? Tweet me, let me know, and I'm going to be reading some of your responses throughout the evening. So once those come in, folks, I will got my phone here ready to provide you guys with that. Daniel, just like Daniel right now, saying, listening on the air, I think Trump will take it all, but I support Carson for America. If I was old enough, I would vote. Thank you so much, Daniel, for your response. It's that easy. We're going to be breaking it all down for you right here on Fox 10 News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Fox News is able to project that Bernie Sanders, the winner in Vermont, as you could expect that one. He did win Vermont. We're also seeing that there are Clinton supporters celebrating in Miami as well. So welcome everybody to the stream. I'm going to go back to a polling place and then read some of your responses, but let me know. Follow me right there on Twitter, Mike Page, Fox 10. Let me know, does Donald Trump run away with the Super Tuesday states, win 11 out of 12 or 12 out of 12? Let me know. We'll break it all down for you guys. But here is a polling place, and I'll be reading some of those responses right now. Mr. Griff says, Trump wins every state but Texas. May as well build a wall around them too. So welcome everybody to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We're breaking it all down for you right now. This is going to be continuing coverage throughout the evening. You got the right place. We're going to be breaking them down as soon as these results come in. We will be able to give you guys updates all evening long right here on Fox 10 News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Okay, another response here. I think Trump will take 9 states. I can see Rubio taking a few states, but Trump should solidify the nomination. Thank you so much for your tweet. Let's keep them coming right here on Fox 10 News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We do appreciate everybody being part of the stream. More than 700 of you are taking part of this service happening right now. Happening right now, the Virginia Republican race is too close to call right now, with the race very tight between Trump and Rubio. Donald Trump reacting on Twitter to his big win in Georgia. He's saying, thank you, Georgia, with the hashtag Super Tuesday, hashtag Trump 2016. He just tweeted that about 5 minutes ago. And if you're just joining us, Fox News was able to project that Bernie Sanders won the Democratic primary in Vermont as expected. Also, Fox News projected that Hillary Clinton won the Democratic primary in Georgia and Virginia. We are told that Bernie Sanders will address supporters any minute now. Well, if we do get that shot, we will bring that to you. But keep your tweets coming, everybody. We do appreciate everybody being part of the stream. Nick just commenting right now, I think Trump will win Texas with over 50%, and he will then win all the other states as well. Thank you so much for your response, folks. If you are watching and you want to be social about this, I did put out a question to you guys. Do you think Donald Trump will run the table here on Super Tuesday? All you got to do is tweet me right there, Mike Page, Fox 10. You see it right there on your screen. Go to Twitter and follow me there, as well as let me know your responses. I'm reading them right now. We are breaking down all of the news as they become available here, folks. We do appreciate everybody being part of the stream now. More than 775 of you are watching live right here, Fox 10 News Now. Thank you to Tyler for just following me right here. Thank you, Tyler. We do appreciate that. Keep those follows and tweets coming, everybody. Hi, everybody. I am your host, Mike Page. Happy to be here with you guys for the next 2 hours, and then my colleague Kinsey will close out the show for you guys later tonight. But for the next 2 hours, you got me, and I'm happy to be here. More than 800 of you now in the stream. We really do appreciate that. This is the best place to get all of your live results for Super Tuesday. Why? Well, because for one, there are no commercials, so we don't have to worry about that. We're going to be streaming all night for you guys to break down the best of the best results coming at you. We're going to be breaking down some of the tweets, and then also I'm asking you guys to tweet me during the show. I want to be really social about this, really social on the air with you guys. So all you got to do is tweet me, and I'll give you guys shout outs. I'll let you guys know who's tweeting me, what the responses are. It's going to be great. It's going to be fun. If you guys been part of the Iowa caucuses or New Hampshire primaries, we have a lot of fun doing this. So if you're new to this, welcome to the stream. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And we like to cover these big events as well. As you can imagine, this is a big event for Fox 10 News Now. It's always a great time to break down all these live results as they become available. My next question for you guys to respond to me on Twitter, all you got to do is follow me there at Mike Page Fox 10 and then reply to me. I want to know, what do you think is it about Donald Trump that has everybody pretty much really going for him? The majority of people are, as you can tell with his latest poll numbers, but what is it about him? What are the characteristics that really propelled him to the spot right now that he is the leader going into Super Tuesday? Let me know at Mike Page Fox 10. I'll be reading some of the best responses and all of the responses as they become available. More now than 800 of you. We got a nice uptick there on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Everybody, we're breaking down these results as they become available. This just coming in right now. Breaking in Vermont, John Kasich is surprisingly competitive with Donald Trump. That is just coming down from our Fox News stream right now. Also, okay, that is the latest. So as soon as those more results come available, we'll be able to break those down for you. 5:15 here in Arizona, and also 7:15 on the East Coast. We do appreciate everybody watching. We're going to show you a polling place. Also, I'm going to take this shot because we haven't taken this shot yet. This is where Trump will be speaking later tonight. Let's throw down that audio since we don't need the audio right now. See if you guys tweet it. Oh yeah, we got a good amount. We got a good amount, people. I'll be reading this. Loki just tweeting me, I think Trump will win most of them, and Rubio and Ted Cruz will both win few. From Finland. Thank you so much for watching. We are now worldwide. Thundy tweeting me, Trump will win every state, no doubt in my mind. Thundy also tweeting, Donald Trump is outspoken, isn't afraid to speak his mind despite criticism. He's a strong leader that we need. Thank you so much for your responses. Keep them coming, folks. We want to be really social throughout the whole show here on Fox 10 News Now, part of fox10phoenix.com. Tyler tweeting me right now, I don't think Trump will be taking all the states today, but it will bring many questions in the next week for Rubio and Cruz. Thank you so much, Tyler, for your response to my question. If you guys want to continue to tweet me, or if you haven't really tweeted me yet, just go on Twitter at MikePageFox10. I asked the question, what do you think the characteristics of Donald Trump that people are really taking a liking to, that are propelling him to top of the polls? And if you're just joining us to the stream, we do have some announcements to make. Right now, the Virginia Republican race is too close to call right now between Trump and Rubio. In Vermont, John Kasich is surprisingly very competitive with Donald Trump. Reports of extremely high turnout in Georgia, according to Fox News' Doug McElway. Mr. Griff tweeting me right now, the big story tonight will be Little Marco winning 0 states. Now we're going to show you where Bernie Sanders is expected to come out at any minute right now at his rally. AKA tweeting me, Clinton is the hot favorite to be the new president of the USA with the bookies here in Scotland. Thank you so much for your tweet. We'll be reading out tweets all evening long right here on Fox 10 News Now. So all you got to do is tweet me what you're thinking or what you are noticing right here on Super Tuesday, and I will read it out loud for you and give you a shout out. Bernie Sanders now, supporters are chanting, I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win. We will check in back at this rally in just a little bit, but here is a polling place where Super Tuesday happening right now. And then what we're also monitoring is where Donald Trump will be speaking to his supporters tonight. So we're having a lot to show you here tonight. Welcome to Fox 10 News Now, part of fox10phoenix.com. Sean just tweeting me right now. Thank you so much for your response. You said Trump will win most states, no doubt. Thank you so much. Sebastian, I'm watching from the UK. It's getting past my bedtime. When do you think the results will be in? Well, they're going to be trickling in all evening long within the next hour. or two. The majority of them will come in. So you're looking at probably another hour, hour and a half where the results will come in. Telly just tweeting me, I think Trump is outspoken and not afraid to break out of the party mold. Ideas like the wall or teleportation are exciting. So thank you guys for your responses here. We are getting very close to 1,000 people in the stream. All part of Fox 10 News Now, part of fox10phoenix.com. We are streaming live to you around the world as we are covering Super Tuesday. Live results happening right here all evening long. Appreciate you guys being in the stream. Just a reminder, polls in Oklahoma, Alabama, Tennessee, and Massachusetts will close at 8 p.m. East on the East Coast there. So just about 40 more minutes away for those polls to be open. Just 40 more minutes here. And once again, folks, thank you for being part of this stream. We're very excited. Always, it's very fun when we get a lot of people part of this stream, and also it's always a big day like Super Tuesday. You know, it's one of the, it is one of the biggest days for delegates at stake, so we do appreciate you guys being a part of history in the making as we're going to be breaking this down live for you as it all happens. And I'm encouraging everybody to be, once again, very social during this experience here. You can see my Twitter handle on the bottom of that screen there for yourself, at Mike Page Fox 10. Follow me, tweet me. I'll be reading them out all evening long. And I want to know, my next question to you guys, where you can respond to me, and I will be reading your responses live right here on the air. I want to know, when do you think the Republican nomination will be wrapped up? Let me know that. When do you think they're going to have a nominee for the Republican side? And then we'll ask the question a little bit later on the Democratic side. But for now, this is, when do you think the Republican nomination will be all wrapped up? Let me know that. Let me know your prediction, and I will read it out loud for you right here on Fox 10 News Now, part of fox10phoenix.com. Let's check in with some more sites here as we get going on the coverage here. Scott tweeting me right now, hey, I'm going to say that Trump wins 80 to 85% tonight. Even if he loses the state, I believe he will win plenty of delegates. Thank you so much right now. Canada tweeting me, who is leading? Well, here is what we have so far as results coming in. Right now, the Virginia Republican race is too close to call, with a very tight race between Trump and Rubio. Donald Trump did win Georgia tonight. That has been already projected as a win. Bernie Sanders has won the Democratic primary in Vermont as expected. Fox News did project that Hillary Clinton won the Democratic primaries in Georgia and Virginia. That is what we know right now. Sebastian tweeting me, if Trump wins tonight, all the states, it'll be all wrapped up, but if not, then perhaps some will back out and the race will even. And thank you so much, folks. We now have over 1,000 people in the stream being part of this, watching live results coming in Super Tuesday style. Tweet me at Mike Page Fox 10 any questions that you have. I'll try to get back to you guys as soon as possible, or even give you guys shout-outs on the air here. I'm trying to be very social throughout the whole evening. Jonathan asking, on a scale of 1 to 10, how likely is Trump to win most of the states? Well, to win most of the states, I think it's going to be very, very ideal. I'd go 9 out of 10 that he's going to win pretty much all of them. Maybe, Texas might be the only one not in play for him, but we'll see. If he wins Texas, boy, that'd be crazy. Telly saying, thanks, Mike. Great job. I think Trump will knock out Sweaty Rubio or Ted Zodiac Cruz tonight and wrap up the nominations. Thank you so much, Telly, for your response. Keep them coming right here at Fox 10 News Now, part of fox10phoenix.com. Right there, tweet me at Mike Page, Fox 10. Mandov tweeting me, greetings from Germany. America's politics affect the world, therefore Trump must win. I have more than 1,500 followers. Thank you guys for following me now. Do appreciate that. We have more than 1,000 people in the stream here. If you haven't followed me yet, folks, I do suggest that you do. I do give updates throughout the evening, as well as I'll be giving updates throughout this whole election process as we get closer and closer to the conventions in the summer, and then when we really heat up the race in the fall. You're not going to want to miss those updates. Mr. saying, good job tonight, Miss Big Mike. Surely one of Rubio and Cruz has to drop out after tonight. No, I don't think so. I don't think so, because you got to figure Rubio's going to stay into at least Florida, because he needs to win Florida for sure. Loki's saying, if Ted Cruz will drop out, I think the race between Trump and Rubio will be really close. I agree. I think that will be very close as well. Okay, there's some more supporters talking in favor of Bernie Sanders happening right now. Let's go to that for a little bit, happening right now.
Country who are concerned about fairness, who are concerned about justice, and who have joined the political revolution. It gives me a great deal of pleasure to introduce to you the next President of the United States, Bernie Sanders! Thank you all.
We are going to go right back to the rally, but I just want to make this announcement as we are continuing on with our coverage of Fox 10 News now, part of fox10phoenix.com Super Tuesday coverage. Per Fox News' John Roberts, Marco Rubio has just sent out a new fundraising email pledging to go on and vowing to fight Trump. This is what it reads. No matter where the final results end up tonight, we know one thing. This is going to be a long campaign, and we are not going to hand over our party to a dangerous con artist. Thanks to the hard work of Marco and supporters and volunteers like you, we're going to come away from tonight with a good chunk of delegates from a diverse range of states. So that just being put out by Marco Rubio's campaign. Let's go back now to Bernie Sanders' live rally.
See all my friends. You know, we want to win in every part of the country. That goes without saying. But it does say something and means so much to me that the people who know me best, the people who knew me before I was elected, who knew me as mayor, knew me as congressman, and know me as senator, have voted so strongly to put us in the White House. Thank you so much. This campaign, as I think all of you know, this campaign is not just about electing a president, it is about transforming America. It is about making our great country the nation that we know it has the potential to be. It is about dealing with some unpleasant truths that exist in America today and having the guts to confront those truths. It is about recognizing that in our state we have town meetings and people come out and they argue about budgets and then they vote. One person, one vote. In Vermont, billionaires do not buy town meetings, and in America, we are going to end a corrupt campaign finance system. We can disagree in a democracy, and that's what a democracy is about. But I hope all of us agree that we're going to not allow billionaires and their super PACs to destroy American democracy. In our state, you all know that we have many, many thousands of Vermonters who are working not just one job, they're working 2 jobs, they're working 3 jobs. And you all know that while our people are working so hard, almost all of the new wealth and income generated in America is going to the top 1%. Well, together, what we are going to do is create an economy that works for all of us
not just the people on top. And together we are going to end and reform a broken criminal justice system. This country, the wealthiest country in the history of the world, should not be having more people in jail than any other country on earth. That's wrong. So we are going to invest for our young people in education, in jobs, not jails or incarceration. Now, I know many of my Republican colleagues think that climate change is a hoax. Well, I believe that you don't develop real public policy unless you listen to the science, and the science is clear. Together, we are going to transform our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency and sustainable energy. Now, I know that Secretary Clinton and many of the establishment people think that I am looking and thinking too big. I don't think so. So let me go on the record and say, as you have heard me say for years, health care is a right for all people. And let me also say that in the United States of America, when we talk about public education, it's not just first grade through 12th. That has got to be expanded to make public colleges and universities tuition free. What I have said from day one in this campaign, and I suspect many of you were down on the lake with me when we announced on that beautiful day. What I have said is that this campaign is not just about electing a president, it is about making a political revolution. What that revolution is about is bringing millions of people into the political process, working people who have been so disillusioned they no longer vote, young people who have never been involved. What the political revolution is about is bringing our people together, black and white, Latino, Asian American, gay and straight, people born in America, people who have immigrated to America. When we bring our people together, when we do not allow the Donald Trumps of the world to divide us up, when we bring our people together, and when we have the courage to stand up to the billionaire class and tell them they can't have it all. That our government belongs to all of us, not just super PACs and wealthy campaign contributors. Now, tonight, you're going to see a lot of election results come in. And let me remind you of what the media often forgets about. This is not a general election. It's not winner take all. If you get 52%, you get 48%, you roughly end up with the same amount of delegates in a state. By the end of tonight, we are going to win many hundreds of delegates. Months ago, as you know, better than any other group in America, when we were out on the lake, we were at 3% in the polls. We have come a very long way in 10 months. At the end of tonight, 15 states will have voted, 35 states remain. And let me assure you that we are going to take our fight for economic justice, for social justice, for environmental sanity, for a world of peace to every one of those states. Now, Wall Street may be against us, and the super PACs may be against us, but you know why we are going to win? Because our message is resonating, and the people, when we stand together, will be victorious. So on a personal note, I want to thank all of you for the love and the friendship that you have given our family. You have sustained me. And I am so proud to bring Vermont values all across this country. So thank you again for helping us win here in Vermont tonight. And I look forward this evening to just saying hello to so many old friends. So thank you all very much.
All right, everybody, as you can see, we're showing you live results as they are coming in from the map, and we're going to be looking at a Donald Trump rally coming up in just a little bit. I do want to show you what that looks like right now. Getting very close to a rally there, but let's take you back to the map happening right now. All right, here we go. As it stands right now in Virginia, with just 1% reporting, Donald Trump 39%, Marco Rubio 30%, Ted Cruz 17%. All right, everybody, welcome to Fox 10 News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We are your source for Super Tuesday results, coming at you live right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We do have that live map that we will be showing you. It's updating in real time, and also going to be providing you coverage throughout the evening as these results come in. We're also expecting a Donald Trump rally to begin in just a little bit, so please stay right here. We got more than 1,400 of you guys in the stream. My name is Mike Page. Happy to be here with you in the stream. All you got to do is follow me right there on the bottom of your screen there, right there on Twitter, at Mike Page Fox 10. I'll be providing some great insight throughout the evening, as well as asking some questions for you guys to be social throughout the evening right here on Fox 10 News Now. My next question for you is, can Bernie Sanders make a dent in the momentum for Hillary Clinton? Let me know that. Tweet me right now. I'm going to be responding to, I'm going to be reading your responses right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, so you could get a shout out, you could get a retweet. Let me know, do you think there is a possibility that Bernie Sanders can make any dent in the momentum of Hillary Clinton? Let me know that, and I will be reading your responses right now. But all you got to do, first you got to follow me right there on Twitter, at Mike Page Fox 10, and then I will be, tweet me, and then I'll be able to see your tweets as they come in right here on my phone. I'll be reading them off to you, but let's go back right now to those live maps happening right now. All right, folks, thank you for those responses. I'll be reading some of them right now. Thundy saying, no, the polls all aside from Vermont shows him losing. He can't do anything anymore. Hillary will win the nomination. Greater Normandy says Sanders' popularity comes from the demographics that do not vote. Not going to happen. Hillary is winning to default almost. Scott saying, you're doing a heck of a job. You got a great future ahead of you. Thank you so much, Scott, for your tweet there.
Neil, I didn't post it.
Thanks. And keep those responses coming. Legend of Trump says, where's Kinsey? Well, Kinsey's going to come up in...
Where's Kinsey? Here's Kinsey.
There you go. See, you made the tweet, and you got your response. Coming up in an hour, Kinsey is going to be breaking down the finale of the Super Tuesday results show coming at you right here on fox10phoenix.com. Thank you so much for your tweet, and that's how you happen. You have a suggestion? Look it, Kinsey comes on. Folks, we got you covered. Don't worry. Show you that map again as I read your responses here. Mr. saying, Mr. Griff says, Bernie was too passive. He could have taken down Hillary on any number of issues, but he played Mr. Nice Guy. Shame. Thank you so much for that. John saying, thanks for the stream. Bernie will need to pull a miracle. Blake saying, I think Bernie Sanders will run as a third-party candidate. Now, if Mike Bloomberg jumps in, things will get even messier. So true, so true. Thank you so much for that. And thank you for the more than 1,400 of you. We're getting very close to 1,500 people watching live right here around the world for Super Tuesday results coming at you. You see we got the live map on. It's updating in real time as these results are coming in. We do got you guys covered tonight. Super Tuesday, March 1st, or I like to call it March 1st, a day later on leap year. I am your host, Mike Page, for the next hour. Continue those tweets coming, folks. I will be reading them all night long. Trump for President Sadie saying, Mike, you are doing a great job tonight. Love the live feed on YouTube. Well, thank you for watching. Right back at you. We're coming up on just about 5 minutes to go for some polls to be closing. Greater Normandy tweeting out, Mike, please stop making your stream so entertaining. It's killing my sleep schedule. Why do you think Vermont is voting Bernie? Well, very interesting. He's from Vermont. He has to win that. He has to win it. Tyler saying, very excited for the candidates coming to Michigan this week. Also, great job tonight, going very well. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate you guys watching from around the world and around the country. That's what we're doing, connecting the states together as we are watching Super Tuesday results come in live. We have the map happening live, updating for us right now. We appreciate everybody being part of the stream. Lee just tweeting me, Bernie can win, but he needs to pull the gloves off and attack the email scandal and all the other Clinton scandals in the past. Thank you so much, Lee, for your response. Froggen says, how's the poll from Texas? We don't have any of those numbers in yet, but as those polls do close, we should be getting numbers coming in. We're getting close to 1,500 people in the stream. Now we have just surpassed it. Thank you guys so much for watching. You are watching a live map update in real time. Super Tuesday results as they come in. And closing right now, Oklahoma, Alabama, Tennessee, and Massachusetts. Those polls are closing right now. So we may even get some early projections in within the next 5 minutes. Hold on, folks, as we are on projection watch for those states. You're watching Fox 10 News Now, part of fox10phoenix.com. We are in a projection holding pattern as we are on watch. So we should be seeing some results, some more results come in from those states in just a little bit here. Thank you to the more 1,500 people that are watching. Appreciate it, appreciate it.
Stations, Fox News now project that Hillary Clinton will win Alabama and Tennessee, and Donald Trump will also win Alabama and Tennessee, as well as Massachusetts. All other contests are still too close to call.
Okay, folks, happening right now. Fox News does project that Donald Trump wins Republican primaries in Tennessee, Alabama, and Massachusetts. Hillary Clinton is the projected winner for the Democratic primaries in Tennessee and Alabama. Those just happening right now on Fox 10 News Now, part of fox10phoenix.com. Thank you guys all for watching, and see how that happens as soon as those results come in. We do break that information down for you. So once again, Fox News is able to project that Donald Trump wins Republican primaries in Tennessee, Alabama, and Massachusetts. Tweet me right now at Mike Page Fox 10 on what you are thinking right now about Super Tuesday results coming in live. Also, Hillary Clinton wins Democratic primaries in Tennessee and Alabama. It looks like Donald Trump is starting to run the table here on Super Tuesday. You are watching the live results coming in right now, fox10phoenix.com, part of Fox 10 News Now. I'm your host, Mike Page. For the next hour, Kinsey's going to be closing us down in the next hour, so a lot to look forward to, folks. We're also expecting a Donald Trump rally any moment right now, and we're also getting news coming in right now. It's too early to call Democratic race in Massachusetts and Oklahoma, although Bernie Sanders has a slight lead in both. So that is some news right there happening right now from the politics team of Fox News. Let me know. Once again, tweet me at Mike Page, Fox 10, what you think about the Super Tuesday results coming in right now. Let's go back to the live map happening right now. Oscar just tweeted me. He says, Mike, can we expect Cruz, Rubio, or Kasich to drop out? Pretty sure Dr. Carson will. Greetings from the Netherlands. Thank you so much, Oscar, for your tweet. Boy, I'm thinking if anybody's going to drop out right now, it's going to have to be Ben Carson. We will see, though. We will see. And this just coming in right now on the Republican side. It is too early to call the race in Oklahoma, although Ted Cruz has a slight lead there. Rubio and Trump are battling for second place. That is in Oklahoma. Andrew just tweeting me right now. He is watching from Australia. Thank you so much for watching. He says, do Americans understand how other people around the world see Trump? Disaster. And folks, we are just getting started on the coverage here of Super Tuesday results. Thank you to the more than 1,600 of you watching this stream right here, because everybody wants to know who's going to win on Super Tuesday. And right now it looks like Donald Trump running the table here. Hillary Clinton winning the majority as well. Bernie Sanders was able to win his home state there of Vermont. And to keep this night being very social, so for the people that are watching, hi everybody, my name is Mike Page. I want to make this the most social stream out there, so I'm going to ask a question, and I would like your response to it right there on Twitter, at Mike Page Fox 10. Follow me, and then tweet at me, and then I'll read your responses right here live as we are breaking down this coverage. But I want to know, man, it just doesn't seem like anything can stop Donald Trump. It doesn't matter what he says or what he does. It doesn't seem like anybody can stop this Trump train, really. Let me know. Do you think there's anything that can stop Donald Trump right now? We are breaking down the coverage right now. I want to know your response to that question. Is there anything that can stop Donald Trump right now? He has the momentum like none other. Tweet me. Follow me first, then tweet me at Mike Page Fox 10. I'll be reading those responses right now as I go to the map. I'll be waiting for those responses, and then we will get those responses on the air right here. Jacob just tweeting me, "Hi Mike, any idea if there's a Trump rally coming up soon? Getting very late here in Ireland." Well, let me show you, Jacob, what the scene looks right now. It doesn't look like they're getting very close. I would say probably in the next hour we could see a Donald Trump rally. It doesn't look like there's a lot of action going on right now. Doesn't even look like it's filled up yet, so be on the lookout for that. I think he's going to want to wait to see some more states come in before addressing the crowd here. Little boy tweeting me, "Trump train doesn't stop, can't stump the Trump." And thank you to the new followers as well. Waymer Gamer says, "You can't stump the Trump. Make America great again." James tweeting me, "Trump is a big guy with a big voter turnout. The fire rises. Can't stump the Trump." Tweeting me, "Can't stump the Trump." Gabriella tweeting me, "I'm thinking I never realized how racist my country is until now." Red Shot saying, "Only way to stop Donald Trump is let him do his first term and see how he does. Trump wins." Crystal saying, "Yes, Hillary will stop Donald Trump." Keep those tweets coming, everybody. We are breaking them down. Michael tweeting me right now, "If Cruz takes Texas, Oklahoma, and Alaska, he may give Trump a little headache there." So thank you so much for your response. Woohoo just tweeting me, "I think Trump is a necessary risk, but I think if he could do the best for America, we need something to change." And saying, "Time to move to Canada." Thank you all for your tweets here, and thank you for more than 1,700 of you guys in the stream right now. Just about 40 minutes away from Donald Trump addressing his supporters. Thank you guys for the followers this evening here. If you want to jump in on the conversation, tweet me at Mike Page, Fox 10. Super Tuesday live results right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Six Albert saying, "There has been an awakening in the nation. You can't stump the Trump." Uncle Dolphy saying Trump is a big guy. The Trump train cannot stop. Jenny asking, what's your prediction for the Republican primary in Louisiana coming up? That'll be very interesting. I'm thinking Rubio might have a shot there. He is being endorsed by Bobby Jindal. That could play a key role there, but we'll see. Marco Rubio has not won a state yet. Gabriella saying a decent public education for Americans would have stopped him. Too late. Hashtag Super Tuesday. Thank you guys all for tweeting me and keeping this stream very social as we move along here with the results. Super Tuesday coming at you guys live right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Crystal tweeting, Hillary will knock that Trump train right off his tracks. Woohoo saying the candidate with the best chance to win against Trump is Cruz in Texas. Thank you guys for those responses here. As we continue on with our coverage live, Super Tuesday, happening right now. Results. And according to Google Trends, Donald Trump is getting the most searches in Massachusetts. He's getting more than 50% compared to the field. And guys, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox 10 Phoenix.com. This is Super Tuesday live results coming at you. My name is Mike Page. Happy to be here with you guys in the stream this evening. We're breaking it all down as these numbers do come in, and as more results come in, of course, we've got you guys covered right here. And how do you like it? No commercials. Don't worry. We're not going anywhere right now. Take a look at a live look at the Donald Trump rally, where it is going to be happening probably within the next 40 minutes. You can just imagine that they want to see some more results come in before making a big speech tonight. Keep those responses coming, everybody. Right there on Twitter if you haven't already done so. Follow me right there, Mike Page Fox 10, and continue to tweet me any questions or what you guys are thinking about as these results are coming in. I am reading your responses out live right here on the stream. More than 1,800 of you guys are in the stream. Thank you guys for being so social during this live results show. Mr. Griff saying you and Kinsey should host together. Kinsey's getting ready for her show. She is getting excited. I mean, she is doing cartwheels pretty much in the studio here. This is something. And look at Cosman saying, staying awake on the other side of the ocean at 3 a.m. Hyped to see Trump sweep Super Tuesday. Thank you so much for your tweet right there. We do appreciate it. Have some Red Bull to continue on. Have some 5-hour energy. Continue on. Let's go back to that live map happening right now. Lauren tweeting, thanks again for providing the live feed, getting my nerd on. And folks, this is a great time. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel yet, now would be the time. Because we do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And the best part of that stream is right now, because we are in such a political season, we always show so many different candidates during the rallies, town hall speeches. So if you haven't already done so, subscribe to our channel. That way you can get updates as they become available, and you can see our streams pop up and join the conversation Monday through Friday. We'd love to have you. If you're new to the stream here, welcome. Now let's go. Right now you can see that Texas map now becoming available as we are getting closer and closer. Now let's go to a Hillary Clinton rally taking place right now. We'll continue on with the coverage.
Florida represents the diversity that our great Democratic Party fights for every day. And that's why this nation is such a great nation. Yes, the United States of America is still a great nation. That's exactly why we need a great president who will fight for all of us, who will represent all of us, who will work to bring all of us together. And that's why we want President Hillary. Look, there is a lot at stake in this election. You hear it every day. So that's exactly why I'm spending time talking to my friends, talking to my neighbors, talking to everyone on my path to make sure the challenge that is before us today, we overcome that challenge. The reason why is because we need to leave a greater Miami-Dade County, a better Florida, a greater nation for our children and grandchildren. And with President Hillary, we can do that. So are you ready for Hillary? 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 Hillary!
Let me ask you guys, are you ready for Hillary as we continue on with this coverage right here? Let me know. Tweet me right now at Mike Page, Fox 10. Do you think Hillary Clinton could be our next president? Tweet me right now, Mike Page, Fox 10. We will read them out. And we will check in back with that rally when Hillary Clinton does hit the stage. Let me know. As we are talking about Hillary Clinton right now, that supporter right there, as you can tell, was jacked up for Hillary Clinton. She'll be on stage in just a little bit. Let's go back to the map showing you live results as they are coming in right now. Fox 10 News Now, part of fox10phoenix.com. Thank you all for the more than 1,800 of you guys that are in the stream right now. Tweet me right now at Mike Page Fox 10 on Twitter. Let me know. Do you think Hillary Clinton can be our next president of the United States? Six Albert saying, no one wants Hillary. I call voter fraud. Trump will slay the beast. Keep those responses coming in, folks. Red Shot saying, no Hillary, no way, can't happen. Great stream. Thanks. Well, thank you for watching, and thank you so much for your response and helping to make this the most social stream out there right now on Super Tuesday. Erin saying, no, she is too corrupt to be the Democratic nominee. Her versus Trump. Trump will pounce on her corruption. Dan saying, dude, Mike, you know we're not ready for Hillary. Keep those responses coming, everybody. We do appreciate you guys being part of the stream. More than 1,800 of you are watching right now from not only around the country, but from around the world, because everybody is focused in on hashtag Super Tuesday. Who is going to run the table? And right now it looks like Donald Trump getting a big showing of support already. He has won Georgia and other states. It's too early to call in the Democratic races in Massachusetts and Oklahoma, although Bernie Sanders has a slight lead in both. On the Republican side, it's too early to call the race in Oklahoma, although Ted Cruz does have a slight lead there. Rubio and Trump are battling for second place. Also, Donald Trump has won Tennessee, Alabama, and Massachusetts. Fox News does project Hillary Clinton winning the Democratic primaries in Tennessee and Alabama. Shady tweeting me, no, Trump will be the president. America needs to get tough again. We are getting bullied. I can't stand her voice. AKA tweeting me, unfortunately, Clinton is America's only option. Judith saying, sure, Hillary Clinton's been around long enough to have already been indicted if she was in real trouble. She'll make a good president. David saying, if Hillary does become president, we are in a whole lot of trouble. Or Sanders or Trump. Hashtag win, Ben, win.
Clinton, Hillary, Hillary. When I say madam, you say president. Madam, madam. My name is Robert Julian, and I am the Regional Volunteer Lead for Miami-Dade and Monroe County. Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Robert Julián y yo soy el líder de voluntarios regional para los condados de Miami-Dade y Monroe. Hace un año yo nunca hubiera pensado que yo estuviera aquí hoy explicándole por qué tenemos que elegir a Hillary como nuestra próxima presidenta. Ella es una que va a luchar para mis padres y gentes como mis padres que emigraron de Cuba hace más de 20 años. Una que va a luchar por personas como yo para que nunca tengan que sentir miedo por ser parte de la comunidad de LGBT. Hoy les pido, antes de irse, que por favor luchen para elegir a Hillary como nuestra próxima presidenta. Necesitamos que todo el mundo se inscriba, porque no solamente tenemos que ganar el día 15 aquí en la Florida, tenemos que ganar la nominación y la presidencia en noviembre. Nearly a year ago, I never imagined that I would have been here today telling you why we need to elect Hillary as our great next president. She is one who will fight for parents like my own and like many parents in this room who came to this country to make sure
All right, folks, we are going to wait for Hillary Clinton, so let's get back on the map, giving you guys a live map right now of the results coming in. Once Hillary Clinton does hit that stage, we'll take that for just a little bit. We do appreciate everybody being part of the stream right now. More than 1,800 of you guys. Keep those responses coming. Right there on Twitter. And guys, my name is Mike Pace right there. If you want to follow me right here on Twitter, all you got to do is follow me at Mike Pace Fox 10. I'll be interacting with you guys all evening long. I would love to connect with you guys and talk to you guys about what is going on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. I do appreciate everybody following me right now, happening right now as we are continuing these live results of Super Tuesday. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. Happy to be here with you guys. Happy to be your host. I'll be with you guys for just about another 30 minutes until then. Kinsey coming in to close down the show. We're going to have a rally from Hillary Clinton in just a little bit, as well as Donald Trump. But let's get back to the most important thing right now, that live updates as they are coming in of the maps. Judith asking, do you think Trump's announcement might be announcing Ben Carson as VP? I do not. I do not think we will see that, at least tonight, though. Thank you, Judith, for your question. If you have a question, you could always tweet me at Mike Pace, Fox 10. I am your Fox 10 News Now host. Right now, more than 1,900 of you guys are in the stream. Wow, we truly appreciate that. It's always great talking to a bunch of people. This is Super Tuesday live coverage. And we just came in right now that Hillary Clinton has won Arkansas. That is a Fox News projection happening right now. Latest results in Texas, Cruz leading with 38%, Trump in second with 28% of the vote. That is live results, as you can see right there on the map right now. In third, Rubio at 20%, Kasich 4.9%, and Carson with the rest there. Clinton looks to win in Texas there by a commanding lead.
carry that in 2000.
And you can
since,
see
it's
the
always been a
live crowd
Democratic
there
state.
for Hillary
So
Clinton.
could Hillary Clinton put this into play in the general election if she becomes the...
Also, here is a shot of where Donald Trump will be addressing his supporters later tonight. And the live map is back in action right now. Folks, if you haven't followed me yet, now would be the time. Mike Page, Fox 10, it's right there on your screen. I would love to connect with you guys. I would love to talk with you guys. All you got to do is tweet me, follow me. We'll have some great conversations, and this isn't just for today. You know, we will be providing coverage throughout the political season. So when you guys are connected with me, you guys can know when these streams are happening and when you guys can get involved. I'm trying to make this the most social stream out there, so I would appreciate you guys as you continue to tweet me. I really like all the responses that we are getting. Thank you, John Smith, for following me right now. I'll be announcing some of my followers as they come in. I'll give you guys shout outs as well. Thank you to Kay Dan. Thank you to Garrett. Thank you to Dylan for just following me. It's that easy, folks. This is the way that we're breaking it down here for you. I want to connect with you guys. I want to be the most social host pretty much out there as far as all digital. So we're in a digital world right now, and I want to be your digital guy. So let's connect right now. Thank you to Arjen. Thank you, Enigma Mom. Enigma Mom. Molly and Bet. Mini Trump. Thank you guys for following me. Kaden saying, haven't been following the race lately, but standing by my word and hoping Jeb gets the nomination. Well, Jeb is out of the race. He suspended his campaign. Oh, thanks to Shane. Thanks to Breck for following me. You guys are awesome. Keep them coming. Judith saying, Mike has a really good live stream going where you can see percentages in each state on both sides of the aisle, constantly updated. Thank you so much. That's what we are trying to do here for you guys, giving you guys the most, aka digital is the future. Yes, totally agree. Little boy asking, where are these live streams hosted? Well, we are doing the live stream live from Phoenix. No, it's not in the back room of the Fox headquarters. We are not in New York City. We are in Phoenix, Arizona. Thank you for the shout out there and your question. All right. Thank you to Mark. Thank you to Derek. Thank you to Seeking Reality. Thank you to Erin Henderson. Thank you to Brian Waldron. Thank you to J.D. Zeeb for your follows. Appreciate it, guys. We are going to be the most social stream here. You guys are making it happen right now. Cannot thank you guys enough. Thank you to AA. Thank you to Devish for your follows here. We're gonna get up there, guys. We're gonna get these numbers up. I really appreciate you guys following me. I want to be social. I want to be the most social host out there for you guys. So that is what we are doing right here. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. I hope you love the energy that is happening right now. We're trying to give you guys so many different shots, so many different kind of looks at this Super Tuesday as those results come in. And you got to love that there's no commercial breaks here, folks. We're on it for you tonight. Kinsey going to be coming on in the next 20 minutes here or so. I'm happy to be here with you. My name is Mike Page. If you could give me that follow, I'll be doing those shout outs throughout the evening here. Happy to be here with you guys, but you guys don't want to see my face too much, do you? You want to go back to that map here, and this is where the results are coming in right now. Cruz, you can see 38% to Trump, 28% there in Texas. Spencer saying, great map graphics coming out of Phoenix. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you to Johnny Mall for just tweeting following me. Steve Online, thank you. Thank you to ZR1 Trader, Jim Tillmans, and Telefon Cable for your follow. I do appreciate that, guys. Johnny Mall, how are we doing in Texas right now was his question. At last glance, there was 38-28 with Cruz in the lead. All right, happening right now, Fox News is able to project that Donald Trump wins the Republican primary in Virginia, with Marco Rubio finishing a very close second. Johnny Mall saying, thank you, Mike. You're the best. I'm posting on the Trump Army. Thank you so much for watching and your support. JDZ asking, where is Massachusetts at? You can see right there with that 44%, he is already the projected winner there. Thank you so much for your tweet. I'm glad we were able to show that to you guys in real time as those results are coming in. Thank you to Andrew. Thank you to Sunshine. Thank you to Have. Thank you to N4 Min Vlogs for your follow, as we are going to make this the most social stream out there right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Andrew saying, the people who vote Republican, especially Ted Cruz, are basically saying screw the environment and the poor can suffer. These are your tweets coming in real time. Steve Online tweeting simple maps, straight statistics, all the data, no commercial stream. You guys know how to appeal to the internet crowd. Thank you so much at Steve Online for that tweet. I just liked it there. Cosmin asking, Texas aside, which states were supposed to be problematic for Trump tonight? Well, basically, it just looked like Texas was going to be Trump's only really sore spot of the night, if you will. So right now he is cruising along besides Texas. Mark asking, so Trump pretty much has all the states but Texas so far? Yes, so far that is what is happening right now. Jarrett saying, loving the live coverage, hashtag Super Cruise Day. Thank you so much, Jarrett, for your tweet there, as we are watching the live map right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Also, thank you to Michael, Scott, and Legendary Bacon for just following me right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Dylan saying, Republican here in response to that other guy. Actually, what I'm saying is screw liars like Hillary. Johnny Mall saying, hi, Mike. Mr. Donald Trump just broke the 6 million Facebook likes right now. Woohoo, just tweeting me, Trump could do better on environmental protection. I hope he pushes to replace oil with fusion. Thank you so much for your response. Right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are watching these live results come in right now. You can see the map lighting up. Michael tweeting me right now. He's saying, hey Mike, great coverage. Any Republican is better than Hillary Clinton, who is getting investigated by the FBI. All right, now the map is going away where they are now replacing it, everybody, with the Donald Trump podium, where we are expecting to see Mr. Trump in just a little bit. Spencer asking, do you think Rubio could overtake Trump in Minnesota? I don't know. Rubio has spent a good portion of his time there in Minnesota. It's gonna be something to see, but I don't know. At this point, I just think the momentum for Trump is really carrying people into the polls, into the polling places. Thomas Warren, thank you so much for your follow. Mark Tuggle saying going to be very tight in Texas. John making good point, saying, Mike, it's important to clarify that the delegates are proportional tonight. Even second and third place do get some delegates. Yes, very true. But, as we get closer, pretty much after March 15th, it's going to be states for winner takes all. And that'll add up very quickly. Trump 2016 and Sticks and Stones just following me. Thank you so much for that. Sticks and Stones saying still 35 states to go. Don't give up on hashtag Feel the Burn. John Lopez saying, astronaut Kelly returns to the U.S. after a year in space. Will he be surprised with tonight's results? What a hero. Scott saying, if Cruz doesn't win, we might as well torch the Constitution. Thank you to Dave Scott. Thank you to Will Barnes for that follow there. Spencer, thanks for that tweet. Johnny Mall saying, Mike, this is the coolest. You just report the facts and you see them a true reporter. Thank you so much for that compliment. We are just breaking down the results here live. Fox 10 News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Thank you to 7 Wide. Thank you to Johnny E. Bench for your follow. Arjun saying, wonderful coverage watching here in the UK.
Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check,
And
1,
you can
2.
hear that
Mic
they are
check,
doing
1,
a,
2.
Mic check right now.
Standing far away. Getting close. Mic check, 1, 2. Final mic check. Malt boxes, volume levels, set everything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
All right, they are getting very close to a Donald Trump appearance. Thank you to Ed Eddie for your follow. Six Alberts saying, great stream. Thanks for the updates, Ben and Kasich. Need to pack it, stick it with a fork. Jim, they're done. Yeah, there's no way that they could bounce back. Johnny E. Bench, love the live video. Job well done. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you to the more than 2,100 of you that are in the stream right now. Part of Fox10Phoenix.com. What we are waiting for is Donald Trump for a rally there to address his supporters. This is live in Florida. And then also we are waiting for Hillary Clinton to come out as well. So we got you guys covered here tonight. Thank you to Bobby. Thank you to Albert. Thank you to Sherman. And thank you to Chunky Kong for your follows of me. Appreciate it. Fox 10 News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We are watching live results Super Tuesday. It doesn't get any better than this, folks, when there's so many states in play. 12 states. Here we go. That's what it's all about. Thank you to Barbie Ann. Thank you to Henry. Thank you to Ethan for your follows there. Henry saying, good job reporting, Mike. Go Trump. Hashtag make America great again. Mark asking, where is Trump speaking from? Well, he will be in Florida tonight, where this is being held right now. Stephen James making a good point. Even if Trump doesn't pull Texas, opportunity is closing out for Cruz and Rubio. Absolutely. Also, from the politics team saying we are just less than 15 minutes away from Donald Trump's press conference. Less than 15 minutes out. Thank you to Amy. Thank you to Sarah. Thank you to FutureBit for your follows here. We are once again proving that Fox 10 News Now is one of the most social streams out there on the digital age. As we are watching Super Tuesday results come in. Right now you are looking at a live podium watch of Donald Trump expected in the next 10 minutes. Zeno asking, Mike, how many more states tonight? Well, you got to figure we gotta wait for Texas. We got to wait for Alaska. We got Massachusetts already won by Donald. We got Virginia already won by Donald. Still, we got to wait for Arkansas. Right now, the Arkansas is too early to call. Thank you to Sandra for your follow. I totally appreciate that. Thank you to Lauren for your follow. Lauren Davis, thank you very much. Ethan saying, Mike, Hillary should be behind bars. Caden saying, well, now I'd like Trump to win. Hillary isn't viable under the basis she has broken the law, so she can't be sworn in. Oscar saying, why is Rubio getting so many votes in Virginia? Very good question and observation. Let's see here what's going on at the Hillary Clinton rally. It looks like she is coming out to address her supporters. Once Donald Trump comes out, we will go to that.
all so much. What a super Tuesday. You know, all across our country today, Democrats voted to break down barriers so we can all rise together. And I am so delighted to be here with you in Florida. I congratulate Senator Sanders on his strong showing and campaigning, and I'm grateful to all of you who voted for me, to the volunteers and organizers. I know you've worked your hearts out, and to all my friends, many of a lifetime who traveled to all the states to tell people about the candidate they knew, and to the hundreds of thousands of people who went to HillaryClinton.com to give what they could, most less than $100. Now this campaign moves forward to the Crescent City, the Motor City, and beyond. We're going to work for every vote, and we will need all of you to keep volunteering, contributing, doing everything you can, talking to your friends and neighbors, because this country belongs to all of us, not just those at the top. Not just to people who look one way, worship one way, or even think one way. America prospers when we all prosper. America is strong when we're all strong. And we know we've got work to do. But that work is not to make America great again. America never stopped being great. We have to make America whole. We have to fill in what's been hollowed out. We have to make strong the broken places, restitch the bonds of trust and respect across our country. Now, it might be unusual, as I've said before, for a presidential candidate to say this, but I'm going to keep saying it. I believe what we need in America today is more love and kindness. Because you know what? You know what? It works. Instead of building walls, we're going to break down barriers and build ladders of opportunity and empowerment so every American can live up to his or her potential, because then and only then can America live up to its full potential too. Now, it's clear tonight that the stakes in this election have never been higher. And the rhetoric we're hearing on the other side has never been lower. Trying to divide America between us and them is wrong, and we're not going to let it work. You know, whether we like it or not, we're all in this together, my friends. And we all have to do our part. But unfortunately, too many of those with the most wealth and the most power in this country today seem to have forgotten that basic truth about America. You know, yesterday I was at the Old South Meeting House in Boston, where nearly 2.5 centuries ago, American patriots organized the original Tea Party. And I had to wonder what they would make of corporations that seem to have absolutely no loyalty to the country that gave them so much. What would they say about student loan companies that overcharge young people struggling to get out of debt. Even young men and women serving our country in the military, or corporations that shift their headquarters overseas to avoid paying their fair share of taxes. Like Johnson Controls, an auto parts company from Wisconsin that all of us, we taxpayers, helped to bail out with the auto rescue back in 2008. Now they're turning their back on America. Now, I'm not interested in condemning whole categories of people or businesses. I'm just interested in making things right. So let there be no doubt. If you cheat your employees, exploit consumers, pollute our environment, or rip off the taxpayers, we're going to hold you accountable. But if you do the right thing, if you invest in your workers and in America's future, then we'll stand with you. We all need to work together to break down the barriers holding back our families and our country, because the middle class needs a raise. And more good jobs, jobs that pay enough for a family to live on. Even put a little away for retirement, jobs that provide dignity and a bright future. That's why we have to invest in manufacturing and infrastructure and small business and clean energy. Enough clean energy to power every home in America. Don't let anybody tell you we can't make things in America anymore, because we can, we are, and we will. And together we can break down the barriers that face working class families across America, especially in struggling Rust Belt communities and small Appalachian towns that have been hollowed out by lost jobs and lost hope. Families who for generations kept our lights on and our factories running. Together we can break down barriers for our kids so they get the education they need and deserve. Every child in America should have a great school and a great teacher, no matter what zip code they live in. Families who've seen too many black children harassed, humiliated, and even killed. We can break down barriers for voters in North Carolina who've been systematically disenfranchised and disempowered. We can break down barriers for hardworking immigrants everywhere who are too often exploited and intimidated. We have to defend all our rights.
Thank you. 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 You probably, thank you. I think you've heard this before from someone else, but I want to say it. I love you, Miami. Thank you. It is great to be home. It is great to be home. We are so excited to be home, and we are so excited about what lies ahead for America. We are so excited about what lies ahead for our campaign. You see, just 5 days ago, we began to unmask the true nature of the front runners so far in this race. 5 days ago, we began to explain to the American people that Donald Trump is a con artist. And in just 5 days, we have seen the impact that is having all across the country. We are seeing in state after state, he loves to talk about polls, we are seeing in state after state his numbers coming down, our numbers going up. And 2 weeks from tonight, right here in Florida, we are going to send a message loud and clear. We are going to send the message that the party of Lincoln and Reagan and the presidency of the United States will never be held by a con artist.
All right, I'm going to go back to Hillary.
Of all the places in America, and I have traveled this country now, and I am so proud to be back, because there is no place in America
coming
that...
from across the country to help install new water fixtures. It's students raising funds for water deliveries and showing up to distribute supplies. It's the United Auto Workers and General Motors donating millions of dollars to help. And when I visited Flint a few weeks ago, I went to the House of Prayer Missionary Baptist Church. The congregation locked arms and sang, "We've come too far from where we started from. They're not about to quit now. We know there are many other Flints out there, communities that are hurting and need help. But we've come too far in this country to let us turn back. We're going to build on the progress that we've made. We saved the auto industry thanks to President Obama. Now we've got to create new jobs and industries of the future. We now have insured 90% of Americans thanks to President Obama. Now we've got to finish the job and get to 100%. We have come too far to stop now. We've got to keep going, keep working, keep breaking down those barriers, and imagine what we can build together when each and every American has the chance to live up to his or her own God-given potential. Thank you all so very much. Thank you.
All right, I will transition back to Marco Rubio, although I do have to say, to Hillary's credit, I appreciate the fact that she utilized this platform just now to talk about the future and what she's looking forward to doing versus using this platform to slam other candidates, which is what we were watching Marco Rubio do just a second ago. So I'm going to head back over to Marco Rubio. And we are waiting for Donald Trump. Donald Trump's going to take the stage any moment now, and know that I will cut to Donald Trump when he does take the stage. I will cut to Donald Trump when Trump goes live.
Ronald Reagan defined conservatism for a generation. It is not a coincidence that so many young Americans,
it looks like I am going to have
few
Cruz
years
here.
older, are all people who believe in the American dream and in the conservative message. Because we are the children of the Reagan Revolution. We believe in free enterprise. We believe in a strong national defense. We believe in limited government. We believe in the Constitution of the United States. We believe the world is a better place when America is the strongest country on earth. And we know that America is strongest when it stands with its allies. Allies like Israel. We will always be on their side. We stand for freedom in Cuba, in Venezuela, in Nicaragua. These things are not negotiable. These things are not negotiable. But there are some people in this race that aren't strong on these issues. The other day, Donald Trump was asked, will you take sides? Will you take side with Israel in face of its enemies? And he said he's not taking sides. Donald Trump says he's not taking sides, he wants to be impartial. I want you to know something. When I'm president of the United States, we are taking sides. We are on Israel's side. And the world will know we're on Israel's side, because on my first day in office, we will cancel Barack Obama's deal with Iran. When I'm president of the United States, for the first time in 8 years, we'll have a president that follows the Constitution, not violates it every day. It'll begin on my first day in office, because on my first day in office, I am going to cancel every single one of Barack Obama's unconstitutional executive orders. When I'm president of the United States, you will have a president that believes in free enterprise and actually offers ideas to save it. I believe in free enterprise, not because my parents were wealthy. I didn't inherit $100 million. I didn't start out with a small $2 million loan from my dad. My father was a bartender on Miami Beach. And the reason why he had a job is because free enterprise works. If any community in America understands that socialism doesn't work, it's right here in Miami and it's right here in Florida. When I'm president, we're going to reduce our taxes and regulations. We're going to save Social Security and Medicare and balance our budget. We're going to fully utilize our energy resources. And my plan is a lot more than just getting rid of the lines around the states. On health care, we are going to repeal and replace Obamacare once and for all. When I'm president of the United States, we are going to rebuild the United States military. When I'm president, we're going to have a real war on terror, which means the best intelligence agencies in the world will find the terrorists. The best military in the world will destroy them. And if we capture them alive, they're not getting a court hearing, they're not getting a lawyer, they're going to Guantanamo. When I'm president of the United States, we are going to take care of our veterans again. God bless our veterans. And by the way, when I'm president of the United States, you will have a president that every day will do what I will do right now. I want to thank our firefighters and our police officers for everything they do for us. And you will have a president that will never apologize for defending your Second Amendment right to protect yourself and your family. These are indeed difficult times, and many people are struggling. I know many of you are struggling. Do not give in to the fear. Do not give in to anger. Do not give in to sham artists and con artists who try to take advantage of your suffering and your hardships. Instead, believe, as we always have as a nation and as a people, that if we do what needs to be done, America's greatest days are always yet to come. We have real problems, and we will confront those problems, and we will fix it. We will leave our children as the freest and most prosperous Americans that ever lived. This is what we're going to do. Because we always believe in this country that tomorrow can be better than today. There is a lot of work to be done. There is a lot of work to be done. For we are all the inheritors of the dreams and hopes of those who came before us. For 200 years, each generation of Americans has done their part. Now the time has come for our generation to do our part. And when I'm President of the United States, this generation will do its part, not just to save the American dream, but ensure that it reaches more people than it has ever reached before. And that's why I'm so passionate about this election. That's why I want you to understand that no matter how long it takes, no matter how many states it takes, no matter how many weeks and months it takes, I will campaign as long as it takes and wherever it takes to ensure that I am the next President of the United States. We will not allow the party of Lincoln and Reagan to fall into the hands of a con artist. We will not allow the next President of the United States to be a socialist like Bernie Sanders. And we will not allow the next President of the United States to be someone under FBI investigation like Hillary Clinton. I will unite this party and we will grow it. And we will win in November, and we will turn this country around. The stakes are too high, and we will do whatever it takes. We have some states awaiting for me in the next few days, but then we're coming to Florida. And 2 weeks tonight, you will send a message to the nation and the world that America's greatest days are yet to come. Just a few brief words in Spanish, and I want to close in English. Porque estamos en Miami. Nosotros estamos dispuestos a hacer campaña en los 50 estados. En Puerto Rico y donde tenga que ir para asegurarnos que el partido de Reagan y de Lincoln sigue siendo un partido conservador, de principios, de seriedad, comprometido a la libertad, a la democracia, a la libre empresa y a la Constitución de los Estados Unidos. Florida, I know you're ready. The pundits say we're underdogs. I'll accept that. We've all been underdogs.
FYI, we are waiting for Cruz and Trump to take the stage.
This is a state of underdogs.
Check it out.
This is a country of underdogs. But we will win.
That's the scene
when we do,
at Cruz headquarters.
And when we do, we will do what needs to be done. And our children will be the freest and most prosperous Americans that have ever lived.
I will switch to Cruz or Trump whenever someone takes one of the podiums.
And we are going to leave for our children what Americans always leave their children: the single greatest nation in the history of all mankind. We are ready to turn this country around and usher in the new American century. I'm asking you at home tonight, come sign up for our effort. MarcoRubio.com, and together we will usher in the greatest era in the amazing history of America. Thank you and God bless you. Buenas noches, Miami. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we are waiting for Donald Trump to take the podium here. Not a lot of activity happening in this room. However, if you have been watching us for a while, you know that this room has filled up quite a bit since we started showing you previews of the Trump headquarters. Let's see here. Bernie Sanders wins the Democratic primary in Oklahoma. That is breaking from Fox National 2 minutes ago. Fox News projects Ted Cruz wins the Republican primary in Oklahoma. Wow. Let's see. Marco Rubio is up now, addressing supporters in Miami, saying he is excited about the future of his campaign. He also takes tough swings at Trump and says his attacks are working. 5 days ago, we began to unmask the true nature of the frontrunner, Rubio says, saying that Trump's numbers are going down and Rubio's are going up. All right. We saw that. You saw that right here on Fox 10 News Now. Just to recap some of the earlier numbers, Hillary Clinton won in Texas. Ted Cruz won in Texas. To reiterate some of Hillary Clinton's speech that we just listened to, she thanked her supporters, saying this country belongs to all of us, not just those at the top. America prospers when we all prosper. She repeats her anti-Trump line that we don't need to make America great again. We need to make America whole again. She also attacks Trump for trying to divide America between us and them. So that was another speech you heard. You heard bits and pieces of that here on Fox 10 News Now. Let's see. Donald Trump had a scheduled press conference at 9 that I believe they are running a bit late. I think that's what we're looking at right here. Not clear at this point what he's going to say. And we're going to bring you live coverage of that no matter what other candidate is speaking, we will bring you that live. Donald Trump wins Virginia. Marco Rubio finished a close second in Virginia. Interesting. I don't know if this has been corrected yet. Republicans race too early to call in Arkansas with tight race between Cruz and Trump. Did we see that? I don't know if we have the completion of that yet. Of course, Hillary Clinton won in Arkansas, as that is where her husband was governor. My uncle was his security guard. No big deal when he was the governor. Polls close in 3 minutes in Arkansas. That was an earlier post. Donald Trump is getting the most searches in Massachusetts, according to Google Trends. Let's see here. Stephen Hayes spoke to Fox National earlier this evening and said that people think that Donald Trump projects strength, and they want strength in regards to Trump's appeal. And again, that was a Fox News contributor, Stephen Hayes. He said that earlier on Fox National. Is somebody? I don't think anyone's taking the podium for Cruz. If Cruz takes the stage before Trump, I will give you Cruz until Trump takes the podium. Hillary Clinton winning Tennessee and Alabama. Donald Trump winning Tennessee, Alabama, and Massachusetts. We saw Sanders speak earlier, a very lively event. I think I saw Ben Folds performing. at that event? I was having this conversation earlier with my coworker Mike. The amount that the Democratic Party utilizes celebrity really surprises me, and I don't know if it's more than the Republican Party because the Republican Party can't find conservative celebrities that want to put their face out there for them, or if that's just not the angle that they take. But so far on the campaign trail for Hillary Clinton, we've seen Katy Perry, Demi Lovato, Bernie Sanders, we had Susan Sarandon. So many celebrities are actually coming and putting their face, aligning with these candidates, and I'm just surprised that they're doing that. On the Republican side, it's few, if any. So let's take a look at Caucuses venue right now. It is actually visually very stimulating. It's a beautiful venue. Cruising to victory, says those TVs on the left and the right of the screen. I had Ale tweet me earlier. He also goes by Kevin, depending on his mood. Ale sent me a tweet saying that it was very unlikely for Trump to grab Texas to begin with. I understand where he's coming from. Over the last, 24 hours, we've seen Rick Perry and Greg Abbott heavily endorsing Ted Cruz. So I absolutely agree with Ale that Texas was going to be a hard win. However, the Christie endorsement of Trump in Texas was so highly shareable, had everybody talking. So I understand on the flip side, that was a big deal that happened in Texas. Caden, thank you so much for your tweet. I see it, although I am afraid to repeat it on air. I greatly appreciate your comment about Cruz's big set. No more Rubio or Clinton, please, says Henry. Henry, I actually think that there's no more Rubio or Clinton on the agenda tonight. I think you're safe. Samara says, Sammy June says, didn't Hillary just reword Sanders regarding the people at the top elite? Great point by Sammy. Sammy says, Hillary is the elite. Look who funds her. Feel the burn. Very interesting. Lauren says, Marco Rubio is delusional. Austin supporters is a weird way to pronounce donors in regards to Clinton. Very good point. Matt says, watching you from Canada, we love you and we love the USA. Matt, thanks so much for watching. We are so excited to have you. Seeing a little bit of movement over on the Trump feed, so I'm going to head in that direction. Let's see here. All right, back to Twitter. Thank you so much, Matt, for watching us in Canada. Rubio is clutching at straws like a drowning man, says 6 Alberts. Cody says, Donald Trump is single-handedly restoring American pride. He is the leader we need. Thanks so much for watching, Cody. I appreciate you and I appreciate your comments. 6 Alberts, great job on the streams. Keep it high energy. I have to tell you, though, Alberts, I caught Mike Page up here with 2 5-hour energy beverages, so that high energy you speak of is not natural. Get this guy Rubio off the stage. Has yet to win a single state, says Brandon. Thanks so much for your feedback, Brandon. Marco with the con artist line again. That's so funny. His AI is glitching. Release a patch. Hashtag Microsoft, says Austin. Love it. Steven says, Marco Rubio is being combative because he is desperate. Very interesting point. And I wanted to say, or perhaps tweet, that every time, but I'm afraid to, every time a Republican candidate gets up and slams Trump, I don't even hear the insult. All I hear is, look at me, please look at me, please look at me. I wish that they would reevaluate their strategy, because I don't think, contrary to what Marco Rubio said on the stage tonight, that insulting Trump is a good strategy. All I see is, I'm so desperate for your attention, please look at me. And I also wonder, in the midst of this absolute chaos with the Republicans tearing into each other, but primarily Trump, aren't they hurting the entire party in the end? Because by destroying Trump, if he actually does end up to be the nominee, they've caused so much damage. They've released so much content. They've been so vile towards each other that doesn't it hurt the entire Republican Party in the long run? I don't know. That's just my concern. You can agree, you can disagree. Julianne, love you, Kinsey. We won't know what to do with honesty and good intent, but I sure am looking forward to it. Trump 2016. Hi, Julianne. Thank you so much for watching. I love you too. Too much lies, KKK, etc. on Donald Trump, along with voter fraud. It's a bloody mess. This is out of control, says James. James, you are a regular viewer. So happy to see you back. Thank you so much for joining us, and we appreciate you. Oh, Palms says Trump's flags make up for his small fingers. That was such a funny exchange earlier today. Trump mocking Rubio, making fun of his hands, his fingers. Trump suggests that he has beautiful hands, and I'm not an expert, but I have to agree. Anybody that thinks that their hands are beautiful, they probably are. I don't know their life. Goodbye Rubio Tuesday, says AKA. Woohoo! Honestly, Hillary's hopes for the future aren't reflected in her tax policy. Kindness and love doesn't bring companies back. Very good point. Thank you so much for sharing with me. I appreciate you. Johnny, hi Kinsey. How are the numbers in Texas right now? Also great non-biased reporting. Oh, thanks. Somebody tell my boss. Let me see what's going. Texas, we've already got Texas. Where is my Texas? Let's see. Cruz won Texas, and what was the Democrat? I believe Hillary also won Texas. Yes, sorry. So Hillary Clinton and Ted Cruz took Texas home pretty big. All right, from South Africa, don't get U.S. logic. Why is Hillary still in this race? You know what? You are asking the wrong person. I'm kind of, I don't know. I'm not the right person to ask, but how interesting. Thanks for watching from South Africa. Interesting. Caitlin says Donald Trump is just a distraction so that we will be happy with whoever they decide to put in office. Thank you so much for that observation, Miss Caitlin. I'm so glad that you're watching. Michael wants to know when I'm running for office, and I probably can't. I'm definitely not old enough. Farmer Joe says Trump needs to stop going to the debates. They are setups for the destruction of Trump and the Republican Party. I agree. I think that the whole setup for the debates is getting a little old, and I think all of the candidates agree. Rico, I actually like some of Rubio's views, but his Trump insults just come off as silly. Bad attempt at gaining a platform. That's a pretty good point. I think that, you know, if he would run on some of his stances versus trying to get in the game by kind of like, I don't know, getting in the gutter, he might have people reacting differently to him. Five-Hour Energy was going to endorse Jeb, but then they realized he might give off the wrong impression about the effects of the drink. Jokes, Caden. Thanks so much for watching. Sammy June is watching from New Zealand. Whether Americans realize it or not, who you vote for will affect my country. Vote wisely. Interesting. Hi, Barbie Ann. Thank you so much for watching. We appreciate you. We're so excited to have you. Nick says, how can Cruz run for president when he was born in Canada? Guess the rules don't apply to him. Ann Coulter has a lot of interesting stuff to say about that, Nick. I think that if you are interested in that conversation, you should tweet her because she has plenty to say on that. Rex says, wondering if this might be a repeat of 1912 or a split Republican Party led to Woodrow Wilson's election. Very interesting. Kinsey for president, have a good night. Thank you, Trump, for president. Sadie, I appreciate you. Spencer says, agree about the insults hurting the GOP overall, but didn't the insults start with Trump? But Trump will tell you himself that he does not fight anybody until they shoot first. So, and I'm not saying that that's accurate. I'm just saying that Trump's argument is, I'm a reactor, not an instigator. Woohoo! Says there is nothing they can do to hurt the Trump train. The tearing that they've been doing at Trump has yet to do anything to hurt him. Thanks so much for everyone's feedback. I'm super excited to have you watching our Super Tuesday coverage. You can see a Fox National correspondent standing in the middle of the room doing a live shot right now for Fox National. We also have a view of Ted Cruz's headquarters, if you'd like to take a look at it. A very different view, very cool setup. Both are very interesting setups. Donald Trump's setup looks very presidential, if you ask me. But we are looking at these two venues waiting for Ted Cruz and or Donald Trump to take the stage and give us their recap of Super Tuesday, talk to supporters, and figure out what the plans are ahead. They are likely to thank supporters, react to some of those poll numbers, and we are looking forward to seeing them take the stage any minute now. Texas will vote Trump in general. Trump needs Ohio and Florida to be nominated, says James. James, thanks so much for watching. We love you. You do know Clinton is the bookie's hot favorite to be the next president. Hi from Scotland. Oh, we've got Scotland watching right now. That's amazing. Thank you so much. Julianne says, how they call Texas without even 3% reporting is beyond me. Hey America, dump the Trump and cruise with Cruz, says Scott Pickering. Interesting Yitzy says, Donald Trump speaks our minds and feeds off our needs. Oh, I think you've got the new campaign slogan right there. Speaks our minds and feeds off our needs. He's successful and we all want to be. That's Yitzy. And I promise to personally respond to all of these tweets tonight. Right now, I'm just kind of reading through my feed, but I will tweet all of you back. I cross my heart. I will get back to every single one of you. So thank you so much for tweeting me this evening. Thanks so much for watching with me. And I see Chris Christie
on Super Tuesday. But the win is important for our country. Tonight, Donald Trump has won Georgia and Massachusetts, Alabama and Virginia. And he's also won the great state of Tennessee. Tonight is the beginning of Donald Trump bringing the Republican Party together for a big victory this November. Tonight is the beginning of Donald Trump bringing the people of our nation together to help America win again. And tonight, in all those states who supported Mr. Trump today, all the ones who voted across this country, our message is to begin to get ready for the fight that is coming this fall. The fight this fall is to make sure that a united Republican Party and a united American people make sure that Hillary Rodham Clinton never gets back in the White House. Since June 16th, when Mr. Trump declared his candidacy, he has shown himself to be tough and strong and bold. He's shown himself to be a fighter, a leader who speaks plainly to the American people. He has listened to the American people. The American people are listening to him, and he is bringing the country together. That, ladies and gentlemen, is not a campaign, it's a movement. America wants to come together. America wants to be strong and successful again, but they know that to do that, they need to have a strong, bold, tough, decisive leader back in the Oval Office. And they have that man after tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you the next President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Chris, thank you very much. I appreciate it. This has been an amazing evening. Already we've won 5 major states, and it looks like we could win 6 or 7 or 8 or 9. It's really been great. I want to congratulate Ted on the winning of Texas. He worked hard on it, and I know how hard he worked, actually. And so I congratulate Ted Cruz on that win. That was an excellent win. We're going to make America great again, folks. We're going to make it great again. And, you know, I watched Hillary's speech, and she's talking about wages have been poor, and everything's doing badly, but we're going to make it. She's been there for so long. I mean, if she hasn't straightened it out by now, she's not going to straighten it out in the next 4 years. It's just going to become worse and worse. She wants to make America whole again, and I'm trying to figure out what is that all about. Make America great again is going to be much better than making America whole again. So I just want to say that this was an exciting evening. It's so great to be in Florida. It's so great to be at Mar-a-Lago with friends and the press and the media and everybody. I know it was a very tough night for Marco Rubio. He had a tough night, but he worked hard. He spent a lot of money. He is a lightweight, as I've said many times before. But you know what? We're going to go to Florida. We're going to spend so much time in Florida. We've got about a 20-point lead. I know that a lot of groups, a lot of the special interests, and a lot of the lobbyists and the people that want to have their little senator do exactly as they want, they're going to put $20 or $25 million into it over the next 2 weeks from what just came over the wires. And frankly, I think that's fine. As far as I'm concerned, it's fine. And if he wins, they'll have total control. But he's not going anywhere anyway. But we'll see what happens. But we're going to spend a lot of time in Florida. The Virginia win was just a great win because it's a place that is just spectacular and a place that we have big investments in, as we have in Florida. Remember, we have thousands of employees in Florida, all along Miami, Doral and Mar-a-Lago and so many other places. And it's been an amazing place to invest. It's been amazing to have so many wonderful employees, some of whom are here tonight, really urging us on. And, you know, I have thousands of employees all over the country, actually all over the world. But for purposes of tonight, we'll just say all over the country. And it's been just so beautiful to watch this company grow and to watch it grow so strongly. Recent articles came out talking about how great a company we built. And now we want to put that same ability into doing something for our nation. I mean, our nation is in serious trouble. We're being killed on trade, absolutely destroyed. China is just taking advantage of us. I have nothing against China. I have great respect for China, but their leaders are too smart for our leaders. Our leaders don't have a clue. And the trade deficits at $400 billion and $500 billion are too much. No country can sustain that kind of trade deficit.
It won't be that way for long. We have the greatest business leaders in the world on my team already. And believe me, we're going to redo those trade deals, and it's going to be a thing of beauty. You look at countries like Mexico, where they're killing us on the border, absolutely destroying us on the border. They're destroying us in terms of economic development. Companies like Carrier Air Conditioner just moving into Mexico, Ford moving into Mexico, Nabisco closing up shop in Chicago and moving into Mexico. We have to stop it, folks. I know how to stop it. We're going to create jobs. We're going to create jobs like you've never seen. We're going to lower taxes. I have a plan that Larry Kudlow and so many others think is the best plan they've seen. We're going to lower taxes substantially for the middle class. The middle class has been forgotten in our country. It really helped and really probably was the predominant factor in making our country into a country that we all love so much and we're all so proud of. But we've forgotten the middle class, and we're going to lower taxes. We're lowering taxes on business. You look at all the companies that are moving out. When you see Pfizer moving to Ireland, and you see so many other companies constantly, now they're leaving. They used to move from New York to Florida, or they'd move from New Jersey to someplace else, Chris. But now they're moving from here, but not that many people are leaving New Jersey. But Chris understands the problem, fully understands. Now they're leaving from places that they used to move to into other parts of the world. We can't let that happen. Well, we've lost our manufacturing jobs. We've lost our manufacturing. Millions and millions of jobs. Thousands and thousands and thousands of plants, manufacturing plants, warehouses. I mean, we are losing so much. We can't let it happen. I tell the story often about a friend of mine who is in the excavation business, and he always orders Caterpillar. And recently he ordered Komatsu tractors from Japan because they've cut the yen, they've devalued the yen to such an extent that it was virtually impossible for Caterpillar to compete. And I don't want that to happen. That's not going to happen. They shouldn't be allowed to do it. We have tremendous power over everybody because we are really the source. We have great, great power. The problem is we have politicians that truly, truly, truly don't know what they're doing. So we're going to work very, very hard. I'm so honored by this evening. If you would have told me on June 16th, when I was with my wife, Melania, and we came down the escalator in Trump Tower, and it looked literally, well, a little bit like this. You have a lot of cameras here tonight. It looked literally like the Academy Awards. I never saw so many cameras in my life. And it takes courage to run. I'll tell you what, it takes a lot of courage to run for president. I've never done this before. I've been a job producer. I've done a lot of things, but this is something I've never done. But I felt we had to do it. When you look at the incompetence of the Iran deal, where we give $150 billion, we get absolutely nothing. When you look at all of the problems our country has, and you look at our military, which is really being depleted, rapidly depleted, we're going to make our military bigger and better and stronger than ever before, and nobody's going to mess with us, folks. Nobody. So it's just an amazing honor to have you with me tonight. And if you want press, I think we told you before it would be okay if you want to ask a few questions. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Trump, you said that your campaign is focused on uniting, not
Yeah.
dividing. Your
Right.
critics would suggest that you're dividing not just the country, but your party. There's been a lot of pressure recently to either support or reject you within the Republican Party specifically. Some strongly worded statements coming out in recent days, including one from a senator from Nebraska, Ben Sasse, who said, if Donald Trump ends up as the Republican nominee, conservatives will need to find a third party option.
Well, they can always do that, and then they'll just lose everything, and that would be the work of a loser. But let me just explain something. If you've seen what's happened, whether you go to South Carolina, where I had a huge victory, where we had a tremendous victory in New Hampshire, tremendous in Nevada, you look at what's happened, and tonight, of course, is the best of all. I mean, right now they're projected, I guess, 6, but it could be 7, 8, 9, and major states. It's Georgia, Alabama, Massachusetts, Tennessee, Virginia. And, you know, these are amazing states, so we're going to probably get a lot more. In fact, we're projected to have some pretty good additional numbers. But I will say this, look. We have expanded the Republican Party. When you look at what's happened in South Carolina and you see the kind of numbers that we got in terms of extra people coming in, they came from the Democratic Party or the Democrat Party, and they're Democrats and they're longtime Democrats, and they were never going to switch, and they all switched, and they were independents. And we've actually expanded the party. Look at the number of votes we had in that area as an example. 4 years ago, they had 390,000 or so votes. We doubled it. We were almost 800,000. Whereas the Democrats went down. There's much less enthusiasm for the Democrats. So, look, I'm a unifier. I know people are going to find that a little bit hard to believe, but believe me, I am a unifier. Once we get all of this finished, I'm going to go after one person. That's Hillary Clinton, on the assumption she's allowed to run, which is a big assumption. I don't know that she's going to be allowed to run. And I think that's frankly going to be an easy race. You see the polls. I beat Hillary in many polls. I know one thing. I don't think Marco's going to be able to beat her. I don't think, in all fairness, I think Ted's going to have a very hard time. But Ted at least has a shot because at least he's won a little bit. So I just tell you this. We are going to be a much finer party, we're going to be a unified party. I mean, to be honest with you. And we are going to be a much bigger party, and you can see that happening. We're going to be a much bigger party. Our party is expanding, and all you have to do is take a look at the primary states where I've won, and just look where we've gone from X number to a much larger number. That hasn't happened to the Republican Party in many, many decades. So I think we're going to be more inclusive, I think we're going to be more unified, and I think we're going to be a much bigger party, and I think we're going to win in November. Okay, yeah. Right. I'm just doing what's right. Look, Planned Parenthood has done very good work for millions of women. And I'll say it, and I know a lot of the so-called conservatives, they say that's really, because I'm a conservative, but I'm a common sense conservative. But millions of women have been helped by Planned Parenthood. But we're not going to allow and we're not going to fund as long as you have the abortion going on at Planned Parenthood. And we understand that. And I've said it loud and clear. And we'll see what happens. But Planned Parenthood, millions of people, and I've had thousands of letters from women that have been helped. And this wasn't a setup. This was people writing letters. I'm going to be really good for women. I'm going to be good for women's health issues. It's very important to me. Very important to me. And maybe that's not a perfect conservative view, but I can tell you one thing. I'm more conservative than anybody on the military, on taking care of our vets, on the border, on the wall, on getting rid of Obamacare and coming up with something much, much better, and certainly getting rid of Common Core and bringing education to a local level so that you're going to have good education for our children who are being absolutely starved for proper education. So, Sarah, I mean, you know, you can call it what you want, but I am a truth teller, and I will tell the truth, okay? Yeah, go ahead, finish it. Go ahead. I feel awfully good. I mean, I'm watching your people. I'm watching your people on, and I'm going to be very nice. I'm going to be very nice. I'm watching your people on CNN, and I'm watching the Fox people, and I'm watching the MSNBC people, too. Okay? See? I'm becoming diplomatic. And they are certainly being very nice to me tonight. I mean, you know, they're being very strong. And they are. They're declaring Marco Rubio the big loser of the night, which is true. He didn't win anything. He hasn't won anything, period. And by the way, and I have to tell you, and he was very, very nasty. I've never heard a person get up and speak on an evening like this and be so nasty, but he's got a right to be nasty. He hasn't won anything, and he's not going to win very much. But I do congratulate Ted because I know how hard Ted worked on Texas, and that's a big get. Now, I also did very well in Texas. I came in second, and one of the things my son Eric told me, which I didn't even realize, is that not only did I win most of the states, and some are coming in, and I'm expected to win them, but I came in second. I came in no worse than second. So it wasn't like I won and then I disappeared. The worst I had was a second. So I'm very, very honored by the turnout. Okay? Yes, go ahead. Right. Right. Oh, they're totally wrong. Look, I disavowed. In fact, Chris is my number one. When Chris gave me the honor of joining the campaign, he called me, said, Donald, what you've got is a movement. We spoke today in Kentucky. You've never seen a crowd like that. That had to be 20,000 people inside this massive convention center, and it was incredible. And every place we're speaking, if we have 10,000 people, it's like a small group. We had 35,000 people the other day in Alabama. And when Chris called, he said, this is a movement. This is something like I've never seen. And in all fairness to the press, a lot of the press have said the same thing. They've never seen what's happening right now. They've never seen anything like it. And I'm just honored by it. Now, when Chris joined, we had a news conference, and they asked me the exact same question. I said, I disavow. Now, right after the program that we're talking about, and I thought it was clear, but, we're talking about groups. I do have to know the name of the group, because who knows? I mean, they have to give me the name of the group. But right after, when I reviewed it, I put out a tweet, and I put out on Facebook that I totally disavow. Now, everybody knew I did that, but the press refused to look at that. It was right after. And I disavowed then. I disavowed today on ABC with George Stephanopoulos. I disavowed again. I mean, how many times are you supposed to disavow? But I disavow, and hopefully it's the final time I have to do it. But if you look at Facebook and if you look at Twitter, right after the show, I put out a statement because I want everybody to be sure. Yes, go ahead. No, it's not. But there is going to always be some negotiation. And it's going to be a good negotiation, not a bad negotiation. It's going to be a negotiation where we'll start at certain levels, and hopefully I will make a great deal and lots of great deals for the American people. So, look, you can't go around just signing our little notices that the president signs all the time, executive orders. He signed executive order. It's almost like, I don't even know, does he ever go and deal with Congress anymore? Does he ever speak to the Senate? Does he ever speak with congressmen and get them into a room and get things done? A good example of this, in all fairness, is something that is very, very important to me. Corporate inversion. Carl Icahn, who's a friend of mine who endorsed me, great businessman. It bothers him so much. He calls me about it all the time, where we're losing companies. And we're losing for two reasons. We're losing for a lot of reasons, but the taxes are too high. We're the highest tax nation in the world. And very importantly, they have trillions, for companies, trillions of dollars outside of this country. The Democrats agree it should be brought back in. The Republicans agree it should be brought back in. Everybody agrees it should be brought back in. I could sit in a room, or the Oval Office, for a period of literally a half hour, and I really believe I could get every single person. It's one thing. They don't agree on health care, or they don't agree on Common Core, or they don't agree on other things, and they'll fight. Here's something. Almost everybody agrees. These trillions and trillions of dollars should be brought into the country. The president can't make a deal. The reason is he doesn't know how to make a deal, probably doesn't work at it, probably doesn't care, but you're talking about tremendous amounts of money. So when you have something that everybody wants and you can't make a deal, there's something going on that's really wrong. And what it means is you have the wrong leader. Yes? Look, we are going to have a wall, I can tell you. We are going to have a wall. I watched the ex-president of Mexico, the arrogance of this man. And I get along great with the Hispanics. You saw in Nevada, I won in the poll, the Hispanic vote. I have thousands of people that work for me right now that are Hispanic. I've had thousands and thousands over my lifetime. These are great people. The Mexican leaders are too smart for our leaders. And you saw it. Vicente Fox, first of all, he used a word that you should never have. If I ever used that word, you folks would have never, ever, ever let me get away with it. Nobody even talked about the word he used, and this is the ultimate word. But he was angry at the concept of somebody saying that they were going to pay for the wall. Mexico's going to pay for the wall. We have a trade deficit with Mexico of $58 billion a year. $58 billion. The wall is going to cost $10 billion. It's so easy. I've had these guys that I'm on the stage with come, you don't really mean Mexico's going to pay for the wall. As sure as you're standing there, 100% Mexico's going to pay. 100%. Yeah. The reason is I'm a businessman. I know how to do this. Politicians are all talk, no action. It's not going to, except for Chris Christie, of course. It's not, look, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen with these people. So when you think of it, and then they say, you'll never be able to build a wall. Well, it's 2,000 miles, but we really need 1,000 miles. The Great Wall of China, built 2,000 years ago, is 13,000 miles, folks. And they didn't have Caterpillar tractors, because I only want to use Caterpillar if you want to know the truth. Or John Deere. I buy a lot of equipment from John Deere. I love John Deere too. But they didn't have tractors. They didn't have cranes. They didn't have excavation equipment. The wall is 13,000 miles long. We need 1,000 miles. And we have all of the materials. We can do that so beautifully. And this is going to be a serious wall. This is going to be a high wall. This is going to be a very serious wall. We're going to stop drugs from coming into New Hampshire. You know, when I won New Hampshire, those people were so incredible to me. And when you go, you wouldn't believe it because it's so bucolic, so beautiful. You look at the fields and you look at everything. It's so beautiful. And yet you go to a meeting in New Hampshire, their number one problem is heroin. The heroin is pouring in, and they have so many of their young people and other people addicted. And I told them, I'm going to stop it. I'm going to stop it. We're going to have a strong border, and I mean strong. And by the way, speaking of people are going to come in, and they're going to come into this country, but they're going to come in legally, okay? I have a lot of respect for Rick Scott. I don't know about his endorsement, but he's a friend of mine. I have a lot of respect for Rick Scott. Yeah. What? Got to find out what's going on. We've got a big problem. We have a big, big problem. I'll tell it like it is. We have a big, big problem. We got to figure it out. We're going to figure it out. Radical Islamic terrorism, big, big problem. Not only for us. You take a look at Germany. You take a look at Sweden. You take a look at Brussels. You look at some of these places, it's like a disaster. And we're not going to allow people to come into our country who we have no idea who they are. We have no idea where they come from. They have no paperwork. They're young and they're strong. You look at that migration line. They're young, they're strong, they're powerful. And you say, why aren't they back fighting for their country? Now, with all of that being said, I feel strongly. I have a bigger heart than anybody. We're going to build a safe zone. It's going to be in Syria. And I'm going to get the Gulf states who have more money than anybody. We got to loosen up their wallets a little bit. We're going to get, but they're not accepting people. We're going to get, wait. We're going to get the Gulf states to pay for it because they should. Okay. You heard what I said. I gave you a good answer. You heard what I said. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Mr. Trump, if you are indeed the nominee versus Hillary Clinton in the fall, what are you going to do to bring back some of these groups that have been offended by your campaign so far, such as Muslims?
Yeah, we're going to bring them back. We're going to bring them back. Look, I'm telling you, you know how we're going to bring them back? First of all, we're going to do great with the African Americans. And you see that in the polls, where I had one poll where I'm 25%. And one of the commentators, who I think is standing right in the back of the room in the corner, said, you know, if Donald Trump gets 25% of the African American vote, this election is over. You watch. And the reason I'm getting that, and I'm going to do great with the Hispanics, I'm going to do great with virtually every group. The reason is I'm going to bring jobs back. I'm going to get Apple to start making their computers and their iPhones on our land, not in China. How does it help us when they make it in China? So I'm going to create jobs. Okay? Go ahead. Go.
If Marco Rubio cannot win Florida, is it time for him to get out? And do you plan to spend the $25 million that you say he plans?
Well, look, I always liked Marco until about a week ago when he decided to go hostile. He decided to become Don Rickles, okay? But Don Rickles has a lot more talent. And honestly, I did. I always liked him, but he became, you know, somebody told him, you're losing very badly. The only way you can possibly win, take the Hail Mary, they called it a Hail Mary, the folks in the back, and go hostile. It's hurt him. In fact, one of the newscasts tonight said he went down 15 or 20%. It's really hurt him. But look, I'm not going to tell him what to do. I'm not going to tell anybody what to do. You have to run. He had a bad night. According to CNN, Fox, I watched their broadcast. They say the loser of the night was Marco Rubio. And it's true. He didn't win anything. He hasn't won. I mean, at least you can say that Ted has won something. And, you know, Marco has not won. You got to be able to win. You can't talk. You know, these politicians, all talk, no action. You got to be able to win something. He hasn't won anything. And he actually hasn't come very close. So we'll see what happens. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. I wasn't equivocating. Let's not ask it again. How many times do I say, listen, who are you, by the way? Who are you with? Okay, very good. Good job. Look, I don't want to waste a lot of time. I've disavowed. Okay, I'm going to get along great with Congress, okay? Paul Ryan, I don't know him well, but I'm sure I'm going to get along great with him. And if I don't, he's going to have to pay a big price, okay? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, on the right. Go ahead. Yes. I'm going to be a good president for the world, but we have a country that's in big trouble. Our infrastructure is going to hell. Our roads, our highways, our schools, our hospitals, our airports. I go throughout the world. I mean, you go to Qatar, you go to, who some people say Qatar, but you go to Qatar, you go to so many places. You go to different places in China, different places in Asia, different places in the Middle East. You look at some of the airports they have. You look at the roadways they have. You look at the transportation systems they have and the trains they have. We're like a third world country. So I'm going to be very good for the world. I'm going to get along with the world. You're going to be very proud of me. Even you will be very proud of me as a president. But we have to rebuild our country. Our country is going to hell, and people don't understand that. And Hillary Clinton doesn't have a clue. She can't do that. She's talking about, I mean, one of the things that has really bothered me, I think one of the reasons I have such great support, is that people, you take a look, people in the middle income groups are making less money today, less money than they made 12 years ago. And in her speech, she just said, they're making less money. Well, she's been there with Obama for a long period of time. Why hasn't she done anything about it? Practically everything that she was complaining about, she's picked up what I say. The difference is she's been there for a long period of time. Why haven't they done anything about it? Then you look at her record as Secretary of State. It's abysmal. You look at what's going on with Syria. You look at what's going on with everything. It's a disaster. So we're going to have an interesting period of time. I don't know that she's going to be allowed to run. What she did is a criminal act. If she's allowed to run, I would be very, very surprised. But if she's allowed to run, honestly, it'll be a sad day for this country. Because what she did was wrong. And what she did, let me just tell you, what she did was wrong. And other people have done far less than her, and they paid a very, very big price. Okay, one or two more questions. Yeah, go ahead, Jeremy.
You talked about how you plan to support all of the undocumented immigrants living in this country. And yesterday you said that everything is negotiable, that your immigration plan is potentially negotiable.
Where did I say that? Where did I say it, Jeremy? Where? Tell me where. Tell me where. I didn't say that. Yeah, I'll negotiate. If the wall's going to be 50 feet, I'll take 2 feet off the wall. You didn't listen, Jeremy. At this moment, absolutely not. No. We either have a country or we don't. We have a country or we don't. We have borders or we don't have borders. And at this moment, the answer is absolutely not. Okay, how about one or two more questions? David, go ahead. Make it a nice question, David, please.
We're hearing some suggestions, including some from a few of your former aides, that some people inside the Republican National Committee are considering monkey wrenching with your delegates at the state level, trying to clear you away, and maybe even put...
I think, you know, David, okay, go ahead.
At the end of the night, you may very well have maybe sewed up 10 of the 15 states at this point. Is that enough of a brushback pitch that the RNC should just commit to honoring their agreement with you, or do you expect them to welcome that?
Well, look, I don't expect. I have a lot of respect for Reince and for the group, and I like the RNC, and I don't know that I've been treated fairly or not. I really don't know. I can't tell you that. But I can tell you that I do respect them. What I really have is a great number of people. I have millions and millions of people. And when I was watching those broadcasts just a little while ago before I came in here, because I wanted to see exactly where we were before I started speaking, I was amazed at the kind of numbers. The Republicans have tremendous energy. The Democrats don't. They don't have any energy. Their numbers are down. Our numbers are through the roof. And people are making the statements they've never seen in modern times, a party that was so energized. I think if somebody is doing as well as I'm doing, and I'm not just speaking for myself, whether it's me or anybody else, but if I'm going to win 5, I've already won 5, but maybe it could be 6, 7, 8, 9, could be 9. Could win 9 states tonight. If I'm going to win all of these states with tremendous numbers, and if I'm going to come in the worst is second in the 2 or 3 that I might not win, I think, we're a democracy. I think it's awfully hard to say that's not the person we want to lead the party, right? It's very hard. But I really think I think it's a great question, David, because I really think that one of the biggest things that everybody is seeing happening, and everybody, is the Republican Party has become more dynamic. It's become more diverse. We're taking from the Democrats. We're taking from the independents. We have a lot more people. We have a lot more people. I mean, take a look at South Carolina. Look at the numbers. Look at the numbers from 4 years ago when nobody even wanted to waste their time and vote. And then you look at I was there, and you had lines that went a mile long, and it was virtually more than doubled. So we have a very, very dynamic party, and I think we're going to be able to unify the party. I hope to be able to get along with everybody. I don't know Paul Ryan well, but I hope to be able to get along with him. I do know Mitch McConnell a little bit, but I hope to be able to get along with him. But remember this, I have millions and millions and millions of people. This isn't like it's a close match. I mean, it's only too bad that winner didn't take all. Because if winner took all, this thing is over. We're just having a celebration. We're having a celebration. So anyway, I would like to, look, I just want to end by thanking everybody. This has been an amazing period in my life. My wife just called, and Ivanka, as you know, is going to be having a baby very soon, and she's a special person, and it's going to be great, and we look forward to that. She's back in New York. She wanted to be here. They all wanted to be here, but they're with Ivanka now, and that could be certainly within the next week. But this has been an amazing period of time. It's been amazing for me, even from an educational standpoint, and I think, honestly, we've done something that almost nobody thought could be done. And I'm very proud of it. And I just want to leave you with this. I am a unifier. I would love to see the Republican Party and everybody get together and unify. And when we unify, there's nobody that's going to beat us. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, we're looking at Donald Trump headquarters live. I am going to take you over to Ted Cruz. My satellite feed over there is very sketchy. I'm going to apologize in advance. Perhaps I will stay live on Donald Trump. All right, okay, we're going to go to Cruz. It's looking a little clearer. Going to take you to Cruz right now. Cruz headquarters.
People are changing America and taking back our great country. I'm going to ask you to join me in sharing your excitement, and I would like to bring to the stage, and I want to prove the point that the people who have worked with Ted Cruz through the course of his life, I've known the man for 20 years, will tell you that this is not a man who changed last week or last year. This is a man who believes in the Constitution and always has. This is a man who loves his wife and loves his children and loves our Constitution and loves our country and did long before he was a candidate for President of the United States, and that's why we're for Ted Cruz. And I would like to ask you to sustain that excitement, because I want to bring to the stage the man who has been campaigning across this great country for Ted Cruz, because he has seen the good that Ted Cruz has done. He's the Lieutenant Governor of the great state of Texas, our Lieutenant Governor, Dan Patrick. Give it up for him.
Let's hear it from Michael. We told the Republican establishment, we told the mainstream media, and we told Donald Trump. Don't mess with Texas. Who's going to be the next president of the United States? Wait a minute. I want them to hear it in the studios at Fox in New York. Who? All of America knows that one candidate for office is an authentic conservative. One candidate for office actually just about memorized the whole Constitution when he was in school. Donald Trump hasn't read it. Hillary Clinton doesn't follow it. It's in the blood. It's in the veins. It's in the bones of our Texas senator. You know, I've been saying for some time, traveling around the country with Ted and doing some TV interviews on the network, that it's a two-man race, and they didn't believe me. Well, let me tell you, folks, after tonight, it's a one-man show. Let's bring him out. I want to hear it. Ted Cruz. Who's going to be the next president? It starts tonight in Texas. Ladies and gentlemen, Ted Cruz.
Well, if you ask me where I come from, here's what I tell everyone. I was born by God's dear grace.
Thank you, Texas. God bless the Lone Star State. And God bless the great state of Oklahoma. In 324 days, Marine One will depart Washington, D.C. with a very important dignitary on board, former President Barack Obama. This much is certain. January 20th, 2017 will be President Obama's last day in office. And on that day, we will have a new President of the United States. Tonight, this campaign enters a new phase. We began with 17 Republican candidates. Through the first 4 states, the race narrowed considerably. Tonight was another decision point, and the voters have spoken. Tomorrow morning, we have a choice. So long as the field remains divided, Donald Trump's path to the nomination remains more likely. And that would be a disaster for Republicans, for conservatives, and for the nation. And after tonight, we have seen that our campaign is the only campaign that has beaten, that can beat, and that will beat Donald Trump. congratulate Donald Trump on his victories tonight. But we are the only campaign that has beaten Donald Trump once, twice, 3 times. "15 states have now voted. Every one of those states so far has been won by either Donald Trump or myself. Republicans, together we have a choice. We are blessed with a deep, talented, honorable field. For the candidates who have not yet won a state, who have not racked up significant delegates, I ask you to prayerfully consider our coming together, uniting. For those who have supported other candidates, we welcome you on our team, standing united as one. That is the only way to beat Donald Trump. Head to head, our campaign beats Donald Trump resoundingly. But for that to happen, we must come together. And to Republican primary voters in upcoming states, you too have a choice. In our nation's darkest hours, FDR told us that we have nothing to fear but fear itself. JFK told us to ask not what our country could do for us, but to ask what we could do for our country. America shouldn't have a president whose words would make you embarrassed if your children repeated them. Our president should make us all proud, should inspire hope in all of us. We can nominate a Washington dealmaker, profane and vulgar, who has a lifelong pattern of using government power for personal gain. Or we can nominate a proven conservative who has fought consistently for working men and women and to defend the Constitution. It's our choice. Donald Trump has pledged to expand Obamacare into socialized medicine, with the federal government controlling and rationing your health care. As president, I will repeal every word of Obamacare. Donald Trump promises to cut deals with Democrats and to continue the Washington cronyism, just like he supported Obama's TARP Wall Street bailout. I will stand with the people of this country and end corporate welfare. Adopt a flat tax and abolish the IRS. Trump funded the Gang of Eight. With your help, I led the successful opposition to the Gang of Eight's amnesty plan. Donald Trump supports Planned Parenthood. I will direct the Justice Department to investigate Planned Parenthood. Donald Trump promises to compromise with Harry Reid and Chuck Schumer on Supreme Court nominees. I will never compromise away our religious liberty. And unlike Donald Trump, I will never compromise away our Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. Donald Trump pledges to be neutral between Israel and the Palestinians. As president, I will not be neutral. America will stand unapologetically with the nation of Israel. Donald Trump says he will keep in place the Iranian nuclear deal to try to renegotiate it. I will rip to shreds this catastrophic Iranian nuclear deal on the very first day in office. If you're angry with Washington, I understand. But Donald Trump has been part of the Washington corruption for 40 years. He's Harry Reid's favorite Republican candidate. And Jimmy Carter's. Just yesterday, it was reported that the New York Times has a secret tape recording of Donald saying that he doesn't mean what he's saying on immigration. That it's all flexible, that he won't build a wall, that he won't deport illegal aliens. But Donald refuses to allow them to release the tape. Donald, release the tape. If you're telling the New York Times editorial board that you're lying to the voters have a right to know. Enough with the Washington corruption, with the deception, with using government to benefit the rich and powerful at the expense of the American people. 5 years ago, I promised the people of Texas that I would fight with every breath in my body to stop Obamacare, to stop amnesty and to secure the border, to stop the debt that is bankrupting our kids and grandkids, to defend religious liberty, the Second Amendment, and the Bill of Rights. And I have kept my promise. That's why we were supported in this election by Texas Governor Greg Abbott. By Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, our campaign chairman. By former Governor Rick Perry, a true patriot. By nearly half of the Republican state legislators in Texas. And by thousands upon thousands of Republican women and grassroots activists. They know my record. They know me personally. They know my heart. And they know that I have kept my word to fight for them each and every day. America, I'll do the same as president. Together, we will repeal Obamacare. Abolish the IRS. Pull back the EPA regulators that are killing small businesses. Stop amnesty and secure the borders. And the result will be small businesses exploding, millions of high-paying jobs, wages going up, and young people coming out of school with 2, 3, 4, 5 job offers. From this day forward, let us together show that Reagan's love, optimism, and faith in the American people were not misplaced. Let us show that we will not let the American light go out, that we will fight for our Constitution, for life, and for freedom. You have shown that we remain a strong and just people, a people who do not give in to fear, but rise always in our righteous might to meet the challenges of the future. Together, we can do it. If we stand together and return to the free market principles and the constitutional liberties that built America. Once again, we can have morning in America. Thank you, and God bless each and every one of you.
I wish they would lower the campaign sign, because I did get a tweet from one viewer saying he noticed the font on Ted. This is Austin. Austin stated that he noticed that the font on Ted Cruz's podium is now super similar on this Super Tuesday to the one used by Donald Trump and the Donald Trump campaign. So I'd love a better look at the podium so that I can make my own opinion there. But a very interesting observation from Austin. Thanks so much for your tweet. I'm at KinseyFox10. I'm responding to all of your tweets right now on Twitter throughout some of these reactions, these campaign reactions to Super Tuesday results. Let's jump back into Fox News' live blog. Fox News projects Donald Trump wins the Republican primary in Arkansas. Fox News projects Donald Trump wins the Republican primary in Arkansas. Fox News projects Hillary Clinton wins the Democratic primary in Massachusetts. Cruz calls Trump a Washington dealmaker, profane and vulgar. He goes on to say Trump has promised to continue Washington. Wow. I guess I should have been paying more attention to that, because I wasn't listening enough to hear profane and vulgar. It is a far cry from the beginning of the presidential campaign, when Ted Cruz was awfully kind and fond of Donald Trump. I don't know when the shift happened, if it was perhaps when Trump really started to appeal as the front runner, but the Cruz and Rubio, let's look at that picture of them from the debate. Cruz, let's see if I can find that picture here. Behind Donald Trump. It has felt for a while now that, like, these two have some sort of agreement that they have to gang up on Trump for them to get ahead. And it does seem like it could hurt the Republican Party in the long run. Cruz says conservatives should trust in a campaign that has beaten, can beat, and will beat Donald Trump. That's an interesting point. A lot of individuals in the newsroom making the same point, saying, why are they getting behind Rubio, who hasn't really proven that he can win? Why wouldn't they get behind somebody like Cruz if they don't like Trump, that can at least that has at least proven that he can beat Trump in some instances? It's strange to people that aren't involved heavily in politics as to why the establishment and the GOP are pushing someone like Rubio when Rubio clearly can't beat Trump. All right. Again, he says he congratulates Trump, but repeats, we are the only campaign that has beaten Donald Trump once, twice, 3 times. He says every state so far has been won by Trump or him. For the candidates who have not yet won a state, I ask you to prayerfully consider coming together, uniting, he says. That is the only way to beat Donald Trump. Debbie Wasserman Schultz releasing a statement tonight calling Trump erratic and irrational. Some might claim the same about her hairstylist, but I didn't say that. Trump on Rubio says it was a bad night for him, calls him the loser of the night. At least Ted has won something. Marco can't win anything, said Donald Trump. On the David Duke controversy, when Trump spoke to media, he said, how many times are you supposed to disavow? He asks. Trump is then asked if the campaign is just the start of negotiation. He says it isn't, but he is open to negotiations. He says you have to be, as President Obama doesn't even try to consult Congress anymore. Oh, per Fox News' Jennifer Gurdon, who I worked with during the Jodi Arias trial. 3 protesters were removed from Marco Rubio's event by security. One woman was carrying a banner that read, "Rubio, you betrayed your community." No context what they were protesting, but one was heard yelling, "You're worse than Trump." Again, that's Jennifer Gurdon. She is a Fox News producer and a trusted source, if you ask me. I do think that they're giving us playback of Trump from earlier in the evening. Let's see if that's accurate. I can't hear it. I'm going to try to hear it with you, though.
So easy. I've had these guys that I'm on the stage with come, you don't really mean Mexico's going to pay for the wall. As sure as you're standing there, 100% Mexico's going to pay. 100%. And the reason is I'm a businessman. I know how to do this. Politicians are all talk, no action. It's not going to, except for Chris Christie, of course. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen with these people. So when you think of it, and then they say, you'll never be able to build a wall. Well, it's 2,000 miles, but we really need 1,000 miles. The Great Wall of China, built 2,000 years ago, is 13,000 miles, folks. And they didn't have Caterpillar tractors, because I only want to use Caterpillar if you want to know the truth. Or John Deere. I buy a lot of equipment from John Deere. I love John Deere too. But they didn't have tractors. They didn't have cranes. They didn't have excavation equipment. The wall is 13,000 miles long. We need 1,000 miles. And we have all of the materials. We can do that so beautifully. And this is going to be a serious wall. This is going to be a high wall. This is going to be a very serious wall. We're going to stop drugs from coming into New Hampshire. You know, when I won New Hampshire, Those people were so incredible to me. And when you go, you wouldn't believe it because it's so bucolic, so beautiful. You look at the fields and you look at everything. It's so beautiful. And yet you go to a meeting in New Hampshire, their number one problem is heroin. The heroin is pouring in. And they have so many of their young people and other people addicted. And I told them, I'm going to stop it. I'm going to stop it. We're going to have a strong border, and I mean strong. And by the way, speaking of people, people are going to come in. And they're going to come into this country, but they're going to come in legally. Okay?
Are you expecting Governor Rick Scott's endorsement?
I have a lot of respect for Rick Scott. I don't know about his endorsement, but he's a friend of mine. I have a lot of respect for Rick Scott.
Mr. Trump, I want to ask you about your
Yeah.
plan. You're on your plan to bar Muslims.
What?
On your plan to temporarily...
Got to find out what's going on. We've got a big problem.
This weekend, Governor Christie said that, in fact, you backed away from that position.
We have a big, big problem. I'll tell it like it is. We have a big, big problem. We got to figure it out. We're going to figure it out. Radical Islamic terrorism, big, big problem. Not only for us. You take a look at Germany. You take a look at Sweden. You take a look at Brussels. You look at some of these places, it's like a disaster. And we're not going to allow people to come into our country who we have no idea who they are. We have no idea where they come from. They have no paperwork. They're young and they're strong. You look at that migration line. They're young, they're strong, they're powerful. And you say, why aren't they back fighting for their country? Now, with all of that being said, I feel strongly. I have a bigger heart than anybody. We're going to build a safe zone. It's going to be in Syria. And I'm going to get the Gulf states who have more money than anybody. We got to loosen up their wallets a little bit. We're going to get, but they're not accepting people. We're going to get, wait. We're going to get the Gulf states to pay for it because they should. Okay.
Not specifically on the refugees. I'm talking about your plan to ban all...
You heard what I said. I gave you a good answer. You heard what I said. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Mr. Trump, if you are indeed the nominee versus Hillary Clinton in the fall, what are you going to do to bring back some of these groups, though, that have been offended by your campaign so far, such as women, Muslims?
Yeah, we're going to bring them back. We're going to bring them back. Look, I'm telling you, you know how I'm going to bring them back? First of all, we're going to do great with the African Americans. And you see that in the polls, where I had one poll where I'm 25%. And one of the commentators, who I think is standing right in the back of the room in the corner, said, you know, if Donald Trump gets 25% of the African American vote, this election is over. You watch. And the reason I'm getting that, and I'm going to do great with the Hispanics, I'm going to do great with virtually every group. The reason is I'm going to bring jobs back. I'm going to get Apple to start making their computers and their iPhones on our land, not in China. How does it help us when they make it in China? So I'm going to create jobs. Go ahead.
If Marco Rubio cannot win Florida, is it time for him to get out? And do you plan to spend the $25 million that you say he plans?
Well, look, I always liked Marco until about a week ago when he decided to go hostile. He decided to become Don Rickles, okay? But Don Rickles has a lot more talent. And honestly, I did. I always liked him, but he became, you know, somebody told him, you're losing very badly. The only way you can possibly win, take the Hail Mary, they called it a Hail Mary, the folks in the back, and go hostile. It's hurt him. In fact, one of the newscasts tonight said he went down 15 or 20%. It's really hurt him. But look, I'm not going to tell him what to do. I'm not going to tell anybody what to do. You have to run. He had a bad night. According to CNN, Fox, I watched their broadcast. They say the loser of the night was Marco Rubio. And it's true. He didn't win anything. He hasn't won. I mean, at least you can say that Ted has won something. And, you know, Marco has not won. You've got to be able to win. You can't talk. You know, these politicians, all talk, no action. You got to be able to win something. He hasn't won anything. And he actually hasn't come very close. So we'll see what happens. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Trump, you said that the Major's question earlier was about working with Congress. You criticized President Obama for not working with Congress, but you dismissed the criticism from Speaker Ryan and from Senate Majority Leader McConnell. You were saying that you were equivocating about this issue with these hate groups.
I wasn't equivocating. Let's not ask it again. How many times do I say, listen, who are you, by the way? Where are you with? Okay, very good. Good job. Look, I don't want to waste a lot of time. I disavowed. Okay, I'm going to get along great with Congress, okay? Paul Ryan, I don't know him well, but I'm sure I'm going to get along great with him. And if I don't, he's going to have to pay a big price, okay? Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. On the right. Go ahead.
Mr. Trump,
Yes.
a question. You say a lot about what you're going to do for the United States, but what kind of president will you be for the world?
I'm going to be a good president for the world, but we have a country that's in big trouble. Our infrastructure is going to hell. Our roads, our highways, our schools, our hospitals, our airports. I go throughout the world. I mean, you go to Qatar, you go to, who some people say Qatar, but you go to Qatar, you go to so many places. You go to different places in China, different places in Asia, different places in the Middle East. You look at some of the airports they have. You look at the roadways they have. You look at the transportation systems they have and the trains they have. We're like a third world country. So I'm going to be very good for the world. I'm going to get along with the world. You're going to be very proud of me. Even you will be very proud of me as a president. But we have to rebuild our country. Our country is going to hell, and people don't understand that. And Hillary Clinton doesn't have a clue. She can't do that. She's talking about, I mean, one of the things that has really bothered me, I think one of the reasons I have such great support, is that people, you take a look, people in the middle income groups are making less money today, less money than they made 12 years ago. And in her speech, she just said, they're making less money. Well, she's been there with Obama for a long period of time. Why hasn't she done anything about it? Practically everything that she was complaining about, she's picked up what I say. The difference is she's been there for a long period of time. Why haven't they done anything about it? Then you look at her record as Secretary of State. It's abysmal. You look at what's going on with Syria. You look at what's going on with everything. It's a disaster. So we're going to have an interesting period of time. I don't know that she's going to be allowed to run. What she did is a criminal act. If she's allowed to run, I would be very, very surprised. But if she's allowed to run, honestly, it'll be a sad day for this country. Because what she did was wrong. And what she did, let me just tell you, what she did was wrong. And other people have done far less than her, and they paid a very, very big price. Okay, one or two more questions. Yeah, go ahead, Jeremy.
You've talked about how you plan to deport all of the undocumented immigrants living in this country. And yesterday you said that everything is negotiable, that your immigration plan is potentially negotiable.
Where did I say that? Where did I say it, Jeremy? Where? Tell me where. Tell me where. I didn't say that. Yeah, I'll negotiate. If the wall's going to be 50 feet, I'll take 2 feet off the wall. You didn't listen, Jeremy.
Allow them to stay in the country without having to leave the country?
At this moment, absolutely not. No. We either have a country or we don't. We have a country or we don't. We have borders or we don't have borders. And at this moment, the answer is absolutely not. Okay, how about one or two more questions? David, go ahead. Make it a nice question, David, please.
We're hearing some suggestions, including some from a few of your former aides, that some people inside the Republican National Committee are considering monkey wrenching with your delegates at the state level, trying to clear you away, and maybe even put...
I think, you know, David, okay, go ahead.
Here's the question, Mr. Trump. At the end of the night, you may very well have maybe sewed up 10 of the 15 states at this point. Is that enough of a brushback pitch that the RNC should just commit to honoring their agreement with you, or do you expect them to welch on that?
Well, look, I don't expect. I have a lot of respect for Reince and for the group, and I like the RNC, and I don't know that I've been treated fairly or not. I really don't know. I can't tell you that. But I can tell you that I do respect them. What I really have is a great number of people. I have millions and millions of people. And when I was watching those broadcasts just a little while ago before I came in here, because I wanted to see exactly where we were before I started speaking, I was amazed at the kind of numbers. The Republicans have tremendous energy. The Democrats don't. They don't have any energy. Their numbers are down. Our numbers are through the roof. And people are making the statements they've never seen in modern times, a party that was so energized. I think if somebody is doing as well as I'm doing,